Trails in the Sky, second chapter, more commonly known as SC. New Game Nightmare in SC is pretty much unanimously considered the most difficult challenge the Trails series has to offer. I mean, look up anything about this game, and you will if you're playing it blind. You'll see a million forum posts and guides of varying quality talking about this difficulty. In fact, playing New Game Nightmare in and of itself can be considered a challenge run. But I wanted to push it a little bit further, and in my research for this video, I couldn't find any videos or other documentation of a completed low-level run of the game. In fact, I did find a couple posts saying that it's impossible. The fact that you're watching this video right now means that it isn't. So enjoy what is potentially the first completed low-level run of Trails in the Sky, second chapter, New Game Nightmare. Starting off, I'd like to establish our rule set. If you've watched my previous run of FC, you'll know that I said multiple times that I want to keep the rule set the same throughout the entire trilogy, but that was very naive. SC is a much more difficult game, and that rule set would softlock me in so many different ways. So here, it's going to be a little bit more laid back. The first and most important rule is no grinding, both EXP and sepith. I'm only allowed to take required encounters to complete the game, and I'm also not allowed to farm sepith through fishing. There is an exception to this rule. In the prologue, I will do random encounters to grind 10 surprise cookies. This is needed to beat the boss at the end of the prologue, so I kind of consider it like any other ingredient grinding side quest. While it's technically possible to just wait and dodge a million times, that's like cosmically unlucky. It's never going to happen, at least not like a human, maybe like a brute force AI or something. Although this rule set seems a little bit light, it's just because the game is really that much harder than the previous entry in the series. And as far as things like items or characters dying, I take pretty much full advantage of being able to have access to these resources, but there are times where I try not to completely solve fights by throwing items or let characters die constantly. I try to keep in the spirit of the run to an extent, but for the most part, these are the only hard restrictions. With the rule set established, it's time to get into the run itself. Getting into the first fight of the game, you'll immediately notice a new party member who wasn't present at all in FC. Annalise. Annalise is a guest character. She really only sticks around for the prologue, and she's got kind of a lot of problems. Her biggest advantage is she has a really high base level for this point in the game, and with it, really high base stats. She's better than Estelle, raw stats-wise, basically across the board. She also has pretty okay offense because of that. Again, she just has good stats to back up her spells and physical attacks. Problem is her line's pretty bad, and we don't want to upgrade it because she's such a short-term character. She only joins a couple times throughout the game, and the prologue is her biggest stint in the party by far. She never really sticks around long. This means that Estelle will get access to a higher damage spell later, and her S-Craft is also really, really bad compared to Estelle's. It's AoE, so it's got some purposes for mob fights. It's not useless, but the base power on it is like a regular craft. It's very, very weak. Estelle, who was one of the pillars of FC, one of the best characters in the game, probably the best character in the game, gets nerfed quite a bit in this game. She does still have amazing availability, and Taunt is really good for a couple monster exterminations you'll see later on. And Barrage, even though it takes a huge cut to its damage at the start of this game, is still one of the stronger S-Crafts in the early game, and gives her some good burst damage for the first couple chapters. It's also still really good for sepith farming, just like the previous game, but Estelle has really bad stats, and you notice it a lot more in SC since it's a higher numbers game. She has terrible, terrible stats. She's gonna fall off like a rock. Thankfully, she gets to equip female armor, which generally gives better stat boosts than male armor, which can make up for it to an extent, but Estelle, at certain points in the game, especially in the middle portions of the game, is going to really struggle to be outputting good damage. It's kind of the early game and the late game where she's fine. Also, another thing to note is morale is a lot worse in this game because strength buffs and defense buffs are now just physical, and there's now arts and arts defense buffs. So her morale no longer boosts the entire party's magic damage. Getting into the tutorial fight, you'll notice that I start with CP, and there is no tutorial. Little known fact, you can flee from the tutorial fight over and over again, and I use that to grind CP without actually finishing the fight. And from there, I can get sepith up turns the first couple turns, and also get another one later here in the fight to try and squeeze out a little bit more than I would normally get. I didn't know if I would need to hit some benchmark to get a quartz early on. I don't, but I basically do this to be safe, and also it's a funny strat to show off because who fucking flees from the tutorial fight? Here we get into the monster chests. These are going to be two of the same encounter. These frog enemies, they're really strong, but they do die to a single firebolt, but we can't survive 2 rounds of attacks from them, so we have to dump S-Crafts. So the strategy here is just to kill 2 of them. Unfortunately, Annalise's S-Craft, as I mentioned before, is very weak, so it's not enough to one-shot them, so we need help from Estelle, which is why we get both of their CP to max. We get a cast quartz, I believe. It's this monster chest we get the cast quartz from. Cast quartz, just like FC, one of the best quartz in the game. Action and cast are the 2 big ones. And cast is immensely useful. We want one on every character at all times. They will be incredibly valuable throughout the game. For this second monster chest, again, it's more of the same. Thankfully, this game is not as bad with repetitive encounters as FC. You'll still get a lot of them, but usually it's only a couple instead of back to back to back to back. And with that done, we move on to the first major boss of the game, Kurt. Kurt's a piece of shit. The first boss is a bad one. This fight is the gatekeeper for a lot of people for Nightmare. It makes them switch over to hard or even normal. Kurt, he does a lot of damage, it's difficult to out-sustain him, and he has a lot of health. You'll notice that we're only doing a small fraction of his health bar every attack. The main things here are he can sometimes be nice and buff over and over again. His AI will not stop him from buffing when he's already buffed. I hate this motherfucker so much. And you can tell I was having a real fun time in the moment. But he can buff himself multiple times in a row. We also have access to Earthguard and Latir. These are the most important spells to have because sometimes they can save us a turn or help stall him out for him to do something that's lucky for us, like missing or buffing himself. That really is the name of this fight, is just stalling as much as possible until luck goes our way. It's a very RNG reliant fight. Oh my god, I've gotten the biggest layup of all time. So yeah, I get pretty lucky in this fight. I get a lot of dodges, more so than my other attempts. Another important thing about this fight is we have to actually keep Annalise's S-Craft for the next fight, because we need the burst damage there, and we have no time to grind CP. There's no fights between this and the next boss fight. And we absolutely need an S-Craft in that fight, so it's pretty impossible to keep Estelle's because we need the extra damage to finish off Kurt. But yeah, we need to make sure that we only use one S-Craft to finish off this boss fight. Another thing that's unfortunate is we get a Mind 1 quartz in this dungeon, which makes us do more magic damage, which we would like to put on Annalise, but unfortunately we need it on Estelle for Latir. Annalise is still better at casting magic at this point, even without the arts boost from the Mind 1, but it would have just been a little bit more reliable if Annalise was more consistent with her damage rolls. Another important part about this fight is positioning. It's pretty good that we got both of the girls in the back corner. There are times where Kurt can, you know, knock them back across other sides of the map. We want them to be close so we can save those turns with AoE heals. It's really important, again, to stall out as efficiently as possible. And here we have Jaeger 1, Sword Jaeger, Grant, whatever you want to call him. This is one of the worst boss fights in the entire game. I get insanely lucky here with how he decides to act, because he starts off by missing a blind. It doesn't really matter if he misses or not, because we cookie him turn 1 anyway. And then he misses like 2 or 3 attacks in a row, which is fantastic. The strategy here is to have Estelle use Dark Matter. We get an upgraded Quartz from Kurt that lets her have access to it, and it makes her actually do more magic damage than Annalise, despite her having worse stats. And then we have Annalise basically just keep 8-leaf blitzing him until she dies, and then pop her S-Craft right before she is about to get owned. Ooh! Ooh! He trolled! He didn't troll! Why is he getting 3 turns? He did troll! We're not dead yet! Okay. The question is, how do I fucking salvage this, bro? Oh my god, he trolled again! He trolled again! Get fucked! Get fucked! Fuck you, Grant! Whore! Prostitute! Harlot! Fuck you! Oh!
Piece of cake!
Oh! Here is one of the only sets of random encounters we take in the game. We use it to grind ingredients. I do this until we get 10. I only show the first one. I don't think I need to show this exact same encounter like 5 times or whatever. Trying to control the randomness of each run is like trying to control our lives. Truly the Drake of video games? I think I wholeheartedly agree with that statement. Thank you, whoever sent that in my chat while I was streaming attempts on this fight. Here we have Jaeger 2, Female Jaeger, Gun Jaeger, Karna, whatever you want to call her. These bosses don't have, like, official names. She's also a piece of shit. Again, one of the worst fights in the run. On low level, this fight is so inconsistent, we actually have to burn a proxy puppet. This makes the last boss of the prologue way harder than he needs to be. But if we don't use it here, then honestly, this fight might be even worse with how much we would have to dodge. And we still dodge several times here and only barely eke out a win, so I think the proxy puppet on low level is probably necessary here. We also have to use the Celestial Bomb right here because Estelle, we get a little bit unlucky and she hard focuses Estelle. The good news is, even though we use the Celestial Bomb and the proxy puppet, which are things that normally get used on the final boss, we do get to save all of our healing items so we can stall out a little bit longer than we normally would be able to. We just need Estelle to be able to get off a spell. That rhymed. I don't think she's... Maybe. Wait. Did she kill? She does over 428 damage, right? She does. Okay. Don't cheer. No cheers yet. No cheers yet, because I used a proxy puppet. And the Celestial Ball. So this might soft lock the next fight. Spoiler alert, it doesn't soft lock the next fight. The video's out. This is another ingredient grinding random encounter. Again, we need cookies to beat the final boss. I show it once. I don't need to show it 10 times. They're all the same. Here we have a hallway fight. Even the hallway fight in the prologue, the random encounter is a bitch. I would say a good 90% attempts on this fight. Just we died turn 1 and couldn't do anything about it. We need a crit at some point for Annalise's S-Craft. I don't know if we need it, but it's pretty hard without it. And then from there, Estelle can kill the 2 bugs in 1 hit with Firebolt and S-Craft, whatever is left. And with that, we've reached the final boss of the prologue, which is not only one of the worst fights in the game, but some would argue the absolute worst fight in the entire franchise. I'm just going to let live me in the moment, talk for this one. There's a lot of moving pieces in this fight to talk about, but just know that none of them are moving in your favor.
We're good to go!
That was an amazing opening roll, which means this guy's going to die. He's going to double tap Annalise. Oh, he didn't. That's a really good roll, too. That's... Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god! Holy shit! I just need him to start trolling now? Are you in range of Annalise? Oh shit, you're not. I need him to not kill Annalise this turn, unfortunately.
We're good
I need him to hard focus Estelle. Okay, don't go back to Annalise. Good. I need him to start trolling.
We're good to go.
And just like buff a million times. Or miss. I don't know how this many misses are happening. Usually these runs get close because he like takes 4 turns in a row to buff. Okay, let's do some math, because are we in a 9 cookie kill potential here? Are we in 9 cookie kill potential? Cookies, I think, average to about 830. Stell's S-Craft at this level averages to around 975, and then Annalise's averages to... We only need to roll high 60 damage. We only need to roll high 60 damage. I heal Estelle here anyway. But if we can get them to both act in 1 turn, we might be able to burst him down from heal range. As long as he doesn't hard focus either of them this turn.
We're good to go!
Please, please don't kill one of them, please. Don't kill her, don't kill her, don't kill her, don't kill her, don't kill her. Please don't kill her. Ooh! I think I heal Estelle. I have to heal Estelle. I think I heal Estelle. Don't, just 1 more turn of not killing him, please. Okay. Okay, I mean, Estelle lives. Still. I'm just gonna...
We're good to go!
Good, 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 good. Buff again. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, so. Now, we get to see how high Annalise rolls in this cookie. That's an average as fuck roll. That's a super average roll. Shit. Shit! I was hoping it'd be a high roll. I can see if she high rolls on our S-Craft. So 830 plus 975 plus 640. We're less than 100 damage off. He's in heal AI with a speed buff right now is the other problem, right? Right now he is heal AI because he's below 3k health, and if he heals, it's GG. Oh, fuck. If he heals, it's GG. If he doesn't heal and doesn't kill us, we guarantee to win. Because So basically I have two paths forward. We try to burst him down and kill him right now, or we hail Analyze and hope he doesn't. I could also S-craft with Analyze and just see how high it rolls, and see if a kill is possible. I could also S-craft with Analyze, see how high it rolls, not throw it. But there's no point in doing it. I'm gonna S-craft with Analyze. I'm gonna S-craft with Analyze and see how it rolls. We want a number that is higher than 660. 661 is higher than 640. Alright. 830 plus. We need a high roll still. We still, even with that, need the high roll. Estelle's S-Craft can do anywhere from like low 900s to like over 1,000. We need like max roll bolts is the problem, because we need to deal 875 on the cookie, which is possible. And then we need to do 1k on the S-Craft. So I'm gonna throw the cookie and hope he doesn't heal. Where we're at.
We're good to go!
Hope he kills Analyze and doesn't heal. Okay. Kill Analyze, kill Analyze, kill Analyze, kill Analyze, kill Analyze, kill Analyze, kill Analyze. Nice! That's it! GG! GG! I did it! I did it! We're done! We're done! We're done! We're finally done! We're finally fucking done! Holy shit! Ah!
We're good to go!
Fuck you, Kurt! Kill yourself! Loser! Loser! You're a loser! Ah! Let's go! Fuck you!
Piece of cake!
I'm free! I'm free! It's possible! It's possible on low level! Let's fucking go! Holy! With the prologue done, we move on to Chapter 1, and at the start of Chapter 1, the player is given a choice. An incredibly important choice that's going to dictate how the rest of the early game goes. SC lets you choose your next party member, and you have the choice between two different characters. This character is not only going to be playable from you picking them, but is actually going to be locked into the party for the majority of the first 3 chapters. And the choice of characters are Shera and Agate. If you've seen my FC challenge run, you'll know how useful Shera was and how useless Agate was. And here, Shera is basically the same character. In fact, she's buffed in this game. Her first S-Craft gets a little bit of a bump in base power to keep up with SC's higher numbers. Agate does get one really important change in how Wild Rage works, but for the most part his moveset is the same, and he's still the kind of slow, inconsistent damage dealer that he was in FC. So with all this being said, the choice here is pretty obvious. I'm sure that's what most people are thinking, that the choice here is pretty obvious, and most people would be right. The choice here is very obvious. Without any hesitation, I chose Agate. Hold on, listen, hear me out. Agate is vital, and just the way Nightmare works in SC compared to how FC is structured makes him a lot more important. We need several things that he offers us to just barely scrape by on low-level Nightmare. The most important things is he has delay, the only delay in the early game. He has access to the best burst damage in the game, basically. He's very bulky, and because he's a physical character, even though physical is generally worse than magical, having one physical character in your party is actually really good because the game still gives you physical resources. It gives you a lot of physical resources, actually. So if you just stack them and stack them and stack them on one character, well, eventually they're getting to the point where they would be more competent than like a 4th kind of hand-me-down half-equipped caster. Even though Agate struggles in some early fights compared to Shera, there are some fights in this challenge run that he is a complete and total necessity for. So it is a very, very easy choice between these two characters. Agate very well might be the best character in the game just because he gets you through low level on Nightmare. The first fight of Chapter 1 is the Ravens. This fight, once again, is one of the most annoying fights in the game. You're going to hear that a lot for these early game fights, but it's made harder by the fact that we took Agate. This first kind of free spell that we get off, it does a lot less damage with him compared to Shara, and he delays himself a lot every time he attacks because he's mostly using physical skills. The one saving grace is he joins with the Seal Quartz. These enemies are vulnerable to Seal. It's only a 10% chance, so it makes this a really RNG heavy fight because we need to hit the 10% chance multiple times. But we are hitting multiple of them per attack, so it's not that bad. Basically, that's the name of the whole fight, is trying to apply status effects to them. We play pretty risky and don't heal that often because they oftentimes will take the chance to buff or debuff or try to apply a status effect and not attack. If they do a lot of damage. Estelle dies here. We don't revive her right away. We gamble on getting the seal because I would have needed it at that point to win the fight. And you can see here just how fast enemies are on Nightmare. Agate used one craft and the enemies all take multiple turns of doing nothing before he has a chance to act again. But yeah, another thing is the positioning of the enemies can be a little bit annoying because they run around to do their moves. And sometimes they can get out of position so we can't really hit Dragoona edges reliably against all of them. But usually if we can hit at least 2 in a Dragoona's Edge or a Hellgate, it's not too bad. It was a fight that took a lot of resets, like I said, very, very random, very annoying fight, especially without Shara, but thankfully this is kind of the only fight that is worse for having Agate. I'm not going to say it's uphill from here, because the game has harder fights still, but it's not like we're going to get punished for this choice again. This is really the only time that happens. Here I panicked a little bit because the impede wasn't enough to stop him from doing 2 in a row, but it didn't end up mattering. It did way less damage than I expected it to. I thought that move was basically an insta-kill on Nightmare, but very far from it. Moving on to the next fight, we have our first monster extermination of the game, and a new party member, Kevin. Kevin is one of the most ridiculous characters in the game, and a lot of people will probably call him the best character in the game. I think his availability is a little bit too bad to say that, but he's pretty insane, mostly because of his S-Craft. His S-Craft Grail Sphere gives basically Earthwall to the whole party, and if it has 200 CP, it gives 2 hits of Earthwall to the whole party. It's the only way in the game to have more than 1 hit of Earthwall at a time. It's insane. It is the best defensive tool in the game, and borderline necessity on certain fights in Nightmare. On top of this, he also has a really, really good line. He has, like, probably the second best line in the game, so his spell list ends up very good. He does have flaws. Like I mentioned before, his availability is abysmal, and his stats are not great. He also doesn't often really join, like, over-leveled or anything and kind of eclipse other characters in stats. He's oftentimes kind of playing catch-up. Getting back into the fight, we immediately S-craft with Kevin to stall out these enemies so we can set up some cheese strats. Basically, Kevin's going to be a bit of a sacrificial lamb. We don't care if he gets experience. He's in the party for a very brief stint. This is the only really important fight he's around for. And then we move Agate and Estelle to the back. There's 2 ways we can do this fight. The first is we keep Agate in the back. The upside here is he can Wild Rage and take advantage of sepith upturns we get. Or we can keep Estelle in the back and have her taunt. The upside to that is the fight goes a lot faster as we're killing them with 2 characters instead of 1. But by the same logic as the tutorial fight earlier, I didn't know, hey, how much am I going to need to eke out sepith in this game? So I just solo the fight with Agate. And I do get a sepith upturn here in a second. But either way, this is a very relaxed fight. This is a very layup of a fight. It's a nice break in pace compared to the hell that has been almost every other fight in the game thus far. There's gonna be quite a few of these monster exterminations. Oh, I'm yawning. It's late. it's like 9 or something, and I'm about to record like an hour of commentary. And now I've lost my train of thought, and none of this is getting cut. It's all staying in the video. There's a lot of monster exterminations that we can cheese by setting up our characters in such a way that they're corpses, or sometimes they're live bodies. Make a wall that stops them from being able to attack. But yeah, we end the fight by rezzing Estelle so she gets EXP, and then just S-crafting bag it. More ingredient grinding. There's a side quest this time for them. It's not because we have to get a certain recipe or something. We'll get to keep Kevin for a couple of them. We grabbed them on the way back before he leaves the party, just to guarantee we can kill the enemies before they get an action. This is the last we're going to see of Kevin for a while, actually. He's not going to show up again until Chapter 3, and his stint in the party there is also going to be pretty brief. Here we're still grinding ingredients, but we have a new party member with us, Olivier. Olivier is really good, just like he is in FC, but he's a little bit worse in this game. He's basically the same character minus his kind of really good physical attacks, shockingly good physical attacks in FC. He does chip damage with his physical attacks now. He has like no burst damage, his S-craft sucks. But he still has great line, good art stat, really flexible caster. He also joins a bit over leveled in this chapter. He's going to output a lot of damage, but he misses out on some of the later chapters in the game, and he doesn't really have a niche, so we don't really have a reason to use him in a lot of fights where he's optional, right? We only really use him when he's forced outside of a couple times in chapters 2 and 3. So he's helpful. We like him in the early game, but his longevity is so-so. But yeah, we have Olivier here. We also are stuck with an NPC for this part of the game, Dorothy. If we want to do any optional encounters, and by optional encounters I mean the one monster chest that's in this area, we have to do it now, which we will be doing it, and I'll talk about it then. But for now, we're just knocking out these ingredient grinding side quests. We have to go through this area anyway to grab chests. This is like an optional dungeon. It's one of the towers from the first game. So we grab the rest of the ingredients we need right now because it's easy. Here we move on to the monster chest. We have to do this now. Most people on Nightmare will wait till the end of Chapter 1 when they have a full party and they aren't stuck with the deadweight NPC. But we absolutely need the item from this chest. It gives a Sapphire Talisman. Basically, it makes your attacks water elemental, your physical attacks. And the boss of the chapter, the final boss of the chapter, is weak to water. But that is not the only reason. It's not just because our physical attacks will be water element. There's a funny part of the strat. You'll see it when we get there. It's one of my favorite strats in the run, actually. But to talk about the fight that's going on right now, it's pretty luck dependent to do it this early. We have to kind of get lucky with how the enemies choose to move. If they all move in range to get hit by Final Break turn 1, then that's really good. But it's pretty unlikely that they do that, so the fight took a couple resets. Afterwards, we just want them to not gang up on one character too hard, and by one character I mean Dorothy. They gang up on Olivier here. It's annoying for us, it's a little unlucky, but for the most part it's fine. Dorothy can survive one spell though, so it's not the end of the world if she gets targeted by just one enemy. Something else to note about Olivier, while I have some downtime, is one thing that's really important in Chapter 1 about his line is his ability to get Clock Up EX and Clock Down. Clock Down is one of the best spells in the game. Clock Up EX Also a really good spell, but generally a better spell late game, more so than early, because right now it's really expensive. But there are a couple fights upcoming that we're going to need it for, including the fight right after this one. So here we move on to a pretty rough fight in Nightmare, and one of the biggest reasons we choose Agate. Not the only fight, but this is the first one where he really starts to shine, and it's thanks to Spiral Edge, it's thanks to the fact he has a delay. This enemy is incredibly strong, but before we get into the fight and this enemy, we should talk about our new character, Chloe. Chloe, also fantastic, just like she is in FC. She's better than Olivier because there's a couple niche things that she does that he doesn't, even though generally her line is worse and her casting is kind of worse. Her raw stats are better as the game goes on, but she starts out at a much lower level and it takes her a while to catch up. She's also got a little bit better availability. She doesn't miss out on Chapter 7 like he does. There's also a fight she is borderline necessary for in this challenge run, and saves me a ton of resources on in Chapter 1. But yeah, Chloe's great. I think she's a little bit overrated in this game. If you watch runs of Nightmare in this game, you'll see a lot of people using her in endgame, where I actually think she's not that great. But there's a ton of things to the early and mid game that she does, and I'm more than happy to have her, especially this early. Chloe's the GOAT. She's the best. But back into the fight itself. Our main strategy here is we want to clock down the enemy and clock up EX Agate as fast as possible, basically. This enemy hits very, very hard, and if we let it just keep attacking, we kind of can't beat the fight when our party members are this weak. So what we want to do is we want to make Agate as fast as possible and the enemy as slow as possible, so that he can act before the enemy when using Spiral Edge. He can't infinitely delay the enemy. Eventually the speed buff will wear off and he'll accumulate a bit too much delay, but it will stall out the enemy more than enough to be able to win the fight. We also take the time to Earthguard everyone with Estelle. I don't know if just attacking with her would have been better. Her damage output here is not great. It's lower than even Chloe and Agate. Agate who's attacking physically, and Chloe who's kind of under-leveled right now. So I thought it was better to play it safe, because I kind of assumed that even with Estelle attacking that the enemy would have been able to still get some turns in towards the end of the fight. Maybe I was wrong, maybe it would have added up and been enough to burst it down, but there's not really a reason for me to take that risk. You'll notice that Olivier is kind of eclipsing everyone else in damage here. Again, he joins at a much higher level than Chloe, and also Estelle, who's just, behind in levels due to the nature of the run. So he's going to hit harder than them, at least for right now. Olivier does have not the highest art stat in the game. Chloe's is noticeably better when they're roughly the same level. But again, he's got a pretty big gap right now. I think he's like 3 or 4 levels ahead of her. Here, even with the added S-Craft from Agate, I think the enemy barely lives. It's not the end of the world. I have a 1 in 4 chance of winning the fight there, basically. If it targeted Agate, who didn't have an Earthguard, I would have lost and had to reset, but if it targeted anyone else, then I basically guaranteed win. I also debuff with Chloe because she doesn't have time to get a spell off. It doesn't really do anything. I just wanted to do something to make it feel like the action was worth it. Here we have another monster chest. This monster chest is very easy. We wait for them all to take their turn and group up, and then we S-Craft them with Agate on a crit turn. He does actually get stunned, so we have to burn a healing item to, to unstun him. If this was an itemless run, I would have to either make sure someone has Curia or just reset the fight, but because I can use items and status healing items are very abundant, it's not that big of a deal. If he gets stunned, I didn't have to worry about it too much. But he one-shots all of them, and it's really, really easy monster chest. Here, exact same fight again. No difference whatsoever. There's something to note about this chest is we get a cast 2 from this chest once we beat it. You heard me talk about how good cast 1 is. Cast 2 is basically the best cast quartz in the game. I say basically because there's one copy of what is effectively Cast 3 that you get really close to the end of the game. But Cast 2 are kind of one of the things we're striving for in late game, and we get one of them in Chapter 1, so that means we don't have to make it later, and it's a huge boon right now. Getting into another fight against one of these Moki enemies. This one is a little bit more complicated than the last one. We have a bunch of enemies that are going to disrupt the fight and make it basically impossible to stabilize, so we're kind of forced into nuking them with Agate. This is another great thing he can do. Unfortunately, this means he doesn't have the CP to delay the enemy over and over again. So we have to kind of play on the back foot and play pretty defensively and stall out the fight both until its buffs wear off and we can get into a position where Agate has CP, it's slowed, he's sped up, and that is a little bit more troublesome than I would have liked. One kind of saving grace here is that the enemy can cast a spell, which is pretty scary. It does a lot of AoE damage, but at the very least, it's not buffed by the strength up. The downside, obviously, things like morale or forte aren't as good for us, but when enemies get their strength buffed, it doesn't mean it buffs their magic. Enemies that cast spells are a lot more common in this game compared to FC, so it's very nice that they don't easily get higher magic damage, because it would often just make them one-shot the entire party. We do still throw in delays with Agate, even before we have the whole setup going, because we want to still push its turn back and just kind of survive as long as we can. It's a pretty troublesome task. I mean, Estelle already went down once and had to be revived. Chloe gets one shot here. No. But eventually its buffs do run out, and from this point on, it's pretty similar to the first fight, except now we're just a little bit more drained of resources. Although there's also not an NPC to worry about, so that's one positive. But once again, Agate and his delay are incredibly useful here. These are two of the big fights as to why Agate is, in my opinion, the better choice to go with compared to Shara. The next fight, the last boss of Chapter 1, is also another one of those fights, which, you know, we'll see then. Here we do have to let it get an attack, because Agate didn't have CP, he had Wild Rage. The problem would have been if it decided to absorb HP, but thankfully it both didn't use absorb HP, and just the person it targeted with the attack didn't had Earthguard up. It was Agate with Earthguard. We actually get a little bit lucky in this fight overall, because it does choose to not do HP absorb most times, which is an attack that hits really hard and has 100% lifesteal on it, so can potentially make the fight unwinnable by just giving the enemy too much health, since we don't have time to Earthguard everyone like we do in the first fight. You'll notice even Estelle is chipping into damage, because at this point it's more effective for us to burst it down than to try and guess who it's going to attack and then Earthguard them. This debuff, I think, might end up mattering. No, it doesn't. I thought maybe Olivier S-crafted at the end, but he didn't. I misremembered. On to the final boss of Chapter 1. This fight's really bad. I would put it on the level of the prologue fights. It's hell, and I thought I was softlocked here for a little bit, until I found out a very fun strategy to squeeze out more damage. You'll notice that that surprise cookie did over 1,000 damage, which is way more than it should be doing. And the reason for that is attack food, a little known mechanic in this game. Attack food can actually apply whatever status effect ports you have, because it's the character making an attack, it's just they're not making an attack with their stats, it's just the food's strength. This also applies to talismans, which means Agate can now not only enhance his own physical attacks with water, which is what the boss and the ads are weak to, but he can throw food that is water element. And food that is water element does a lot of damage, like over an S-craft's worth of damage per food item thrown. We can't make that much of it, and this boss has an obscene health pool for this point in the game, but it makes a much bigger dent than if we were to try and do it without the talisman. Let's actually talk about the fight and its mechanics itself. The boss, he hits really hard, he can delay, he can reduce move, he can do a bunch of debilitating effects, and he has enemies that he summons. He starts with a bunch, and they're the same enemies from the monster chest before. They buff his strength and speed whenever they die. When his speed and strength are buffed, he gets a lot scarier. When they are not buffed, it's actually really not that bad. The problem is, every turn he has a chance to summon more of them. Anytime you see that text summon ally at the top of the screen, I was probably groaning in real time. I was probably not a happy camper because it's basically the worst thing he can do on any given turn. Even the delay, which is pretty bad for him to do, if our characters are spread out, which they are at the start, it's really not that bad because he'll only delay 2 of them. At the start of the fight, it's worse, but the general strategy here is going to mostly be just to survive. Agate on his free turns is going to be chucking food items until we run out of them. And everyone else is going to either be casting offensive spells or casting spells to keep ourselves alive. Generally, if we can choose someone to attack, we want it to be Olivier because he hits the hardest. But, you know, he has to sit back and Earthguard a lot of turns because of how sketchy this fight is. Did you start with CS1? Yeah, that's a mistake. That CS1 being an entry point is literal gaslighting. You're not going to understand any of the good parts about that game's story without playing the first 5 games first. Like, anything that's cool or clever in that game is going to go over anyone's head that they haven't played the game's context. And all that's left is what the fuck... Like, when you take that away, all that's left is, like, Falcom's poor attempts at, like, a cash grab bullshit. Which is all the bad parts about the game. And by the way, I'm not like a Cold Steel enjoyer. I am definitely in the camp of Cold Steel ruined the series, but CS1, not that bad. I don't think. It's like, okay. The cool parts are really cool. Basically. That. Yeah, exactly. It's literally CS2 is like where like Azure, which is the 5th game, is where the series like is like, this is where everything I'm just gonna consider in my mind as fan fiction from here out. Cold Steel 1 is like, okay, you're kind of all the way there, but there's still really cool world building stuff going on, and then CS2 onwards, it's like, yep, I am just slurping slop at this point. Yeah, I'm not the biggest Cold Steel fan, and I was in a call with someone while I was doing attempts on this fight, and they were asking questions, and I kind of tweaked out and started going on a Cold Steel hate rant, but I thought it would be funny not to cut out.
I'm sorry.
That's not that bad, actually. Because she was super delayed from her S-craft being anyway, so as long as Agate has the movement to res her. Does. Then I steal the strength turn. And that makes his buffs run out. Okay. And you know what's gonna happen, Mark? You know what's gonna happen after this animation? I'm gonna see a little text across the top of my screen that says "Called Allies," and then I'm gonna punch my monitor. Okay, that's not called out. That's bad, but it could be worse. It's the movement one too, so that's this is still kind of. It was a long night of attempts. And almost every single one of them lost to either his opening action being a delay, or him just using Call Allies one too many times. Thankfully, though, we do get quite a bit of time in this fight where he is not buffed and he's not summoning. Oh, excuse me, yawning again. Not gonna re-record the commentary. I'm one-shotting this shit. But yeah, we get lucky and he doesn't summon too many allies. And when he does, it's not in spots that are impossible to deal with. It gets a little bit close, but not too bad. But the general strategy of the fight is actually quite simple, outside of the, in my opinion, quite frankly, genius, if I may glaze myself for a moment, talisman food part of the strat. Even without the food, it does make Agate's physical attacks like worthwhile. They're not far off from one of the weaker caster's spells. And with the added burst damage of an S-Craft, it kind of makes up for the fact that he's on the slower side. But yeah, I know I just mentioned I'm one-shotting this commentary. My original plan for this video was to record a fight and then go and commentate it while it was fresh in my mind, but it didn't work out that way. It's so much easier to record the whole run and then edit the whole run, for me anyway. So we're doing commentary in retrospect again. A lot of these fights are more memorable, so I think that there's going to be less dead air. There's going to be less times where I'm like, what the fuck did I do in this fight again? But there will be slip-ups that I don't care to re-record huge chunks of commentary for, like when I just said comedy instead of commentary. Although in a way you could consider it a comedy, like a fucking up, like a blooper reel or some shit, you know? But yeah, I'm just rambling at this point. There's not that much to talk about. For how hard this fight is, there's really not that much to talk about. There's not that many moving pieces. It's just, did he call allies? No? Cool. The fight continues. He called allies? Oh. Can I kill them and survive his bullshit? Alright. Cool. It's not that complicated, it's just very, very RNG heavy. In that way, it is actually incredibly similar to a lot of the prologue fights. There might be some room for improvement here. I don't know if maybe casting Forte on Agate might have been something that's worth doing at some point, because he does get a decent amount of attacks in, but at the same time, early game is not kind for how many, or how often physical characters get to act. So, I'm not sure. I'm sure there's some room for improvement in the fight. Maybe I could have also optimized what drops I got, maybe cook an extra surprise cookie or meatball or something to, again, optimize how much damage I can do. But at this point, I'm very close to the end of the fight, and you're gonna see me deliberate a lot just because I've not had an attempt to get this close, and I'm panicking really hard, even though the solution is pretty simple. I can very reliably survive at least one turn and then just finish it off with S-Crafts. But I kind of panic and go through my menus a lot when all I had to do was Wild Rage and S-Craft coming up here in a second after this turn here. Something I do here, though, is I really don't want it to get a strength turn, so I pop one of my S-Crafts early. It's a good idea to pop it early anyway, just because there's a chance he kills Estelle, which I think he does end up doing. No, he ends up killing Olivier. I should have also popped Olivier's. Not that it would have done much damage, it would have done... Well, I don't know how much it would have done to this boss. Not much at all. Something else to note that you might be wondering why I'm not doing is debuffing, because Chloe has a defense and strength debuff, right? I'm attacking it physically somewhat often, and it's attacking me physically constantly, so you might wonder why are you not doing that. It is nerfed greatly outside of just not consolidating magical and physical into one buff. In FC, it's 50% for both. In this game, I forget what it starts at. I think it's 10% strength and 15% defense, so it's kind of negligible. It's not really worth it because it pushes Chloe's turn back so much. When it's upgraded, it's a bit better. I think it goes to 25 and 30. Don't quote me on those numbers because I don't think I ever used the upgraded version, but it's something around there. But yeah, S-Craft for Agate finishes off one of the hardest fights in the game, one of the last big roadblocks. After that hell fight, is over, we get a couple really, really easy monster exterminations. This first one, the enemies are actually vulnerable to Death Blow. So we kind of just will cast Shadow Spear at one of them and then just try to chip down the other. This monster extermination, the reason it's so easy is because we get it at the same time as the dogs earlier. But we can actually clear these up after Chapter 1 is over, right before we get into the meat of Chapter 2. And it's easier to do it with a full party, and they don't really give us any resources that we care about prior to the first, the last dungeon, excuse me. So, we just do them now because it's easier. And this one is, like I said, the most trivial of the bunch by far, because you're meant to do it very early in the chapter. Here we have another dog fight, and we handle this one the same way. We kind of make a wall of characters, except this time, it's not as simple as just having one character block it off. These ones do have a bit more attack range, so instead what we do is we have everyone block off Estelle from being able to be attacked, and then have her taunt. I mentioned taunt strats earlier. This is the first fight where we implement them. Spoiler alert, we're also going to implement them in the next fight after this one too. They're very, very strong for the fights they work for, because the enemies will not attack anything that they're not taunted to, basically. So we're effectively immortal as long as Estelle has CP. These enemies are also very resilient to arts, which is why you see Olivier attacking physically. You'll notice Estelle casting an AoE spell, it does literal chip damage. The reason I do it is because she hits 3 enemies, and she builds CP, and she generally has time to get off 1 attack before the taunt runs out. I don't even bother taking a turn with Chloe. I might have been able to, like, attack one of them to build CP. Also, the taunt does run out here. I probably shouldn't have done the Stone Impact, because I don't know if I need a 3rd taunt. But it's not the end of the world. It's pretty easy to recover from. They kill 1 party member, I retaunt them, I revive. It's not particularly difficult. Even Estelle attacking with Hurricane, which is a move that has negative base power, does good damage to them because their defense is so low. Moving on to another monster extermination that's going to be real similar. The difference between this one and the dog fight is we are not completely safe. They do have 1 ranged attack that they can do and hit Estelle even hiding in the back. But the upside is these enemies are not nearly as resistant to arcs, so our casters can actually kind of do their thing. But other than that, it's more or less the same deal. Estelle's going to taunt them. They're not going to attack most turns unless they choose to do the 1 attack they can hit, which is, you know, random chance. And our other characters are going to wail on them. Something to note about Agate is a lot of people in this game that play this game casually like Agate a lot because Wild Rage, which I've alluded to being buffed, but I haven't really talked about in detail yet, is broken in this game. Wild Rage 2 is amazing. Instead of being 50 HP for 50 CP, it's, 25% HP, not 50%. It's already bad enough in the first game. Imagine if it took half his health. Instead of being 25% HP for 50 CP, it's 75% HP for 150 CP, which is insane. For reference, Wild Rage 2, the Sky Trilogy is the only games that give you high availability with this move, basically. They give you a lot of access. In the next arc of games, it's only a late game, like, powerhouse move. It's not something that you get early on. And after those 2 games, it never comes back again. It is insane being able to have instant access to that much CP to spam crafts, or the ability to instant S-craft. But something to note about Agata in this game is he's running off his FCS crafts, which aren't that strong, so we don't really spam them that much. Starting off Chapter 2. Well, I guess technically not starting off Chapter 2. We've been in Chapter 2 since the end of the boss fight. It's just we were cleaning up Chapter 1. Side quests. Anyway, first kind of actual fight of Chapter 2. Massive pain in the ass, but not because it's difficult. This is actually one of the easier fights in the game. It's another one where we hide our characters in the corner, Estelle taunts, and it stops the enemies from being threatening. It's just there's a lot of them, and they constantly summon more and more enemies, and the green frog summons enemies that summon more enemies. So it's a really, really, really long, drawn-out fight without anything to really talk about. It's kind of just like the last two fights. So I'm just gonna not talk, basically. I'm not gonna commentate this fight. There's not really anything specific that we do outside of taunting them and slowing them, which has all already happened. So, you know, enjoy the repetitive slop fight. Here we have a monster chest that gets insta-killed. We boost Ag at strength, and then we have him S-craft and kill everything. It's really, it's another really simple one. There's a little bit we do here. We cast a fast spell with Chloe just so we can eat only have to eat one spell and can steal the sepith upturn. Just to get a little extra than we otherwise would have. Here we have another monster extermination. There's a lot of ads in this fight. Again, we can wipe them with Agate's S-Craft. Some of them are bulky. So we need to also use Olivier's to finish off the last enemy. It's going to do chip damage to the 2 bulkier enemies, but we want as many dead as fast as possible, even if we have to burn 2 S-Crafts. Once we kind of thin the herd at the start, the fight becomes a lot easier. We have one really strong enemy, bunch of health, bunch of defense, takes a while to take down. Hits really hard, but we also now have access to Earth Wall, so we don't have to like guess who it's going to target and then Earth Guard them. We do still want to take out the ads fairly quickly. Basically, next time Agate gets a turn, he's gonna Wild Rage and kill them both. But yeah, it's going to be it's gonna be a strategy you see a lot, just like in FC. Kind of stall it with Earth Wall, stop our characters from taking damage, and kind of use that to stabilize the fight and get into flow where we're not really ever in danger of anything going awry. In general, Chapter 2 is going to be a lot easier than the last 2 chapters. There's a couple points that are very, very difficult, but overall, this is where the game is going to start to loosen up, kind of. I hesitate to say loosen up because both Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 are still kind of a pain, but not nearly as bad as the first 2 chapters. That being said, at the end of Chapter 2, or I should say right after the end of Chapter 2, is potentially the hardest fight in the game. One of them, anyway. It's up there with the prologue Jaeger fights and how bad it is. Here we have another monster chest, I believe. We kill it with 1 Agate S-Craft. It's not particularly difficult or interesting to talk about. I guess we get a lucky sepith upturn that we can use Estelle's S-Craft on instead of just, casting a couple spells and killing it that way. We get a little bit more out of it. Here we have a grind fight. There's a side quest that requires us to do a certain amount of fights in an area. We do just as many as we need. And also Olivier has to be in the party for them, which will become relevant later, but I only show the first time I do it. This monster extermination is a pain in the ass to do now, but it is mostly fine. I think most playthroughs might wait till after a certain other side quest we're about to do, but I wanted to be as strong as possible for that. So I do this monster extermination first. We have Agate off to the side because he's bulkier, and if he takes aggro, that's good. We also have Chloe ready with an S-Craft to restore sleep. We don't really have that many status protection accessories, and also can't always afford to use them. Sometimes we need the raw stats early on. Here we get a crit S-Craft with Olivier. We mostly steal it just so they don't have to crit turn, because even with a crit, he does pretty lackluster damage. But with those, with all the burst damage from the S-Crafts and getting pretty lucky with who they target and being able to kind of bounce back, we get to the fight to a point where it's pretty easy to finish off once they're all close to dead. There you'll see Estelle's new S-Craft, True Pummel. Unfortunately, unlike some of the other single-target S-Crafts in this game, it doesn't get as big of a damage boost as you might think, and instead it gets lifesteal. Right now it's still a big damage spike, but later on it's going to suck. Here we move on to a gauntlet of back-to-back fights against these soldier enemies. We don't get a chance to heal or do anything in between, so you're going to see me towards the end kind of just like fuck around and heal. This first one's not bad. We come in with a fully charged S-Craft and kill half of them. We leave one alive again so we can kind of prep for the next fight. Get Agate to Wild Rage, get his CP back, make sure everyone has good health. This is one of the scariest sequences in the game, and it's not because of this fight, and it's not because of the fight after this one either, it's just because of the boss at the end. This one's a pain in the ass because whenever I failed, because it did take a couple attempts because the last fight, it stinks, you have to redo the whole side quest, and it takes like 40 minutes or something. We also cannot wait till later in the chapter until, you know, we have more resources or whatever, because this quest will expire right away. It's why in a lot of runs of this game, you'll see people do this side quest right away, before they even take on like those other monster exterminations or monster chests or whatever. Obviously, I don't think that's the best way to route the chapter. I think it's better to do all of that stuff first. There's another reason for that, in that we're going to get a new party member, and she's not great, and she's locked into the party for the rest of the chapter once we get her. So it's nice to get as much done now while we have access to this setup of characters, which is much more ideal. So we're just at about the end here. I've done all my setup for the next phase, made sure everyone was topped off. Here it's the same fight with a slightly different composition of enemies. It's kind of the exact same logic as before. I would have preferred to get everyone in this S-Craft, or just the 3 soldiers in, because he can kill those with a crit. He can't kill the officer with the sword. With a crit, he'll always live, so it doesn't really matter if he is in it or not. But now that he's low, I just try to kill him off. It's not a big deal. It's not like I'm in danger of dying or anything. It just would have been marginally more convenient. But this fight is more or less the same as the first phase. Again, there's just one enemy that's a little bit stronger. And now we're going to do the same thing. It's going to be mostly just me setting up for the final, most difficult phase. That was a little bit of a pain point in the run. It's going to be the same deal. We're going to have Agate Wild Rage, get a CP back, make sure everyone's HP and EP are in a good spot. Just, you know, be as prepared as possible for what is to come. Another good thing about Wild Rage 2 that you don't really see in this run is when I'm grinding CP between fights, you'll notice a lot of the time I don't have everyone at 200 CP because 1, I think it's corny to do for literally every fight, and 2, it's a massive pain in the ass. But Agate, there's no reason not to pop into a random counter, have him Wild Rage, and then flee, so he always has CP. And here we have Sid. Sid sucks. Sid is such a piece of shit. So, kind of the same deal. One of the soldiers is replaced with a new stronger enemy, and this time it's a pain in the ass boss. He casts really strong spells, like max level spells that target the whole area. He does insane damage, he is lightning fast, and he can random us out really hard. Even though it sounded like I was complaining about him casting these high level spells, it is scary. It will chunk our party really hard. It might even outright one-shot squishier characters. But it is better if he's casting spells because it takes him a while to cast them because they are such high-level spells. So it gives us some time to kind of set up and respond, where he recovers pretty quickly from his physical attacks, and one of them even causes delay, which, if you get really unlucky, he can just kind of loop. So the more spells he casts, the better, especially once he's slowed. But the more spells he casts, the better, as strong as they are. We can also impede them. That's one of the few times in the game Olivier is using a craft, but the downside to impeding him is the next action he takes, there's a chance it's not a spell. The upside to impeding him is if he does start casting another spell, which he tends to like to cast spells. That is the thing he does the most, I say, is he just does a fake physical attack, but it's one of his less scary physical attacks. That wasn't that bad. But he does generally like to cast spells, I think, especially if our party is positioned far away from him. So I think generally impeding him is a good idea. I think it the times that it is beneficial vastly outweighs the small chance it might screw you over. And I think that's a big reason this fight went as smoothly as it did. We also want clock down on him at all times. Here, we get a little bit lucky that he chooses to cast a spell while we don't have him clocked down, and we're able to refresh it before he actually, you know, starts recovering from casting the spell. Would have been a little bit sketchier if he decided to walk up and smack us, but generally we want clock down as much as possible on him. Here we go. Here he decides to finally walk up and start wailing on us. He does get delayed more from his physical attacks than the cast, but he acts overall faster. Because the cast has two parts. There's the cast and then the delay after the cast. And because they're high level spells, the actual wind up of casting the spell is quite high. Flash Strike, that right there is the scary move. Thankfully we're Earth Guarded and we're kind of in a position where he's slowed down and we can keep refreshing the Earth Guard. So now it's not that bad, but if he decided to do that before we were Earth Guarded and before he had a speed down and just kept doing it, we would just lose the fight without really any way to interact. At this point, Agate does a lot of damage, and I believe we finish him off with spells right here before he even has a chance to cast. Yeah, we do. We also had Olivia's S-Craft if needed, and that is one of the hardest fights in the game done. Here we have a boss fight and a new party member, Tita. Tita's terrible. Tita fucking sucks. She's so bad, and she's locked in the party 3 times, and you have to use her 3 times, and it sucks. She has very little going for her. She has AoE physical attacks. Her stats are terrible, so they don't do any damage, but they do build a lot of CP if you hit multiple enemies. She's got a good late game S-Craft. It's almost as good as Dragon Dive, which is Agate's final S-Craft, which is funny. It might be as good, actually. And the only real benefit she has is an AoE blind. That craft is very good. I think it only comes into play once in this run, because I don't want to use her at all, and most of the fights she's forced in are immune to status effects, but when it's useful, it is very good. But other than that, she's borderline useless. She dies in 1 hit. She has no stats. She's like a joke character. Like, she's designed to not be good. So we start off with an S-Craft. You'll notice it does 0 damage. That's not because Tita is bad. That's because these sheep, while they're glowing, actually take no damage, and we do have to hit them to get them to go into phase 2. They're much scarier in phase 1 when it's a bunch of enemies attacking, so that's why we S-Craft right away to kind of pop that transformation. And we use Tita's because she's the least valuable. Now, you'll notice this boss, this is the sheep mech. This is a very famous fight in this game, I think. One of the more memorable fights in the game. Not because of any of the mechanics, literally just because the design is funny. This is a pretty trivial fight, even with kind of a brick of a character in Tita. We're going to handle it the same way we handled the Mokis, where we get Agate to be fast and then clock down the boss and just kind of delay it and never let it get its turn. We also take the time to boost Agate's strength with Estelle. I don't know if this is better than casting a spell, but Estelle's damage is really falling off at this point compared to Chapter 1, so I thought that it might be better for her to just make Agate do more damage than to actually try and, you know, chip away at his health. But once it's clocked down, it's really not that tough from here on out. It's pretty simple. We just keep pushing its turn back. I don't even know if this boss gets a chance to act like the Mokis. I don't remember. But it's pretty weak relative to how strong those enemies were at that point in the game. So it's really not that bad. This fight, just probably a little important to note, this fight's a bit trickier with Shara, even though she has Heaven's Kiss, and that's kind of like a delay. Not really, but it kind of is the same concept. Really good for action economy. It's a little bit trickier. It's going to get more turns off, whereas Agate kind of just stops it from doing anything. We also get a pummel on a sepith upturn again, which is really nice, and that pummel does a lot of damage because it's our only upgraded S-Craft. Mosquitoes. This fight is not that bad. If we get unlucky with turn order, it can be kind of a pain. So we just come in with 2 fully charged S-Crafts on Tita and Agate. That's our best way of doing AoE burst damage at this moment. Because even though Tita's bad, she does have more strength than Olivier. And then once we're down to just a single Mosquito, it's a lot less threatening. It's much easier to deal with. I S-Craft with Estelle here just to make sure it doesn't attack, because it will just heal all of its health back. Here we get our first fight in a chain of really, really annoying surprise encounters. Having the enemies act first on Nightmare is hell. That's really, really bad for us because they are so, so strong. This fight is really, really RNG, and we kind of just had to wait until we got a good turn order off the bat. This is kind of Tita's one fight to shine in that she can blind a couple of them and hopefully make them miss. It's still only a chance to miss, but it is something that adds to the reliability of the fight. We also have Agate gamble on getting seals with his S-Craft just to try and limit how many actions the enemies get. Even though this is Tita's best fight in the game, she's still arguably a liability here. We would much rather have Chloe instead of her, because Chloe's S-Craft also would keep us alive longer, and Chloe would survive more than one hit. Although Tita might get 2-shot here, and Chloe probably gets 2-shot too, but she'd be a bit more reliable at surviving after getting healed at least. But once we can stabilize the fight, it's not that bad. If Agate gets another turn off, he can hopefully get some of them killed with a second S-Craft and get the rest really low. We do want to keep one alive so we can revive our characters to make sure they get experience. I didn't have a rule that they all needed to be alive at the end of every encounter, but outside of sacking Annalise to a few fights in the prologue, and one fight later on actually, I think it's more in the spirit of the run to make sure everyone's alive at the end of every encounter. I know I said a chain of surprise encounters, but thankfully it's not quite a chain. We get one encounter in the middle that's regular, just normal fight. This monster extermination's not that bad. Agate gets a crit, wipes a lot of the trash mobs. You'll notice we have Chloe back instead of Olivier. The reason we were using Olivier in the past couple fights is because that side quest I mentioned earlier that we need to do encounters with him in a certain area. Those fights were the last couple we needed. So I did however many fights I needed to grind, that minus, what was it, 2? I actually had to reset and replay the entire chapter because I did too many fights, and I thought it was not in spirit of the run, although I forget if in the prologue I did too many fights to grind ingredients, because I know you're forced against 2 of the enemies in that chapter to get ingredients. Or sorry, not to get ingredients, but drop ingredients. I do get both the drops, so I think I just reset until I got those drops and didn't do the extra 2 fights of grinding. I hope that's what I did, but it really doesn't matter one way or the other. It doesn't have like a material impact on the run, besides, I guess, technically breaking the rules. But I'm pretty sure I didn't do any more fights than needed. I definitely didn't do any more fights than needed in this chapter. And now that Olivier's gone, we want Chloe back, even though she's a bit underleveled because he already started at a higher level, and we also had her miss out on a boss fight and another encounter after that boss fight. Her S-Craft is vital for the next fight, so we bring her along to this monster extermination anyway just to kind of get her some more levels. And going forward in the next couple chapters, we prefer her. Her line is worse, but her stats are better, and her S-Craft is actually useful. Here you'll notice Beatdown 2. I think Agate got that last fight. I don't know if I used it this fight already and didn't comment on it. I think I started with Final Break, but that is actually one of the best S-Crafts in the game. It's one of the strongest, highest base power S-Crafts in the whole game. And now, on to one of my favorite strats in the whole run, and one of the worst fights in a casual playthrough, but a fight that was actually not that bad in this playthrough. And that is Abyss Worms. So something that I already kind of missed it because it happens fast, but those first ads, we need them to not gang up on one of our characters that actually matters, not named Tita. But here you'll notice, when Chloe eats an Earthshaker, she immediately gets 100 CP. If she has an HP 2 quartz and exactly 217 defense, Earthshaker will always give her 100 CP, and she will also always live that Earthshaker. Which means if we can force them to Earthshaker, we can always just full heal right after, over and over again. That's also why we only come in with 100 CP to begin with for Chloe's first S-Craft. Because with 200 CP, that will give a defense buff, and she will take too little damage to get that guaranteed 100 CP. Thankfully, their regular attack, also same story, it will always build 100 CP, because it does even more damage. She might even die to a high roll on that, but I'm not certain. There's still a little bit of RNG. We can't guaranteed constantly AoE all of them, so we do kind of need them to cooperate a little bit and not super screw us over, but there's actually a lot of ways these enemies can be kind of nice to you RNG-wise, because they have very little movement. They have an attack called Lightning Fall that does just like chip damage, it's not very strong. So there's a lot of ways the Abyss Worms are actually not that bad, but when you have so many of them at the start, plus the really fast adds, this fight becomes super unreliable and borderline impossible on Nightmare if you don't do this cheese that I'm doing. I think you probably need to burn Zerum powders to get through it. That's how I did it the first time, and then the next fight soft-locked me without them, so I needed to go back and redo it. The way we actually kill the Abyss Worms is we mostly are using Agate's S-Craft, beat down 2. I talked about it a little bit in the last fight towards the end, but just to go into a little bit more detail, it is his first level 2 S-Craft, and it is the higher damage of his tier 2 S-Crafts, actually. The second one, Final Break 2, while overall probably more useful once we get it, does actually do slightly less damage. Beatdown 2 is outside of like the ultimate endgame S-Crafts that you get like in the final dungeon, the strongest S-Craft in the game. It has an insane amount of base power on it, and is going to be very, very useful, and is kind of going to make Agate just unrivaled in burst damage. He already was unrivaled in burst damage, but now even more so. We will still be using Final Break a lot in fights, especially just to clear out adds. It kind of makes it interesting because you have this choice between, do I want this thing to focus down and delete a boss's health bar, or do I want this AoE S-Craft, which is very shortly going to be very weak, as in like next chapter going to be very weak. But usually still enough to kill like the adds or the generic enemies that come with the bigger, scarier enemy. And there's a lot of fights where it's like, okay, which one do I want to set as my S-Break? There are some fights where we S-Break with one and then select the other when it's his turn, you know, later in the fight, or we use both. It's a cool little bit of decision making that is not that common for this series. Usually S-Crafts, as you learn them, are pretty linear. New ones stronger. But yeah, at this point the fight is stabilized. It's really not that bad. You'll notice that Tita has just been dying and getting rezzed over and over again, which I find very funny. It is a little bit annoying because it draws out the fight because we have to watch the death animation over and over again, but all she does in this fight, she's not useless, believe it or not. Obviously, we prefer any other character in the game, but she's not useless because sometimes she eats attacks from them, basically. She's one more thing that they can target for times we can't force them to Earthshaker. Here we use our first CP restoration item. I wanted to be conservative with these originally, but I realized that SC is a fuck you game, and so I started being more liberal with them and using them more often. These ones only heal 50 CP though, so they're not actually that spammable even if we wanted them to be. They just don't heal enough CP to be spammable. And I end up buying too many of them and using some of them just to heal CP out of fights, instead of going into random encounters to grind CP just because it's faster. The big ones are Zerum items. We need to dump them on certain fights to get through them. One of them is coming up after this fight. But there's also cooking items that we don't have to cook, by the way. We can buy these. We're not limited in these like the attack food. We can buy as many as we want from shops. Here we get into maybe the worst fight in the game. It's up there, Divine Penguin. This fight sucks. If you see strats online, it's probably S-crafting the trash mobs and trying to stabilize the fight. The little bit slower we are on Nightmare makes this basically impossible to do. It's so difficult to try and stabilize this fight normally, so instead we just spam S-Craft with Agate, we throw Zarin powders at it, and just have him keep going and going and going, and hope that the enemies are kind and don't one-shot the NPC or do something else that's impossible to recover from. But if we do manage to weather the storm, get through the first couple turns, kind of survive with like Chloe's S-Craft here. We get lucky, the NPC doesn't get targeted. If all the stars align, all that happens, then we have a chance to talk about our new party member, Zin. Zin's a little bit different from his FC self. He still has really high base stats, he's still got the self buff, he's still bulky, he's still got a terrible line, but he also has super good late game. His late game is insane, his crafts, the upgraded versions that he gets late into the game are nutso. He's like the highest damage character in the game, mostly because of a glitch with Thunder God Kick. It's banned because it's port specific. If it was in the PSP version 2, I'd allow it, but it's PC only. But essentially, whenever it catches multiple enemies in the AoE, it gains a hit for each enemy it catches. So if you have 3 enemies in the AoE, it hits 3 times, and it makes him the highest damage character in the late game. Even with the glitch not banned, I probably still wouldn't use him in the late game, because he takes a ton of hand-holding to get there. He suffers from the same problems Agate does. Right now, his stats are great, but his crafts are pretty low in power. So he kind of needs help to deal damage, and unlike Agate, he doesn't have the same utility. We bring Zin to this fight because, like I said, he joins overleveled with really good stats. Even with his low power crafts, he can still throw a food item, and he can still wait for a crit turn and try to S-craft the adds and at least weaken them, so they can be finished off later. Whenever the Divine Penguin teleports like that, that's really good for us. We also burn one of our proxy puppets here, one of our last ones. We use it on Chloe because if she gets hit early, we still need her to S-craft. She's also one of the more frail characters, more likely to die. We throw the rest of our remaining food items in this fight as well. We kind of just, any resource we have available, we take advantage of, because this fight is the last big gatekeeper. This is the floodgate moment of SC New Game Nightmare. There are harder fights. Well, I don't know if there are harder fights. There are still hard fights left is what I should say. There are still a lot of hard fights. The game is far from easy for the rest of the game. But this like bullshit RNG fucking barely scraping by each fight, it ends here. Divine Penguin is the last kind of brutal fight like that. And again, on low level, we kind of don't have a choice besides just use whatever we have left to try and make it through. Beatdown 2 and its really high damage output is another reason we need Agate over Shara in this run. We barely hang on, too. We have Zin slept, Estelle and Agate dead, and Chloe our only actionable character. Another thing that sucks about this fight is the NPC, the boss can just kill him turn 1. Most people will try and Earthguard him and try to keep him alive. I don't think it's worth it. It's like all RNG anyway, so you might as well just assume the boss is going to cooperate. That's what I do in a lot of these RNG heavy fights. I assume things are going to go my way and act as if they are going to go my way, because I mean, if I'm playing on the back foot, if I'm trying to play defensive and try to salvage things, then you know, it just gives the boss more time to do something stupid that makes me lose. Here we get everyone revived again though, and Agate on full health, which puts us in a position to Wild Rage and S-craft the boss again. Starting off Chapter 3, we have another Monster Extermination quest. This is going to be similar to the other encounters that we need to taunt our way through, but there's going to be a couple key differences, a lot of which is because of the arena that this fight takes place in. Another annoying thing about this fight is it's another Russian nesting doll fight that just summons enemies over and over again. SC loves these, and it's quite frankly the most annoying thing about the game. But anyway, these enemies are really scary. They do a lot of damage, and we can't really afford to take hits from all 4 every turn. They also cause confuse, which you see right here, which is very, very annoying. But if we taunt them with Estelle, which can miss, I think this is the first time a taunt misses in the run. If we taunt them with Estelle and position our characters just right, we can make it so only one of them is actually in range of hitting her in a given turn, and vastly reducing the heat that we take. Once we do that, and it does take a couple turns to set up, it's a little random, but Once we do that, then the rest of the fight gets a lot easier. Here, I think for a bit, we actually take no heat from them, but I believe once one of them dies, they shuffle around and then they get in range of being able to damage us. Unfortunately, they can still call allies even when taunted, just like the frogs in Chapter 2. It's honestly one of the more annoying monster exterminations in the whole game. We also have Estelle pop a CP restoration item just so we can guarantee she has enough resources to taunt. The nice thing is that the enemies they summon are pretty weak. They die in one spell. I believe they're 200% weak to every element in the game, so there's that going for us at least. Agate, you'll notice, is doing quite a bit of damage. We got a fire talisman in the last chapter, and these enemies are weak to fire, so physical attacks are generally quite strong whenever talismans work, and a lot of enemies in this game have at least some weakness to a given element, and anytime they do, talismans are a huge boon. The downside being, of course, we don't have access to all of them all the time. Another thing we can do here, the one enemy that's in range of targeting Estelle, we can just delay it. We can just delay it over and over again, and then she's not really in danger anymore. Here I decide to move Estelle. I try to get clever and see if I can be out of range of both. I end up putting myself in range of both instead, trying to be smart about things. So I just go back to my old setup and accept that she's always going to be in range of one enemy. Really, I had no reason to take that risk, but whatever. It didn't ruin the attempt, so. I probably could have gotten Chloe fire spells for this fight to speed things up, but I didn't really care that much. Another thing is you'll notice my characters run out of EP very quickly, and I have to throw a lot of EP restoration items. I have not been upgrading characters' lines except when I absolutely need to get quartz. Except for Estelle. She's the exception for a point later in Chapter 6. But basically, I don't want to spend sepith. I don't have to spend, because even though sepith is way, way less strict in this game compared to FC, you get a lot more of it. I didn't know how much I would need, and I do actually run pretty low towards the end of the game. I do need almost every bit of sepith I can get. So I think not upgrading lines, even though it meant having to chuck more items and spend more money on items to chuck, I think it was worth being very conservative with which slots I unlock, because, again, we cut it close in the end game. Here we have another monster extermination quest. We do the same thing in this one. We move all of our characters into a corner. I believe these enemies are immune to taunt, so we have to play it a little bit different. Thankfully, they have no ranged attacks, so even if they kill all of our party members, they can't get to Chloe, who is the character we have in the back. The reason we put Chloe in the back is because she has an S-craft that can revive people, so it just would take less revival items to get through. Also, these enemies are really bulky, so it's better for us to have beatdown 2 on Agate instead of the AoE from Final Break. We also don't bother reviving the characters that drop. It's much better for us to just spam spells. It would be too much of an effort to keep them alive. Although here's something that is funny. They knock Estelle out of range because They knock her back out of their range, and they're blocking each other, combined with Agate and Olivier's dead bodies, so they can't get to her, even though they, you know, almost killed her and stunned her, and she's on low health or whatever, which I thought was very funny. But yeah, this monster extermination's pretty simple. There's quite a few fights in the game that you can choose in this way. I think this is actually one of the last ones. Monster exterminations after chapter 3 either get a lot easier, or they're just not cheesable. Yawn again. This is another late night commentary recording session because I've been working so much. But I'm keeping in the yawns. They're not getting removed. I need something to fill the dead air anyway. I might as well have mistakes or yawns or whatever. Otherwise, it's just silence, and that's no fun. I think there should be commentary. It's just sometimes difficult to know exactly what to fill these kind of boring, repetitive fights with. Here we have another fight. This one's a story fight, though, not a side quest. And we have Zin in the party. We have to have Zin in the party for this point in the game. Actually, I don't know if we have to have him, but it's either... I forget if Tita's not available, but even if she was, we wouldn't use her. Anyway, this monster extermination is pretty simple. It's not a monster extermination. I don't know why I just said monster extermination. Like I said before, we're keeping the mistakes in. At the very least, it's something to fill dead air. It's a little bit more tricky without Agate, because Zin at this point is not super strong or caught up. He doesn't have a second S-craft yet. I'm yawning again. Very tired. But other than that, it's not dissimilar to the fights we've done before. This enemy is also weak to fire, so it makes it pretty easy to take down. Again, I think I probably could have put fire spells on Chloe instead of just keeping her set up the same, but whatever. I actually go to cast a spell with Zin here, and this is a mistake, and I kind of don't realize this. I kind of forget, but he has a Tiger Heart equipped. There's a trick that you can do to fish up Tiger Hearts early, and I don't mention this, but I grabbed one of them in Chapter 1 to make the boss of that chapter easier, and I grab, I think, 2 of them in Chapter 2 to make Divine Penguin possible. But I forgot he had it equipped, and it makes him do chip damage with spells, which is pretty funny. I think I end up doing it again anyway, because there's not really anything better for him to do. He's kind of filler after he throws his S-craft. Holy shit! I'm yawning like a motherfucker, dude. I need to wake up. Normally I just like record commentary in the early evening or in the afternoon on a weekend, but I've been working a lot of weekends, and I've been working a lot of longer hours and haven't really had time to kind of get into the whole video editing mindset until pretty late. So apologies for all the yawns. Here we have Shara and Annalise. We have a kind of surprise fight that happens towards the middle of Chapter 3 against 3 Spec Ops enemies that are the exact same as they are from FC. And we have Shara. Heaven's Kiss. That's what's good about her. I mean, I can talk about, oh, she's decent at casting, she's pretty bulky, blah, 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 blah. Heaven's Kiss is what makes her good, and she's amazing. Anyway, back to the fight. Yeah, we have Annalise again. She doesn't do much in this fight. She's going to hit one enemy, be about to die, and then S-craft, and that S-craft is going to do pretty low damage. But it is going to be a meaningful contribution, because it's enough for Shara to kill with this aerial. From here, the fight is a little bit RNG based. Basically, we need him to not spam delays or go too hard. I think we might even need a dodge or a low damage roll is what it was. I forget if there's a dodge earlier in the fight, but if we can hold on, if we can survive till we get a crit turn, then we can, finish him off with an S-craft. Here we have a monster chest. This one is pretty easy. I actually fuck up, and I'm not quick and don't S-break with agate fast enough. So one of the enemies is on full health, but it's not really a big deal. Another thing you'll notice is that Tita's back! Woo! Awesome! So exciting! Yeah, the game forced her into the party again, which sucks. It's never fun when the game forces her into the party. I would like to yawn again. Oh, that was a big one. Yeah, I wish I could stop yawning. I think I need to catch up on sleep. I think I have a bad habit of whenever I work late, I want to kind of get back my lost free time, so I end up staying up late until like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Which I know to you gamers out there, those aren't degen hours, but for me that's pretty late, so I should probably just go to bed at a reasonable time tonight. Anyway, that monster extermination's over. I'm barely talking about the game at this point. This fight's a little bit unique, and actually one of the funniest references in this game that I didn't realize until I did my FC challenge run. But in Trails in the Sky FC, in this location in the sewers, there's a random encounter on a thin bridge that you can't get past. Like, there's no way to navigate around it, and the aggro zone of the encounter is only on the bridge, so you can't lure it off and run around. Basically, you have to get into the fight. It's like a forced random encounter. You can just run, you don't have to kill it, but you're forced to engage with it. And the reward for it is a cloak quartz. It's the thing that lets you not get into encounters. This monster extermination is the exact same as the one from before, so I'm just going to keep this talking about the fun fact I was talking about before. But in SC, there is a forced mob fight with like a little cutscene and everything on the spot where the one unavoidable random encounter in FC is, and it's the only time this happens in FC. It's the only fight like this. So I think that's a pretty cool callback. I think that's a very, very clever reference that I'm surprised they even realized that there was that unavoidable fight, recognized it, and then referenced it in the sequel. So, you know, pretty cool. Here we have another monster extermination. We got some robots. I think the lore here is that they're from the final dungeon of FC. They're not that bad. If I was a little bit more prepared, I think I could have gotten Chaos Brand if I went and bought some more Mirage Quartz. But these enemies also confuse themselves, and it's not that hard without it. So I say, fuck it, whatever. I'll just do it without it and hope they confuse themselves. At least one of them does. Talk a little bit about Chaos Brand, the spell that carried the FC run on its back. Chaos Brand in this game is a lot worse for two reasons. The first is it's a lot harder to get. It's more expensive. It costs more Mirage sepith, and Mirage Quartz is generally not that good. The second reason is just a lot more things resist status effects in this game, especially Confuse. You're not in that situation where late game bosses, important late game story bosses, are still vulnerable to Chaos Brand. But it would still have some niche uses if I went for it. I think there's probably some fights that could be improved with it, but probably only marginally. I don't think it's one of the big improvement points of the run. I do think there's a lot to improve on this run in general, but I doubt anyone will ever do that. If they do, that'd be awesome. That'd be so cool if somebody made a better version of this run and showed me why I'm bad, but New Game Nightmare on low level is like super frustrating and difficult to get through because of just the time commitment, because of how many fights you have to reset and reset and reset for RNG. So I don't suspect someone ever does, but if they did, it would be cool. that'd be awesome. I'd love it. Here we have another ambush fight. Woo! On the bright side, Kevin's back in the party, and we're gonna have him for a little bit longer this time. Actually, I think it's the same amount of fights, but they're all actual fights, whereas before it was like a bunch of grind fights that didn't matter. And we're very, very much happy to have Kevin for those. these upcoming fights. Another nice thing about Kevin right now is, unlike the other times he joins the party, he's actually pretty over-leveled right now. He's quite strong. The only real strategy in this fight, besides get a little bit lucky, is make sure you have a proxy puppet on Estelle. They become viable at this point in the game. We stock up, but I don't end up needing as many as I thought I would. Most of them that I need, I end up burning in the short term. But yeah, once you have a proxy puppet on Estelle, this fight becomes a lot more reliable. Unfortunately, you can't put one on Kevin because he joins during this fight, basically. He's not in your party before the fight. So he is in a bit more danger of dying. He's bulkier than Estelle, but it's a little bit more likely for him to bite it. Now Shara has officially joined the main party, which is nice. For this entire sequence, we're not going to have any of our normal characters. They're all drugged and knocked out because of lore reasons. Another thing to note is a lot of shops become unavailable during this stage of the game, so you have to buy a lot of consumables prior to this segment. This makes this segment really difficult in a blind playthrough because your item supply is probably pretty drained, but when you know it's coming, I mean, you can just prep beforehand, and it makes it honestly not too bad. This is a segment that I was a little bit worried about going into the run, but ended up being actually quite easy. Another fight against Spec Ops. They can be annoying, it can be a little bit RNG heavy, but it's not that bad. Kevin and Shara are both so strong that regular enemies like these are not that threatening. Excuse me, I was taking a drink of water. And I've been one-shotting this commentary since the start of the chapter, and I'm probably going to one-shot the commentary for the whole chapter. Normally I do... I know I say one-shot a lot, but normally I do a couple takes. But this one, I just want to get the video out, man. It's been so long. It's been in the making for so long that at this point I'm going to have to accept more imperfections than usual. And, you know, the shit that I put out there is already riddled with those. But, you know, I want to be done. I want to be done with the project. I want it out there in the world. I want to show that it's possible. I mean, most people won't even watch this far in anyway. What are we in? Like an hour? 2 hours almost at this point? I have no idea how this video is going to be at the end. 6 hours, maybe. Spec Ops fight, again. This one has an extra enemy. It's a little bit more difficult because of that. Another thing that's annoying is we get right into the main boss of the chapter afterwards, so we have to, you know, prepare if we don't get another choice to, or chance, excuse me, to rearrange our equipment or whatever, so, or heal up, so we kind of have to prep mid-fight. Now, how I was talking about one-shotting this commentary no matter what, I lied to you. I just said some dumb shit. And by some dumb shit, I mean I didn't know what to talk about and I started stuttering like a moron. So, we're gonna two-shot it. Listen, I know I said I'm okay with taking dips in quality, but there's a difference between a low-quality video and like a dumpster-quality video. So, I don't really care about quality too much in the first place. A lot of these at least the challenge runs are the fighting game tech, is all for archival purposes more than anything. I just like finding cool shit in games that I like and posting it and being like, hey, this shit's cool. I don't really care if people watch or people think it's good or whatnot, but this is a really long video, and for the people that are interested in the run, I want something that's watchable, and I want something that is a little engaging. It's pretty boring. I get it. I watch my own videos back. The challenge runs are pretty boring. But I want something at least a little bit engaging for the people, like I said, the few people that are interested in these runs. I get like usually one comment per run that's like, hey, I actually watched this whole thing, and you know, it was really good, man, blah 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 blah, which, you know, I appreciate. But also, why the fuck are you wasting that much of your life? I don't know how long this video is going to be. It might be 6 hours. My guess is it's going to be 6 hours, but if I can make it shorter than that, I'll try. But, you know, I kind of like to show every fight in full, so I'm guessing 6 hour mark is what it's gonna hit. You know, I'm kind of liking this this just talking bullshit, just rambling. This is so much easier than trying to describe what's happening on screen when there's nothing interesting happening on screen. Not that there's nothing interesting. I mean, the fight is still not trivial, but it's, you know, there's not that much like interesting strategy. I guess we're spamming CP items on Kevin. That's something I should probably mention, just so he guaranteed has 200 CP Grail Sphere at the start of the next fight. But yeah, maybe going forward, I'll try to, in these long, kind of boring fights, I'll try to just talk about something that's vaguely related to the run, like just my thoughts on something that's part of the process. That way, at least I'm filling dead air, and it's better than silence, long gaps of silence, and you know. Onto the tank fight, one of the most infamous fights in the game, because on Nightmare, it scales really hard. It's not even that scary a fight, it just has so much fucking health. It has just too much health, too much defense. It's a pain in the ass. You also notice we have a new party member, Julia. We're gonna talk about her in a second when I find a good place to do the little editing thing to introduce her. It comes a little late in this fight because it takes a while for her to actually do something. Here we go, Julia. Julia's really good. She is over-leveled. She has good physical offense. One of her crafts is tied for the highest damage craft in the game. Got a pretty good line, but she's never around. She's around for 2 fights right now, and then bounces and does not rejoin until the final dungeon. In this fight, she's a little bit weird because her spell setup is just a fixed selection of spells rather than like a spell list that would form naturally from equipping quartz, and they're all really high level and not super useful because they're really high EP cost and don't do that much damage. But overall, she's a really good filler character. Definitely good to have around for the short time we have her now. And in the final dungeon, we don't end up using her, but she is not a bad pick there because she just comes back so strong and ready to go despite her flaws. Anyway, time to talk about our buddy the tank here. This fight is very simple. It is a slow enemy, and it can be debuffed to be even slower. It's actually not that slow, but it's slow enough that we usually have time to get off whatever defensive response we need. I buffed strength here just for Julia. I don't think it was worth it because she doesn't end up attacking that much. Mostly because I burnt all of her CP on an S-Craft early, so I think this is probably not worth doing. I probably should have just cast Dispel of Estelle, even though Estelle's not doing that much damage. Every little bit kind of helps with this fight. But anyway, this fight's not hard at this point. It's already stabilized. It's just really long. So I'm gonna do what I was just talking about last fight and just ramble. We're going into podcast time for this fight. I'm changing up the commentary style like a third of the way through the run. Alright, this is revolutionary. We're not consistent here at the Crow Idiot YouTube channel. I know most challenge runs, people tend to cut things up to be more interesting and to have like a story to tell, and really only show the parts that are exciting or important for context or what have you. But like I said, this stuff for me is more for like archival purposes for the most part, and I want to show every fight in full, even if they're sped up. Excuse me. I burped. I don't know if that picked up on my mic, but I want to show every fight in full. Just as like, I don't know, proof that I didn't cheat. I do it a little bit less this run. I cut out a lot of repetitive like ingredient grinding type encounters or like side quest encounters that are the same thing 40 million times in a row. But I like to show everything in full, even if it's bloated, even if it's not that fun to watch, because I want everything there. I want to show everything. Something else I want to talk about is just, I guess, my thoughts on SC as a game, because it's generally regarded as one of the best games in the series, but I've also heard some conflicting things about it. And by some conflicting things about it, I mean a certain individual that I talked to this series about that might watch this video in full, and if he does, he knows who he is, and I'm calling him out right now. But SC is a game that is very, very polarizing at times. I've talked a lot about the difficulty on Nightmare and how untested and poorly balanced it is. But even narratively and like pacing wise, like FC is a very slow game and it sure has its problems, but it's also a very deliberate game. SC has a lot of bloat, a lot of villain of the week bullshit that doesn't matter, and just a lot of shit that really doesn't need to be in the game. This is a pretty well-known fact, but the game FC and SC were originally meant to be one game. That's what I meant to say. But they kind of went through development hell and had to be split into two. So SC had to be extended to be the same length as FC, basically. It's actually a longer game than FC, but had to be extended, basically. And there's a lot of filler injected into the game because of that. Don't get me wrong, its high points are still incredibly high, and overall I do like it as a game more than FC, probably by a pretty big margin. But it is a game that it has flaws, and those flaws were even more noticeable when doing the challenge run. A lot of the downtime in FC was running around doing bullshit that doesn't matter, but again, all of that bullshit kind of had like purpose. I'm like, oh, this is a cool world building thing I didn't notice the first time. But SC, it's just like I'm skipping dialogue over and over again, and it's just constantly something comes up to slow the player down. Even though like the story is paced faster, like shit happens more often, from a gameplay perspective, just like random events, random things to slow the player down, they happen a lot more often, and it made me a little bit less motivated to play through. FC, I was kind of excited to get into and just grind out. This game, I'm like, do I have to do it today? I think I'm gonna hop on Rivals instead. I think I'm gonna go play some comp. I think I'm gonna go drop fucking 0-10 in a comp game and get called a bot, get called a brick. That's more fun than this challenge run. That's only half of a joke. I usually am not the reason we lose comp games, but I am a bot. I am in bot elo. So, you know. Anyway, my point is, SC is a game that I have mixed feelings on, and I think I've learned to like a little bit less after this run, just again because of all of the annoyances with how sluggish it is on a repeat playthrough. It's also a lot more fight dense than FC. FC has the annoying bouts of repetitive encounters, but the story fights are a little bit more spread out in that game. Here, they're way more frequent, which for a regular playthrough is better. That's like casually a much better thing to do, but here in a challenge run, it's like, oh, just another fucking bullshit, boring, whatever fight. The one great thing about SC, the one great piece of repetitiveness it eliminates is there's so many less monster chests. Monster chests in FC suck so much ass, and there's way less of them. There's like a reasonable amount of them per dungeon in this game. So one, it makes it feel more exciting when you find one and get whatever better loot is there. But also you don't have to have an FC final dungeon moment of doing like 20-something monster chests right at the end of the game, and they're all like the bulkiest, most slog of a fight ever. And it just sucks. That doesn't happen in this game, thankfully. But yeah, SC's a cool game. I think I like it more than FC, but it is less, I guess, unique, I suppose. I don't really know how to describe it. I don't really know how to fully explain my thoughts on the game, but overall I think it's an upgrade. I think it's a good game, despite its flaws. Don't play it on Nightmare though. If you play this game for the first time, play it on hard. As someone who almost always advocates for playing games on the highest difficulty on a blind playthrough, do not play this game on Nightmare on your first playthrough. Just play it on hard. It's not worth it. Trust me. If you're gonna listen to anybody about it, listen to me. Don't play this game on Nightmare on your first playthrough. Or do. It's not that hard. This run has made me realize Nightmare is not as hard as I thought it was. After the tank fight, we have a fight with Althea, back from FC. She's a kind of annoying fight because she comes with a lot of ads, and again, they're enemies that can delay and can be kind of annoying with randomness. She also wastes a lot of time by running around and setting mines constantly. But other than that, this fight's not too bad. If we can get through the first couple turns, then anything that goes bad, we can kind of bounce back from. It does mean that this fight's, like, never really stable. I know I've been using the word stabilize a lot. I'm also holding in a yawn right now. I've been yawning way too much during this segment. Okay, we're good. We're good. I think I've repressed it. Anyway, this means this fight is not that stable, but is otherwise not too bad. It's not as bad as the tank fight anyway. Especially once we start to kill the ads, the random enemies. Julia here, pretty useful for her burst damage. She does have an upgraded S-Craft. In endgame, it's actually not great. Kind of one of her big weaknesses is her S-Craft kind of sucks, but here it's really good. Does a lot of damage. Now we're down to just Althea, and I think she might do a couple things that are scary. She might kill a party member at some point, but the fight is more or less won at this point. We just gotta kind of get through it. So it's not too bad. It's funny because I'm looking at my recording and I'm saying, oh, it's almost over. Most of the fight is left. We're not even halfway through the fight, I don't think. I guess it's just because she's really bulky and takes a long time to kill, but here, yeah, that's exactly why we do chip damage to her. Much like the tank, she just scales a lot on Nightmare, I suppose. I guess I didn't really think of it much in the time, because this fight is still much shorter than the tank fight, but it is kind of a wall. Not a wall as in like a difficulty wall, a wall as in like a literal wall. We're back to silence. I'm noticing, now that I've commented on it, the worst thing I could have done in this commentary is keep in me commenting, excuse me, on the silence gaps. Because now whenever there is one, I notice it, and I feel the need to say something, and just talk bullshit like I'm doing right now. Whereas before, I would wait, and I would think, and I'd be like, oh, here's something that I should talk about, and then I talk about it. But now I feel the need to just speak into the void and say words, just spew out word soup. So it is filled with at least something. Although word soup might be a good thing here because there's not really anything left to talk about in the fight. The fight is I couldn't hold back the yawn. The fight is basically over. This is the worst section of commentary I've done in the whole game. Holy shit, dude. I am so fucking out of it right now. I'm not doing the next section tonight. I'm gonna have it wait for the weekend or whatever, or tomorrow. It is currently Thursday, February 13th. I kind of wanted to. I think another thing that I've been doing is I've been forcing myself to commentate and edit throughout the week when I haven't had much time, because I don't know if I'm gonna have much time on the weekend, because I don't know if I'm working the weekend and the holiday. Maybe I'm not sure yet. I have to check on that tomorrow. But yeah, I really want to get through it. I have a lot of shit that I want to do. I'm still slurping the slop that is Betrayal series, even though I haven't liked the game since 0. So I'll probably play Daybreak 2 at some point in the near future. I want to keep playing Rivals. That game's fun. I love China. I love Chinese slop. I love the Chinese government. I want to I want to get started on the third run eventually, the Trails of Sky third run. That's one of my favorite games of all time, and I think also is the most fun game gameplay-wise of the three. So I think that challenge run is going to be a treat. I think I'm going to be a lot more motivated for that one. I still haven't played the official translation of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I want to do that at some point. There's a lot of shit that I want to do. I just haven't because SC has consumed so much of my time. So, you know, I'm gonna be ecstatic when this video is finally done and out, even if it has some low points, as in all of Chapter 3. My commentary in all of Chapter 3 being a low point. The worst part is like, I've been trying to have some live commentary in these fights to like cut to and you know, have it be a little bit more dynamic. There is none of that in 3. There was like a couple of times I was in a Discord call, but nothing funny happened, and every other time I was just silent. There was like nothing to talk about because this chapter is so boring. Last fight of the chapter. This is technically a Chapter 4 fight, but I'm kind of grouping these post-chapter fights in with the rest of the chapter just because it's, you know, it aligns better in my brain that way. Something that's funny to note about this chapter is even though we're technically in Chapter 4, like the game is in a state of Chapter 4, Agate is still locked into the party as if it's Chapter 3. He is going to stay locked in the party until we actually leave Grancel, which is funny. This formation you see here of Chloe, Agate, and Shara, this is going to be our party for the next couple chapters. Thankfully, Chapter 4, the character that gets locked in the party for the whole chapter is Shara, which, you know, we want to use her anyway, so that's good. And Chapter 5, the character that gets locked in for most of it is Agate, who, again, we want to use anyway, so it works out. So this is kind of going to be our mid-game party. We're sort of out of the early game now and into the middle portions, and this is the group of characters we're gonna roll with. It's, in my opinion, by far the best party for this portion of the game. I think a lot of people will use Olivier over Agate once he becomes unlocked out of the party, but I think that's a silly idea. I don't think that's worth doing at all. Agate offers so many unique strengths that passing him up is kind of dumb, kind of stupid. I haven't talked about this fight at all, this monster extermination. It's actually a pain in the ass and really RNG heavy. It's one of the, not one of the worst fights in the run, but definitely one of the bad ones. Definitely one of the ones that stuck out as this fight sucked. So there's that to note. I probably should have mentioned that earlier and talked a little bit about why, but it's just another like pretty RNG heavy fight that we try to burst down. And kind of like Divine Penguin, I just kind of assume things are going to work out because that's better for reliability than trying to recover and die constantly. Starting off Chapter 4, we switch over perspective to Joshua. It's been a bit of the game before, you know, one of the main characters shows up, but now that he's finally here, we can talk about him. Joshua's insane in this game. He comes in ridiculously over-leveled. His line is like almost endgame ready out of the gate. It's a very good line in general, even if it wasn't upgraded. He's got multiple delays. He's got solid offensive stats. He's fast. He's got everything going for him. This is definitely one of his best appearances in the whole series, just because of how strong he joins compared to the rest of your characters. He doesn't fully join our party yet. That's not going to be until Chapter 6, but we do have him at least for a little bit in Chapter 4. He is not around that much. Like I said, he doesn't join permanently until Chapter 6. And once you get to Chapter 8, he quote-unquote falls off. It's more that he's in line with the rest of your characters, and Joshua, when he's in line with the rest of your characters, is still very good, just not insane and broken. But yeah, Joshua's a huge, huge help in this game. We don't mind at all when he's locked in. So we have a couple mob fights to do as Joshua. Although we only have access to Joshua, he is, like I mentioned previously, incredibly strong, and on top of this, we have a couple NPCs with us. I don't know why Gisette is an NPC during this segment. She is, spoiler alert, a playable character in the game that joins in the final chapter, but I don't know. I think they could have made her playable during this part anyway, just so she has a little bit more screen time as a full party member, but it doesn't really matter one way or the other. The NPCs are just kind of here to be meat shields, so the enemies don't focus down Joshua, and these fights are, you know, a little bit less RNG heavy. These are some of the most stable fights in the game thus far. They're kind of designed to be not difficult. Joshua also comes with a ton of high-level quartz. That's something I didn't mention earlier, which is very helpful for this point in the game, because again, it's stronger quartz than is expected to have. Here we have another mob fight. This mob fight is pretty similar to the last one, except there's a couple more enemies. So I'm not really gonna... There's nothing really to talk about specifically, but there is a third fight that I don't do. There's a fight, a one-on-one fight against Mueller. It is considered the hardest fight in the game generally, and on Nightmare, the strategy is to get yourself right before you level up. So you level up off of this fight, you fully heal, and then the stats you gain from leveling are enough to make the fight doable, basically. In theory, it's possible on low level. There is no reward for winning. There is no penalty for losing. Nothing changes whether you win or lose. It's not required for any quest. There's basically no point to do the fight. So I don't do the fight. This is the biggest improvement in the run. If somebody wants to take the time to RNG through Mueller on low level, then that would be the best way to improve this run, but I don't have enough time in the day to sit through that over and over again, watch the cutscene over and over again for something that has no material impact on the run. It's not a display of skill or clever strats. If I can do it, it's just luck. So I have no reason to do it. So it's the only fight in the run that does get skipped. Moving on to the rest of Chapter 4, the actual Chapter 4, so to speak. Sherry's going to be locked into the party for this entire chapter. This is a good thing. We're going to use her anyway, so it just means that we're free to customize our other two slots. First fight here is a monster chest. It's a little tricky to do right now. It's probably easier to do this after the monster exterminations, but it's really not that big of a deal. These enemies are a bit bulky, and like a lot of enemies in SC, have a tendency to summon more enemies. Again, Russian nesting doll bullshit, but it's not too bad. We now get Heaven's Kiss on a full party all the time, so action economy is a lot better and makes fights like these a lot easier, especially when you can consider that you can S-craft Agate, he gets to Wild Rage, and then S-craft immediately right after. Right, it makes cleaning up a lot of these enemies much easier. The reason we hard focus the Robber Trappers, even though they act much slower because they have to take time to cast spells, is because they have the option to summon other enemies, so we want them as dead. We want them dead as fast as possible, basically. Here we have another monster chest. This one's much easier. I was a little slow. I could have just killed them all with one S-craft from Agate, but I wasn't fast enough. The first enemy got a turn before I S-broke. It's fine. We just kill it right after. It's not like it's going to one-shot any of our party members anyway. Here we have a monster extermination. I almost said monster chest because I labeled the clip as a monster chest, but it's not one. This monster extermination isn't too bad. Like most monster exterminations this far, we start off by S-crafting the Agate to wipe the ads, and then from there we kind of get in a cycle of just stopping ourselves from dying and taking them down. I think here we're just gonna S-craft with Agate again and wipe them because they're pretty frail. They're not too bulky. More monster exterminations. There's a couple of them back to back at the start of the chapter here. These Yetis are a little bit more complicated than the last one just because they're not like a freebie. Also, I realized that the last fight, I think, is actually a monster chest. I'm going to correct myself here in live commentary instead of going back and re-recording. Mostly because I don't have that much time today to record commentary, so this is the correction there. The last one is a monster chest. I was incorrect. This is first monster extermination. Yeah, these enemies are pretty strong. They hit quite hard, and they can cause freeze if we get unlucky. So we do want to try and get an earth wall up. They're also very, very bulky, as you can notice that our weaker characters that aren't agate can't even really damage them physically. They are susceptible to delay. We don't really have the stats to fully delay them and just like stall them out, which is also why I don't bother getting max CP on agate. Like healing him and wild raging and whatnot. But it's enough to stagger their turns to finish off the fight. There, I think, is the only use of Heartbreak in the game. Estelle's Impede. I don't think I ever use it again after that. It's pretty rare that Impedes come in handy in this game. Longer range ones, like Agates or Olivier's, are a bit better, but melee Impedes like that are pretty rare to see use from. Another monster extermination. These are enemies from FC. They do the same thing. They use their absorb nutrients. They're actually both enemies from FC, funny enough. They were both previous, I think, a monster extermination for the plants and then a monster chest for the wisdoms. But here they're promoted to like full-on boss status, basically. Not particularly difficult. The enemies do start spread out, so we end up using Beatdown 2 instead, just so we can guaranteed pick off stragglers, because it's not like everything's grouped up for us to just final break twice and kill it all. Chloe's S-Craft also still very useful. While Kevin's Grail Sphere is a better panic option, obviously Kevin is not around for most of the game, so having Chloe's S-Craft there instead to keep us alive, defense buff, you know, put us in a spot where we're not getting one shot. It's really, really good. It's funny because Chloe's tier 2 S-Craft, which is the same thing but it heals more, never sees use. She gets benched before she learns it, because she learns it pretty damn late. So we only ever use the quote-unquote weak version, but even the weak version is quite good. The reason we want to use Chloe over Olivier during this part of the game, outside of the fact that she's just at this point much higher level, Olivier's fallen very far behind and we don't really want to catch him up, it's not worth it, is because of her S-Craft. Her S-Craft is very, very useful in Nightmare. Even though I have items to heal, like I'm allowed to have extra resources to heal, unlike FC, enemies are just so strong that the instant source of AoE healing is still very, very useful in a lot of fights. That Shadow Spear was, could have been really unlucky. If we got 1 in 5, it's 20% chance to insta-kill, then that probably would have been a reset, or at the very least it would have made me have to go grind CP on Shara again. Here we have the fight I was alluding to earlier about Tita being locked into the party again. This is also not the last time, funny enough. She gets one more fight we have to use her for, but here she's not that useful, unfortunately. We have only the girls available, both Zin and Agate, and Olivier. None of them are around for this fight. It's actually a whole story segment that we're only allowed to use the girls for, but I believe this is the only fight during the segment. These fog enemies are very evasive against physical attacks and resist everything that's not earth, so they can be a little bit tedious to kill. They also cause status effects. We'll fight these a couple times throughout the game, but this is the most annoying bunch of them by far, because our party is, you know, not at its strongest. Like, if we had Agate, we could just S-Craft and kill them, basically. They are pretty weak. They are as strong as, like, kind of just regular enemies, so at the very least they don't one-shot Tita, even though she's a bit under-leveled here. That's one kind of solace. There you can, you know, see the evasion in action. If you stack enough hit, you can probably hit them pretty reliably, but it's not really worth it when you don't have any good physical characters. here we have the fish. It's like the fish from FC, except there's 3 of them now. Exciting, I know. This monster extermination is not too bad. It is the trickiest of the bunch. We actually use Chloe's. I said I thought we don't ever use upgraded, her upgraded debuff, but we do use it here to help kill one of the fish faster. Because again, Agate with his S-Craft is going to be doing a lot of the damage early in the fight. For a lot of these, I know I said like spamming S-Craft with Agate isn't always that good, but for these early fights, or sorry, for these like weaker fights, it's good for him to just do a lot of burst damage early in the fight, because it just kills most of the enemies and leaves everything else low. This is another thing that makes him really good, right? A 4th caster wouldn't really be able to do that. And again, it's not like he's doing bad damage, it's just after he kind of blows his load at the start, he struggles to get turns after the fact. But here, we do something similar to Abyss Worms, where if Chloe is taking multiple hits, she kind of just gets enough for S-Craft, and we can stall out their nonsense, basically. Not as reliable, obviously, but this is also a much shorter fight that we don't need to get the exact numbers to make it perfectly reliable. Agate gets a lucky seal. Agate has seal on for basically the whole game, because he has 2 Firelock slots, and there's not many Fire Quartz in this game. There's basically only attack, seal, and ingenuity. So he doesn't really have many options. And seal is generally the best thing to slot in there until we get access to strikes later in the game. That was a little unclear. Strike is space quartz, not fire quartz, but it occupies the same, I guess, type as status quartz. So you can't equip seal and strike, and generally physical characters want strike once we can get it. At least strike 2 later in chapter 8. Strike 1's not nearly as good. It's actually kind of whatever. So, up until that point though, Fire Quartz, there's just not much good Fire Quartz, so that Steel Quartz that he starts with, puts in work for a while. And obviously we don't really care about his spell list that much. All we really care about is Clock Up and Clock Up EX, which he just gets from action and cast naturally. Horses! Like I said, a lot of monster exterminations in this chapter, kind of back to back. This is going to be the same story for the next chapter as well. Another big group of enemies. We have Agate try and chunk them. The darker colored horses, the darker gray horses, are much weaker, whereas the actual kind of monster extermination monsters are the lighter colored ones. These enemies have a couple status effects they can apply, which is pretty annoying, and they don't die quite as fast as some of the easier monster exterminations. They're less bulky than the fish, but they are, as you can see here, vulnerable to Petrify. So we can, with all the Earth spells we've been equipping, because a lot of things in this chapter are weak to Earth, we can also use that to disable the actual scary enemies in this fight. And everything else, again, kind of just dies to Agate with his S-Craft. Getting 2 of them petrified in one go is obviously very lucky, but we do have multiple chances to try if we don't get it right away. Moving on to the last fight of the chapter. This one's a bit of a tricky one. So we have some of these fog enemies from before, and now we also have 2 bosses. I'm not even going to try and pronounce their names. I don't even remember them. But the one in the back will constantly cast spells, specifically one big AoE spell. It doesn't hit too hard, but it does cause status effects. By status effects, I mean sleep. While the one that's moving around with the arms will punch for big physical damage and also cause confuse. The annoying thing about these 2 enemies is the physical one is only damaged by physical skills, and the magical one is only damaged by magic skills. So, and they're healed by whatever one they're not damaged by. So here we really want to bring Agate along because, he's our highest damage physical character. And obviously we want to bring Chloe along because she's our best caster at the moment, right? The other enemies that are here are really annoying. Unlike later fights, because, spoiler alert, this is not the last time we do this fight. This fight happens 3 separate times. Unlike later fights, where the ads kind of just get wiped by one agate S-Craft, we don't have Final Break 2 yet, so we can't kill them easily. Instead, we opt to kill them one at a time with beatdown. Once they're all dead, the fight's not that bad to stabilize, but until that point, it's kind of a pain in the ass. We also need to try and find places to sneak clock down onto the enemy, because we really, really want these enemies slowed. If they're acting as fast as possible, this fight is probably borderline impossible on low level. Clock down's sort of a necessity here. So yeah, we're gonna kind of just keep spamming beatdown with agate. Him dying here is not that big of a deal. He was on low health anyway. And we're able to finish off the remaining enemies, basically. Jerry getting confused is pretty unlucky. We're not in a position where we have a ton of status effect resistance accessories. And even if we did, usually if I don't have them equipped, it's because I need some other accessory that gives me some benefit, basically. Here we're in real rough shape. Chloe's S-Craft can revive. It doesn't revive with much health, but it is enough for us to not lose and get back on our feet. Thankfully here, Estelle's Earth Wall comes out slow enough that we can revive Agate, so he gets caught in it. We also get really lucky here. This is the luckiest get in the fight. The physical enemy decides to get rid of Shera's Earth Wall, where she was the only one that could just tank that spell. But now that we've got everyone revived, we've survived through the onslaught, we can start having Agate delay the physical enemy over and over again. We can also, I believe, block him up here as well. Maybe not yet. And while he's delayed and kind of out of commission, because he keeps getting his turn pushed back, we can focus on killing the magical fella. Maybe I don't bother blocking him up because I can just keep Heaven's Kissing him. But I thought I clocked him up at some point. I just popped my knuckle. I don't know if that came through on my microphone. If it did, it's staying in. Like every mistake, it's staying in. Here I debate on what I want to do, but I end up, I believe, throwing a CP item. No, I end up S-Crafting with Chloe and then Wild Raging. Throwing a CP item also would have worked. But I think my logic in the moment is I'm about to S-Craft soon with Chloe anyway, so I might as well do it here to get Agate the Wild Rage. But I don't think he needs S-Craft anytime soon, so again, just the regular CP restoration item would have worked too. Oh no, I finally clock him up. There's the clock up. Okay, I knew it came eventually. I'm not that crazy. I knew it came eventually. It was just a little late. These enemies also do have a chance to just like move and do nothing, which is obviously great whenever that happens. But now with Agate clocked up, and our party in decent shape, it's, you know, even more stable than it was before. We're pretty much set to win the fight at this point. It's just going to take a little bit. It is surprising, and I also debuff its defense. Wow, I used this crap way more than I thought. I debuff its defense just to make those delays do a bit more damage, so when it comes time to fully shift my focus, it's not as bad. But you would be surprised at how many bosses in this game are actually vulnerable to delay. It's gonna stop soon. There's not that many left in the game that are vulnerable to delay, but there's also still a lot of bosses left with like strong ads that are still vulnerable to delay. So delays are useful even in the final dungeon, which is pretty neat. Unfortunately, like every fucking enemy in SC, These enemies can summon more fucking enemies. Even watching it back, I'm malding, bro. I'm like seething watching it back. It is so unbelievably frustrating to have enemies summon other enemies on a random chance, especially difficult boss enemies like these. Thankfully, it's not something that is nearly as bad in FC or 3rd. It's mostly just an SC problem, but oh my god, it makes me see red. Thankfully, they only summoned one, so it's not the end of the world. It could have been a lot worse, but here I S-craft with Agate to just delete the ad that got summoned. I'm able to get everyone moving again with Heaven's Kiss anyway. Here I debate what to do with Estelle because she doesn't have EP to cast like Earthwall, and she's not the best physical attacker. I end up just healing Agate's health so he can S-craft again. It doesn't quite finish it off, so I have to add in Shara's as well. Daedalus Whip has okay base power on it in this game compared to FC. Now on to the hardest fight of the chapter, and it's not even a chapter or fight that's technically in chapter 4. This is technically a chapter 5 fight. Like before, I've been grouping the post-chapter monster exterminations into the prior chapter just because I think it makes more sense to do it that way. There are these Moki enemies from before. Now there's 3 of them, and they are a much higher level. This fight is a pain in the ass. This fight is very random. It's honestly one of the worst fights in the run, I think. I get pretty lucky here. It didn't take me too many attempts. But I think that this fight has a pretty high chance of just screwing you over, even with prep. The basic strategy here is to get one of them dead as fast as possible. We S-craft all of them, obviously, but because they restore health and there's 3 of them, we're not bursting them down fast enough with AoE, so we really just want to kill one of them. Something else to note is that Estelle got True Barrage from leveling up off of the last fight. It's also, again, this is also why we beat down too. But, Estelle got True Barrage. True Barrage is the same deal as True Pummel. It doesn't get as big of a bump in damage as other S-crafts, but it does give her lifesteal, which is a pretty bad and negligible effect. It's like 10%. It does like nothing. Even if she hits for like 2k, she heals like 200 health, which is nothing in this game. I don't know what they were thinking, but it still does more damage than her old S-craft, I guess. It's still an upgrade. You'll notice Shara also popped a Proxy Puppet. We can't really afford to have Proxy Puppets on everyone at all times, but when we have a free accessory slot, there's pretty much no reason not to use Proxy Puppets instead of anything else, because reviving is still a really, really strong effect, and I bought way too many of them. Money is no object in this game, kind of like FC, so I could afford enough for the rest of the game, basically. I do actually come low on funds quite a few times, but it's mostly because I buy too many revives or too many proxy puppets, like too many resources to try and keep myself alive, and I don't end up eating them all. Thankfully, with Chloe's debuff and a strength upturn, Agate does like mad damage and can kill these enemies from pretty high health. Once we kill one of them, honestly the fight becomes way more manageable. It's just when there's it's just when there's 3 that the fight is a total mess. But if we can get one of them killed reasonably quickly, it's not too bad to stabilize. And now that there's only one left, we can just start delaying it. We don't even have to go for burst damage anymore. Like the previous versions, they're not immune to stat down or delay. And here we start off Chapter 5 with ingredient grinding. Woo! Let's go! We have another quest to grind ingredients. Again, I think some of these we might have to grind more than one copy. Maybe not, actually. Maybe these all are just one copy. I forget. I don't remember which ingredient grinding quests are which, but I show as few as I have to, basically. One per ingredient. I think actually we have a lot of the ingredients already, maybe is what it is. I don't know. Whatever, these quests suck. Alright, so now on to monster chests. I run around and clean up some of the monster chests. I forget to do one of them and have to do it later, but I clean up some of them now. This one is a reference to FC. Obviously, we fought this enemy in this area in FC. Different added trash mobs this time. It's similar to the enemy that we fought in Chapter 2. Excuse me, in Chapter 3, sorry, in the Coliseum. So, kind of the same deal as back then, just with a slightly different lineup of characters. And by slightly different lineup, I mean a completely different lineup of characters, I'm pretty sure. No, Chloe was there. Chloe and Estelle were there. It was just Olivier and Zin instead of Cher and Agate. Here I try to finish them off when they're on like 1 HP with Estelle, but her strength is so bad, and Hurricane is like negative base power, so it doesn't work, which is funny. Here we have another monster chest. These enemies are a little bit spread out. You can see me kind of bouncing around, seeing what's the best group to target to do as much damage as possible. We can like wait and hope they move in such a way that we hit more. But for this fight, it's not really necessary like some of the earlier monster chests that we tackled, like extra underleveled. Better to just let it rip right away and not rely on the kind of unreliability when we don't have to. I try to only do that when we actually need to get through the fight. But yeah, thankfully this one's not too bad. The enemies in this chapter are going to be a lot less bulky than the previous chapter, thankfully. Chapter 5 is also going to be kind of the last chapter in the game where we really feel super underleveled. Mostly because of the fight at the end of the chapter. It gives like a comical amount of experience, and you'll see that when we get there, but even outside of that fight, because in theory we would start to fall behind in level again, bosses just start giving more and more experience at this point in the game. So we kind of aren't going to be as far behind as we were in previous chapters. Instead of being multiple levels behind, we're probably only going to be like 1 or 2, maybe 3. Here we have another monster extermination against these squid fellas. It's kind of the same deal as a lot of the other ones. There is a little bit of a difference for the Chapter 5 monster exterminations, in that for lore reasons, all of them will confuse themselves on a lot of their turns. This one's the most annoying of the bunch because these enemies are really bulky and they can stun us if they do get attacks off. But none of them are that bad because they tend to be vulnerable to status effects and they confuse themselves. A way you can make them go much faster is if you get Chaos Brand, and unlike before in the other fight against enemies that confuse themselves, here I really have no reason not to put Chaos Brand on. It just would have sped the fight up and made it a bit more reliable. These fights aren't difficult anyway. They're quite easy, but I could have made them go just a bit faster. But it's not so much of a misplay that I like really care to, you know, go back and re-record the fights or whatever. Especially since the only one it really matters for is this first one. Yeah, and once again, we use Chloe's debuff again. I just was completely talking out of my ass when I say we don't get much use out of it. We're not getting, like, insanely good value out of it, but it's like, you know, I'm still using it. Here we have the same deal as before. These enemies have a chance to confuse themselves. They're not immune to delay, as well as you can see there with Agate, Spiral Edging, all over that guy. Unfortunately, at this point, Spiral Edge is starting to fall off. This is a problem that Agate has. It's a problem that Zin has too, to an even greater extent, but Agate takes a long time to learn his upgraded crafts, and FC base power on crafts is just not enough to output a lot of damage. Agate's Spiral Edge, while still useful because it's a delay, is doing like the same damage as a regular attack essentially. And the same thing would also be true for Jin. Oh boy, the yawns are back. It's not late this time though. It's not late this time. It's only 6:13. Actually, I'm probably gonna record like this and then maybe one more fight and then go eat pizza. But I'm not that tired, so I don't know why I'm still yawning. Thankfully, this weekend, I so far have not been asked to come into work, so I've had some time to get a lot of the editing done, and I'm hoping to get the rest of the commentary done. Maybe not all tonight, because I think I'm going to go play Marvel Rivals in like a half hour with some friends, but hopefully over the course of today and tomorrow I can get all the commentary done, and then maybe render the video while I'm at work one day, when I don't have anything better to be doing on my personal computer. So, from when I'm recording this, which is the 16th, I think? 16th of February? Hopefully it won't be much longer. And if it is much longer, well, you can point to this part of the video and call me a moron. Once again, same deal. We have a monster extermination that's similar to another fight earlier in the game. Back in Chapter 2, in the caves, I believe. So, once again, they can just like damage themselves. It's not too scary when half of the time the boss just does a big chunk of its health and doesn't attack us. Here, even the ads can also just sleep on a given turn. They're technically not sleeping. It's just an animation. What they're actually doing is they're just buffing themselves. They're basically casting Forte. I don't know the exact number on it. I don't know if it's the same number as Forte, but it just makes the fight easier as they stall. These enemies can cast Coctus, which is technically a really high level spell, but, you know, it doesn't matter if we have Earth Wall up. And it's pretty unlikely that multiple cast it at the same time because, you know, again, they always have the chance to just hurt themselves. Here we have one more monster chest before the last dungeon of the chapter. It's the same as the one we did earlier. I alluded that I missed one. This is the one that I missed. For some reason, I don't come in with full CP on Agate. I guess I just got a little bit lazy. That happens a lot. Even though there's no rule against me grinding to 200 CP on every single character, every single fight, I just, I don't know. Like, it's not needed usually, and it's kind of a pain in the ass to get. I think there's some fights that are more reliable if I do it, obviously, but I think it's more in the spirit to not, and it's easier for me to not. Other than that, it goes pretty quick. We're a lot stronger now than we were for the monster chest early in the chapter, so these enemies don't really pose much of a threat at this point. And now, it's Ragnar time. This is one of the bosses of all time. This is another kind of infamous boss in this game. Well, I shouldn't say infamous, because it's not hard. Ragnar is not bad at all. Even though he chunked half my party turn 1 for a lot of damage, and even though Tita is forced into the party, the fight's not bad at all. The way I handle it is probably a little bit different than the way most people handle it. I think a lot of people just bring a good spellcaster and spam spells at him, but we're going to mostly be using Agate and Final Break 2 to take him down. I think that that's a little bit more efficient. I don't know if Chloe with her defense debuff would have been more effective than Shera for damage, but this fight we can kind of stall out infinitely, so it wouldn't necessarily be more reliable. And that's kind of all I really care about. That's not necessarily true. I also care about how fast I do the fight, but Shara, I'm going to be using more than Chloe in the late game, so I want her to get the levels from this fight now, because this fight gives you a huge power spike. Tita actually has things to do in this fight, despite being terrible, and that is throw items and cast Earth Wall on her base EP. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. We have our characters set up in a kind of odd way on purpose. We have them spread out just enough to not get wiped turn 1, but they are still laid out in such a way that Earth Wall can affect everyone. Another nice thing, if we're killing it with Agate like this, is Shara's Heaven's Kiss, obviously, is taking away his main downside, which is the high amounts of delay that he takes on. I think you could make an argument for Chloe here anyway. I just don't know how much the I think it's 30%. I don't know exactly. I just don't know how much the defense debuff really matters for DPS over Heaven's Kiss. You'll also notice we have some proxy puppets equipped to our characters just for when we can't get Earth Wall cycles off in time, usually because we have to stop and heal EP or whatever. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Chloe or Shara is better this fight. It's probably a marginal difference between them, if there is really a difference at all. But it's better for Shara to get the experience for later on in chapters 6 and 7. And Tita and Agate are both forced, so we only get to choose one character to bring. Other than that, this fight is more or less won. We just have to keep up the same pattern until it dies. It's a long one. It's one of the longest fights in the run, just because Ragnar is so over-leveled. Like, he's not over-leveled because we're under-leveled. He's just a very, very high-level boss, and you'll see exactly what I mean when we win. And also, he just has a shit ton of HP, a shit ton of defense. You'll notice strength buffed Agate with like beat down 2. Again, one of the strongest S-crafts in the whole game. Is only doing like 2k damage in S-craft. It's pretty unimpressive. And that's like by far the highest damage we're doing. Either way. Another nice thing about Ragnar is he is not fast. He is very slow even on Nightmare. It is not difficult to outspeed him. If you take the time to clock up your party, which I don't bother doing just because I don't think it's necessary, you can sometimes act like multiple times before he gets a turn, depending on how much you're optimizing your speed stat. I think that clock down is more than enough to just win the fight, but you know, potentially you can, especially if you grind sepith, so everyone has clock up EX, then obviously clock up EX is worth casting. But here I don't think it's really worth it on. I mean, maybe I should have cast on Shara as well, but here I don't think it's necessary on more than just Agate. I believe that counts as a spell. That pressure explosion attack, I believe that counts as a spell, and I think Ragnar, it's a Ragnar unique spell. I don't think there's anything else in the game that uses it. Usually uniques charge up moves like that have a C icon for craft, I think, but that one had an A icon, so I think it might be a completely unique spell just for this fight. We've been basically done with this fight for a long time now. It's just we have to whittle it down. There's not really much to talk about, and I keep repeating myself saying there's not much to talk about, but I'm just trying to find things to fill the dead air with. So I'm not too sure. With these long fights, I'm always not too sure how to commentate them because the strategy is exceedingly simple. The fight is not particularly difficult. It just lasts a very, very long time. But I'm looking at my timeline right now in Adobe Premiere, and I can see that it's over. And you can see that Tita gained max XP. 9,999. We're going to be sitting here having this tick down for a while, and this fight is on like over 300% speed, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, you get a lot of XP from this fight. That's why, like I said earlier, that's why I like bringing Shara, so she gets the XP from it, because Chloe is going to be not useful for much longer. Okay, so now we're cleaning up the post-Chapter 5 side quests. Again, I'm still listing this as Chapter 5 under the video. Here we have another reference to FC, just like the rest of the monster exterminations. Here we're fighting the enemy that we fought in FC, in the area that we fought it in FC, except now there's 3 of them and some ads instead of just 1 of them. We've got Chloe back in the party. Tita's no longer locked. I believe Agate is still locked for this part of the game, although I could be incorrect. Again, we'd want to bring him anyway, it doesn't really matter. As we fully get into Chapter 6, our party's going to change up quite a bit. Kevin's going to rejoin us, which is pretty helpful. But for now, we're going to stick with kind of the same squad we have been for the mid-game. This is actually the last kind of stint of this group of characters. We've got one more side quest after this with a couple easy mob fights, but this is actually the last time. Once we hit Chapter 6, Chapter 5 is, like I said, the last time you're going to see this combo of characters. These enemies can also apply Petrify, which you see happen to Agate. I'm not sure if they could do that in FC. I don't think they could. But it's not too big of a deal. They're not that threatening. We do get in a little bit of a hairy situation there. They could have bullied Agate and hit him again, but again, that was a 1 in 4 chance. It was fairly unlikely to happen. And then after that, Chloe builds the CP to S-Craft, so we're not really in any danger anymore. Even if someone gets petrified, we have more than enough resources to heal them and still thin the herd. Now we get on to what is very much an FC side quest, actually. It's a side quest where we go into an optional area, and we kill a bunch of the same random encounter over and over again. So this is super similar to a bunch of different quests in FC. And not in a good way. At the very least, they're a lot easier than the FC versions. These enemies drop very quickly before they have a chance to act. Ones in FC obviously put up a lot more resistance, so rare occurrence of SC actually being, you know, more forgiving and not as difficult as FC. Honestly, from this point out, we've kind of gotten through most of the brutal parts of the game. There are going to be some bad fights late into the game, and even a horrible fight, one of the worst fights in the game. I say that so many times, but there really is just that many bad fights in the game. But one of the worst fights in the game coming up next chapter, so don't worry, don't click off yet, there's still hell. Here we have the same fight again. I think some of them might have slightly different layouts of drones. Doesn't matter, they're all just gonna die before they get a chance to do anything anyway. These fights are also now truly Chloe's last stint in the party. Even though I said she's overrated, she did put in so much work in this run. So much work in this run, and it was probably... she might have been the character I was the most sad to bench, but there's really not much of a purpose that she served after this point. He's kind of, he's done her job. He doesn't do much after this. Her main draws are that she's a really strong caster, but usually we want characters with better utility than her, like Shara or Kevin, even though they're not as strong at casting. And then we want our last slot to be filled by a character who can soak up all of our physical resources and turn them into damage, basically. If this game had 3 customizable slots in your party instead of just 2 usually, there'd be a lot more of an argument to bring Chloe, but... Now we're on to Chapter 6, and another drone fight. Like I said, we've got Kevin back in the party. And if you think about it, Kevin is kind of just like a side grade to Chloe. Maybe not side grade, probably an upgrade. Basically, he does less damage, but he has a significantly better S-Craft. In the same way that Earthwall is a more useful spell than AoE healing, right? Anyway, mob fight, quick and easy, can be dangerous. I think I took a death on this fight just because they can fuck you over turn 1, but not hard. Alright, this fight, the only reason this fight is noteworthy is because I somehow lost the original clip of me doing this fight. So I had to go back and record it after I was already editing the video. My CP values will be slightly different in the next fight, but just know that that's because this is not actually the recording from in the run, but it's more or less exactly the same thing that happens. I think just different people get targeted or whatever. So my CP is different. Our dear friend Grant is back. We get to fight him again. This time, thankfully, not nearly as bad. In fact, he's quite an easy fight. We still have Beatdown 2 on because we don't have Final Break 2 unlocked. We get it soon-ish, I think. I forget when exactly, but it's not far off at this point. As far as Grant goes, he's a lot less scary now. He kind of just walks up and attacks you. And his stats are not nearly as ridiculous as they were in the prologue. We also have a lot more tools to, you know, deal damage, keep ourselves alive, etc. There's going to be a couple fights in this dungeon. A couple boss fights. And this is the least tricky, for sure. One upside to Chloe there is she would have killed the ads, I guess, but it's not like we'd be able to switch out Kevin for this part of the game. Anyway, he's locked in. This is the only kind of scary part about the fight. If he gets a double turn like that and decides to do 2 attacks on the same person, then they probably just die if they don't have an Earth Guard on. But other than that, there's really nothing to worry about. Karna time. Karna is annoying. She's not too bad, just like how Grant's a lot easier, but she does still keep her distance and run around and shoot. I'm about to yawn. Fuck, we purposely bait out Chalk Spider, or whatever. I think it's still called Chalk Spider in this fight, I forget. But we purposely bait out the impede turn 1. It doesn't impede us that much, and it doesn't do that much damage. It's not really that bad to get hit by. In the prologue, I didn't mention this at the time, but the way people normally do that fight is they grind quite a few levels so that it's more reliable to bait out those impedes and stall out the fight with tear bombs until your turn order goes the way you want it to. Obviously, we didn't do that there, but we take some of that concept for this fight in that we want to sometimes purposely try to get our spells impeded. In all of these fights, we're kind of hard focusing the main boss. It's better for Agate to do the burst damage to the main boss, and then when our spellcasters cast spells, they can just start with big AoE spells. Even though they don't hurt the main boss as much, it'll finish off the drones in just a couple hits because they're so frail. And that saves us having to potentially bring Final Break as our S-Break or waste all of Beatdown's damage on just like one drone. Once the drones are dead, there's not too much to worry about here. She is pretty fast and annoying. She might be able to cause us a little bit of trouble, like with that grenade that killed Agate, but it's nothing we can't recover from. Especially with Kevin and Shera, like this combination of characters is like, it's pretty hard to lose these fights that aren't like insanely difficult. Between Heaven's Kiss and Grail Sphere, you can pretty easily bounce back from character deaths. Here we have another monster chest. Same as the first one, except one of them doesn't run ahead this time, and they all just die in one hit. Next we have Annalise. Yep, not Kurt this time. We're fighting Annalise instead, and she is kind of annoying. She has, for some reason, the highest stats of the three. I know the reason. It's because she's the last fight of the three. So they all have higher stats as they go, but like lore-wise, it does not make sense for Annalise to be so much bulkier and so much stronger than Grant and Karna. But whatever. There's a couple things to note about this fight. She uses the same moveset that she has as a playable character, but it's not the exact same moveset. 8-Leaf Blitz is actually an elemental attack, which is pretty funny, whereas it's just a pure physical attack when she's a playable character. I forget what element it hits in, probably wind, but you never know. There's a lot of like magical damage, physical attacks in this game. Almost all of them are enemies skills. There's a lot of enemy skills that do elemental damage. I actually don't know if there's a single elemental damage physical skill on a player outside of using talismans. I know there's a magical craft that we'll see later in the game, but it's a pretty commonly unknown quirk, I think, because the game very rarely tells you. There's a couple times in third where it will tell you if an S-craft is elemental, but even then there's elemental attacks in third that the game doesn't tell you about, so, you know. I'm not really talking about the fight, that's because there's, again, not much to talk about. Annalise is not as bad as Karna, she's just a lot bulkier. So we kind of use the same pattern that we have been for the past couple chapters now. There I cast lightning. I don't know if I cast lightning because it's actually her best damage spell. It probably isn't. I think I was just seeing if she would be able to be sealed. I could have just like looked up what she resists beforehand if that's the case, but maybe it also is just that I don't have a great setup on Shara right now because my better quartz is on Estelle and Kevin, and it was her actually highest damage spell.
Seems you came up short.
I just beat up a small teenage girl, and I'm happy about that. Here we move on to a pretty bad fight. We're fighting 3 Joshua clones. We need to immediately Grail Sphere with Kevin to not die. Unfortunately, it is yet another surprise attack. Actually, it might not be a surprise attack. It might just be that they're Joshua, so they're really fast. I kind of forget, to be honest. I don't know. You, the viewer, can see if the surprise attack text was there. I don't feel like re-recording commentary because I missed if that was there or not. This fight is kind of a pain in the ass, though. We do just try to burst them down really fast because they really aren't that bulky. And the longer we keep them alive, the longer they can do annoying things like stack delays because they just have, you know, Joshua's moveset. Playing this offensively does give us the chance to die. It's also pretty risky, but no matter what, this fight's going to be risky, so might as well do the thing that ends it faster. here they kill 2 of our characters, and that's pretty tough to recover from. You can see that I bounce through my menus a lot here, and I end up just deciding I have to burn a Celestial Bomb. I might even burn 2. No, I just revive Kevin normally, but that's definitely a little bit of a pickle. The upside, though, is it does, even though I had to burn a Celestial Bomb, Agate does come back on full health, so he can immediately S-craft. And I think that might be what ends the fight here, because he now does have Final Break 2. It doesn't quite end it. Chara has to finish off the last one. We don't mind burning their CP here. For the rest of Chapter 6, we're not going to have access to our other characters, so... Okay, here's one of the worst fights in the game. I get insanely lucky. The strategy here would have been to Petrify Cloud at least 2 of them, I believe, and then knock out Meatballs 2 more, but I get lucky and get 3 Petrifies across 2 turns. So now I'm sitting here like, oh shit, what do? I guess I just use the Meatballs and then kill Gilbert. I'm going to explain that strategy a little bit more across the next couple fights, because there's a lot going on here even though the fight is short. Basically, we get 1 copy of that new attack item, and it guaranteed causes Faint. On top of this, we still have a Death Blow 2 quartz, which we've been sitting on for a while. We usually would have to burn both in that fight, and the idea would be you Petrify Breath, I think 1 or 2, and then you try to get at least 2 in the AoE of the food. You would then Death Blow the first one that gets hit, and then knock out the second one that gets hit, and now you only have to deal with 1 or 0 enemies and can kind of progress with the fight as normal. But I got really lucky with how they grouped up, so I still used the food item just to get rid of the Death Blow 2 and the food item, because I didn't want to conserve those resources through RNG. That's why I ended up throwing it anyway. But the fight went that smoothly because of RNG, basically. I didn't talk about the monster chest that we just did. Joshua killed everything. Joshua's back, by the way. He's here to stay now. And here is, I guess, effectively the boss of Chapter 6. It's not anywhere close to the hardest fight in the chapter, but it's this big helicopter. It's not too bad because we have Joshua to delay it, and also to cast big spells when he gets the chance. The enemy's also quite slow, so unless we get unlucky misses like that, it's usually doesn't get too many chances to take actions, and when it does, as you can see, sometimes it just decides to move instead. I probably could just exclusively cast spells to make this fight go faster, but it is more, even though it's slower if you delay, because Joshua is not the greatest physical attacker. He can be with a lot of investment, but with the level of investment we're giving him, we tend to put our physical resources not on him and tend to put a lot of magical resources on him instead. So his physical attacks do suffer a little bit. But yeah, this fight's quite easy. Joshua is able to just delay him over and over again. We do eventually run out of ways to delay. I have the idea to morale into S-Craft. I should have just done this earlier in the fight to make all of his delays stronger, because I don't even know if Joshua gets off another physical attack after getting moraled. But I had nothing else to do before I popped the S-Break, so... Estelle attacks and deals a whopping 1 damage there, which is pretty awesome. From here, now we're just waiting for Joshua to get 1 more turn to finish the fight. On to Chapter 7. Chapter 7 is like back-to-back dungeons with a lot of fights in them. For a lot of them, we're also going to have certain characters forced into the party. But for here, we only have Joshua and Estelle locked in. Joshua's going to be locked into the party for the rest of the game now. There's going to be like 1 fight he leaves for, but he's stuck with us for the rest of the game. But here we don't mind because he's so overpowered, at least in the short term. For this first tower, we are going to switch up our parties every single tower. Some because we're forced to, some because we just want to. And for this first tower, we bring Agate and Kevin. I think there's probably an argument to bring Shara instead, but I wanted Agate's delay for the upcoming boss fight. It's very useful there. This monster chest, I haven't really been talking about it. This enemy here is very similar to the Photon Judges in FC. It's not too bad though. And it literally is called Photon Judge. It's just green instead of like gray. It's not that bad though. The rest of the ads drop quick, and when there's only just the Photon Judge to deal with, it's not particularly difficult. Here we have the first of many Enforcer fights, Blue Blanc. A lot of these you're going to see Kevin start off with Grail Sphere just to keep us from dying. I still want to edge on one of the clowns, I think, probably. So despite my wording, what I mean there is I want to hiccups now. Great, I've gone from yawns to hiccups. What I want to do is have Agate stall out one enemy like he has in many other fights. This time one of those clown enemies. These clown enemies are really annoying. They do a lot of damage, they have a lot of effects they can apply, and they have a shit ton of health. You also notice that Blue Blanc makes clones. We just clock down him before he makes clones, and we can always tell which one he is. And we want his clones alive. We want to wait to target him, because his clones take turns, but they never do anything. They just teleport around and go, ha 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 ha. And every turn that happens, Kevin's CP increases because he has a Gladiator belt, and that charges up his next S-Craft. So the clones are helpful for us early on. We also mainly want to focus down the clowns because although Blue Blanc can summon more, I believe he only ever summons one clown, and he himself up still. Hold on, I'm so behind on setup. This is bad. Okay, we can start edging though. Woo! Any edgers? Who up edging they clown? Eat this! They have lower art defense, right? So it might be better to go big or go home with these guys. It might be better to cast strongest. Oh my fucking god, this fat prick. I was a little unhappy there. I also just cut myself off because I didn't see that I was about to swap to live commentary. But what I was saying before is something about the clowns that I don't remember now. You know, this is like borderline commentary I would cut. Like, that's pretty bad. But I also think it would be really funny to keep one dog shit commentary take, like even more so than my usual ones, over 3 hours into the video. I think that's hilarious, so I'm gonna keep it in. Because it's really funny to me. They want Kevin's priestly penis right now with how much they're fucking hopping on it, dude. Again, I got a couple unlucky things happen to me in this fight, which is why you can hear me mauling a little bit as I'm playing. It's pretty bad when one character gets hard focused in a fight like this, and Kevin is maybe the worst character to get hard focused, because if he dies, his S-Craft being reset is a lot more impactful than other characters' S-Craft being reset, because, you know, he's got the best one in the game. From here on out, though, while the fight is not stabilized, the strategy is pretty straightforward. We focus down the clowns first, just to get them out of there. Even though he's going to summon another one, it's easier to deal with Blue Blanc and a clown than Blue Blanc and 3 clowns, which is why we target the clowns over him. Blue Blanc is actually pretty scary himself. He has a lot of strong AoE attacks. Thankfully his S-Craft, which he'll use eventually, is only single target, but all of his regular attacks are high damage in AoE, and the fact that his ads are also high damage in AoE means it can be difficult to reliably get Earth Wall cycles, you know, kind of perfect to always block damage. We have Kevin's S-Craft to help fill the gaps, but there's certainly times we're going to have to take hits, and sometimes we might even have to get a little bit lucky, although this fight is overall quite reliable. There's an argument to bring Shara instead and have Joshua delay the clowns. I don't like doing that in this first fight, at least not the Joshua delaying the clowns part. I don't bring Cher to either fight, but I think there's a lot more validity to that strategy in this basically same fight but harder later in the game. This is the easier of the two Blue Blanc fights by a good deal. Although it is one of the hardest fights in the chapter, it's not the worst one. There's one that's worse, but this fight is a little bit of a gatekeeper for this chapter for sure. It's not too bad after Blue Blanc's done for. You'll notice this fight takes so long that Blue Blanc's clones despawn. I didn't even realize that was a mechanic. I didn't know that could happen until this challenge run, because normally you would hit him at least once before, you know, however many turns it's been. But once the clowns are done, we can start moving our focus completely to Blue Blanc. Even when he summons another clown, we can just have Agate start stalling out that clown and still focus on killing Blue Blanc. Again, he's the scariest enemy by a long shot. You'll notice that Blue Blanc is very bulky. He is a super tanky boss. He's got a ton of HP and defense. So, and art defense as well. So it's going to take a while to take him down. The only characters that really do meaningful damage are Agate with an S-Craft and Joshua, because he's 8 million levels ahead of everyone else. You'll notice that Joshua's doing over double Kevin's damage with his spells, and while Kevin's not the greatest caster in the game, he's like an above average caster damage-wise, so that just goes to show how annoying these bosses are, and also just how strong Joshua is for this portion of the game. At this point, though, there's not too much scary left in the fight. Again, once we get those first two clowns down, the rest of the fight is very reliable. It's just a matter of Joshua slowly chipping away at his ginormous health pool. It also sucks that from this point onward, he's not going to have help from Agate and his S-Crafts. Speaking of S-Crafts, we have Blue Blancs here. It's not scary because it's really only single target. It does do a lot of damage if we let it hit us with an earth wall, but we're not too worried about that. You notice Estelle doing even less damage than Kevin. And I think she might have the Duende Slippers equipped still. I forget when I switched those over for speed boosting gear, but there are these female boots that give 100 arts, which is an insane amount. They don't give speed like a lot of other female boots do, so they're not always the best choice, but we do use them sometimes because sometimes we need the raw damage more than speed, although most times we need speed more. Just depends. Here, the speed debuff actually wore off, and I was not sure which one it was. I found out another funny thing. Because food can't miss, you can actually damage Blue Blanc's clones. Normally they just have 100% evasion. But you can throw food at them, and they will take a shit ton of damage because they have no stats. I just cast a Titanic Roar to find out which one he is. I don't know if there's a way to track him without debuffing him, but It didn't really matter. It also it has the upside of also damaging the clown a little bit too. And then we can dump S-Crafts to kill Blue Blanc, and from here on out, it's just the clown left, which Agate has done an excellent job at preventing from moving ever. I don't even bother healing with Estelle, like giving yourself EP or something, because the clown's going to be dead without needing an extra spell from her anyway. For this next segment, this next portion of the tower, we have Zin. He's forced into the party. This is the last time he's going to be forced into the party. This is the last time we're going to see him. Zin is a little bit far behind at this point. He's going to be pretty useless in these monster chests, but he'll catch up. He won't fully catch up, but he'll catch up enough to be able to contribute before the boss. These fights are actually some of my biggest room for improvement, and I know exactly what that improvement is. It's casting Chaos Brand on the axe-wielding enemies. These enemies have ranged attacks that hit twice that basically insta-kill characters. They're incredibly strong, but they are vulnerable to confuse, which I find out in the next fight and take advantage of in the next fight, but I still don't even use Chaos Brand to do it. So, if I wanted to make this run a little bit better, something that would change is using Chaos Brand in these fights. They're not too bad if you get lucky with another status effect like Petrify there, and they're not too brutal with who they target. It's not like this fight's hard to get through. I don't know how many resets it took me. Not many. Like one maybe. We also see a chain attack here. Pretty rare, but sometimes you need a character to utilize another character's strength stat. I don't know if that yawn caught on mic, but I tried to lean away and not yawn on the microphone this time. Although it defeats the purpose if I say I just yawned and kept it quiet. Here we go, next monster chest, kind of the same deal, except now Zin is a lot bulkier. He got almost 2,000 health from that set of levels, which is pretty funny. Here, I decide to see if they're vulnerable to confuse, and I smite with Zin, and they are indeed vulnerable to confuse, and here's where I realize, wow, I should have just equipped Chaos Brand for these two fights instead. But also at the same time, I ended up getting a use off of the confuse part of Smite, which I was not expecting to have happen in SC, but here we are. Just as these enemies are really threatening when they attack us, they are also really threatening when they attack the other enemies, so confusing them is a very, very fast way to victory. Sometimes they can still choose to not act, such as right there, but sometimes the breaks can happen sometimes. Moving on to the next fight, Walter. Walter's a little bit of a pain in the ass, although here he's not as bad as Blue Blanc. We're stuck with Zin in the party, which is not a great thing. He's going to buff himself turn 1, and his stats there will kind of be in a line, at least enough to contribute. He also is accompanied by these Blade Cougars. They're not as strong as the Clowns, they're not nearly as annoying, but there are 3 of them, and we do still have to kind of prioritize them and take them out first. We also don't get to just stall one out infinitely because we don't have Agate, we only have Joshua. And again, at this point in the game, we don't love having Joshua delay because he's our strongest caster by kind of a lot. Walter, whenever he chooses to do what he just did there and just walk up and attack normally, is ideal for us. He only hits one target and he delays himself a ton. Walter's crafts have like pretty low delay compared to most bosses, so he usually will act very quickly afterwards. But for some reason, when he attacks normally, I don't know why it's for some reason is that he has the regular attack delay, which is a lot. So we will usually have time to get off an entire round of actions whenever he decides to do that. Once we have Walter on his own, this fight's not that bad, but since we don't have anyone to nuke the Cougars, because once again, we can't bring Agate. We can bring Agate, it's just we want Kevin more in this fight. We kind of need to be able to stall out with his S-Craft, especially with the kind of brick that we're carrying around that is Zin. This is the other thing that Walter can do, where he can buff himself, giving him speed and agility. Agility, that's evasion, if you remember from FC. Speed, obviously we don't like that he buffs his own speed. This, as you can see, makes it so whenever he attacks, does crafts, whatever, he's going to start acting faster, and we're usually not going to get all 4 characters' actions off. Generally, we're fast enough to now start keeping in line with boss's speed, especially if we have clock up EX on, and the boss clock down, but unfortunately, our dear friend Walter here says, no, I don't like that. Here we burn 2 single target S-Crafts to kill 1 Cougar. This is 100% worth doing. Even though Estelle and Joshua are going to be a little bit delayed, we just really, really want these ads gone, because as soon as they aren't popping our earth walls, this fight becomes a lot more stable. He gets another turn right away. Alright, we die here, I think. Wait, hold on. If the Cougar gives up its turn, and Walter goes for Zin, that sucks, but it's not game over. No. So there we got very unlucky into being very lucky. That was a little bit of a roller coaster of emotions. The Cougar missing is obviously very good, and Walter choosing to just target one person. He could have easily S-crafted and then walked up and AoE everyone and killed him. Well, I guess he, not Zin, but been slow and probably would have died before he got his next turn. Anyway. We do have to refresh clock up whenever a proxy puppet pops or we revive a character, so it's not ideal that that happened, but it's really not the end of the world, all things considered. You'll also notice that that laser bullet skill lowers strength. It's not that bad in this fight, but it's really, really tough to deal with in the second fight against Walter later in the game, where we're relying on physical offense a lot more. But here we're pretty much exclusively casting spells outside of Zin, and even if Zin no longer can contribute, that's really not the end of the world, so thankfully what is one of his normally scariest moves, it's not that bad here. Here I have to choose between clocking him down and putting up Earth Wall. The better option is to clock him down because we can always just use Kevin's S-Craft for Earth Wall, and even So, we wouldn't want him to take like 2 turns back to back and just blow up the earth wall and hit us anyway, right? So if we're going to take the hit no matter what, it's better to clock down and guarantee the clock down. Speaking of crit turns, let's see how much Zin does, alright? Let's see. Maximum Zin. You know? Higher than I expected. It's higher than I expected for underleveled Zin. Yeah, if he was on level, that crit smite would have done a lot of damage. Or if Agate, you know, crits with a Spiral Edge 2, those types of crafts do end up doing a lot of damage, but he's just so far behind, even with the extra catch-up from the monster chest. Let's go, Zin. That crit smite did about as much as the punches thrown in Paul versus Tyson. So true. Should we let him finish it? Let's let Zin finish it off, because this might be the last fight he's in the entire game. Let's let him finish it. It's lore accurate after all, right? Let's go.
Damn it. Savor the victory. We earned it.
You know what? Yes, we did, Zin. We did earn it. And that is indeed the last time we're going to see Zin in the party. We don't really take advantage of him in late game. So, you know, thanks for the help, bud. Now we move on to the 3rd dungeon in Chapter 7, and you'll notice, no Kevin. We're back to my favorite little dynamic duo of Shara and Agate. So Shara is forced for this part of the game, just like Zin was in the last part. This isn't really a big deal for us. She's really good anyway, and she's not that far behind because we've been using her pretty liberally. However, we don't have Kevin, we have Agate instead. Now, I have a couple reasons for this. The first one, there's a lot of mob fights. We're about to do a lot of back-to-back mob fights, and I kind of just didn't want to do the slow stall-out strats of Kevin and Shara. I just kind of wanted to kill them. And Agate, again, king of burst damage in this game. He's great for mob fights. The second is that the boss that we're fighting isn't that threatening that we need Grail Sphere. She's the most frail of the 4 bosses, and also the ad she's accompanied by, it is of great benefit to us to have a character that does a lot of physical damage. So we can kind of get by without Earthwall, or not Earthwall, excuse me, without Grail Sphere, especially while we have Heaven's Kiss. This monster chest, which I haven't really talked about yet, it's kind of annoying because the enemies start spread out, and once again, like every fucking enemy in SC, they summon more enemies, and it's so infuriating. They also resist delay. You can see me testing out things mid-attempt. If I'm ever testing stuff like, can they be hit by a status effect mid-attempt, this is probably my first attempt in the fight, and I just didn't like want to go back and re-record a better attempt because the fight's obnoxious. But yeah, no, it's, but the whole game, there's going to just be the enemies that summon more enemies, and it's awesome. Not infuriating at all. Here we have another group of enemies. These ones are going to drop pretty quick. We also want to drop them pretty quick because they have the high damage self-destruct, the big explosion self-destruct. So that's another really good reason to bring Agate, is he can just insta-kill them before they get a chance to move. Whereas things would get a little bit more complicated if we were playing the fight slower. Here we move on to the same fight from before. Again, another monster chest. Thankfully, we get lucky with a crit turn, so we can immediately kill some of the enemies, specifically the ones that summon more, so this one is going to be a bit shorter, but it's still kind of an annoying fight. Here we have another fight. This one's not a monster chest, this is a forced fight, and I believe it's the last fight before the boss of this area. Once again, here the enemies are unfortunately spread out, so we can't immediately nuke them like before. We move Agate out of the way just so he's not completely overlapped by every spell. These enemies do cast Diamond Dust, which is pretty scary because it can freeze. And freeze is a pretty scary thing to be affected by. I just used the word scary twice in one sentence. Pretty threatening thing to be affected by, pretty annoying thing to be affected by, dangerous. I can use so many other words besides scary twice, but you know? Listen, my mind is numb at this point. I've done so many hours of commentary, and it's something that I don't like doing, and it's something that I'm not very good at. I should like practice before the third. I should like get good at doing commentary, but for SC, you're getting junk. I'm not tired this time, at least. It's only 10:50 in the morning on the holiday. Again, still haven't been asked to come into work, so hopefully that keeps up. But at the very least, I should be able to get hopefully a couple hours done now. Here we have the fight against Lucy. One good thing about bringing Agate is we can immediately kill the two Alrune, I don't know how to say it, the two ads. And from here we have the same boss fight from Chapter 4, except now there's also an enforcer accompanying them. Thankfully though, this fight is actually not too bad. It's quite easy. It's definitely the easiest of the boss fights in this chapter. I fuck up a lot, and I get really unlucky. So this fight is longer and closer than it needs to be. But we'll get to that later as you know, as the mistakes happen. This enemy still causes confusion. We can't really afford to have Agate not we can't really afford to have Agate equipped with status resisting accessories. We kind of just hope he doesn't get targeted, but then he gets targeted anyway. We could also use Estelle and Joshua to help kind of burst down this enemy a little bit more. We have Shera, so it's not like we're going to have to deal with the delay from the S-Craft. That's the first mistake. I target the wrong enemy with Agate. I meant to target the physical enemy, the enemy that's weak to physical. I shouldn't say weak, but just doesn't absorb it. But I accidentally, I don't know if I bump left on my pad or what, but I target the wrong enemies. This is something that immediately becomes a problem because now this enemy is still alive and I need it to not be. But either way, after we dump CP on Estelle and Joshua, we pivot over to them kind of trying to kill the other enemy magically. I'm gonna queue this up now. We literally need him to attack anyone but Agate. Unironically. We are good to win this fight if he doesn't attack Agate. What do you mean, bro? How am I losing the 1 in 4 every time? How am I losing the 1 in 4 every single fucking time? It's not that complicated. I need him to punch anyone else. Anyone else. All right, I'm gonna reset the fight. No, I can recover. Can I recover? Yes, I can recover this. I can recover this. I can recover this indeed, as this is the attempt that you're seeing in the final video, but I was furious. I ranted for a while, and I sped up part of the rant in the middle there, because I was furious. We got really unlucky with this guy constantly targeting Agate. In my attempts prior to this one, we got unlucky with this guy constantly targeting Agate. It was just, it was a mess. Eventually, though, we do get off another S-Craft, and we manage to take him down. And from here, the fight is pretty simple. I don't think anything crazy happens after, you know, the back-to-back antics in the middle of the fight. This storm works the same way it does in the previous fight. It causes sleep, so we'd rather not get hit by it, but if we do, at the very least, it doesn't do too much damage. Lucy is also pretty weak. She's not too hard to take down, and she doesn't do as much damage as the other enforcers, so we don't really care about leaving her alive. Yeah, here she only does 3k. That only 2 shots Estelle, I think, and everyone else, I believe, will survive 2, maybe even 3 hits on full health. So, yeah, she's really not scary. She clocks my up till I EX, so true. Actually, so true. Here we put Forte on Agate to speed up killing Lucy, because he's also going to kind of be our main offense there, at least right away, because Estelle and Joshua had to pivot to finishing off the other enemy, upping Earthguard again, that kind of stuff. It also makes him hit really hard in a crit there. You know, doing over 5k damage is really impressive. Here we can just Dark Matter and S-Craft and finish off the fight. Here, another monster chest. For the final part of this chapter, we have switched over to our initial group of Agate and Kevin. There is an argument for Shara for these upcoming fights instead of Agate. We don't need his physical offense or his delay, really, which is the reason we've been bringing him. But I do think his burst damage is probably more useful than Heaven's Kiss. Moving on to Ren. This is the worst fight in the chapter. Here we are surprised again, and there's a lot of really scary adds. They're a lot bulkier than drones we've fought before, and our best option to deal with them is Joshua, because he has the only S-Craft right now that can hit everything. Unfortunately, it's still his tier 1 S-Craft, and it doesn't hit that hard, so we stack as much strength on him as possible, Tiger Hearts, Attack Quartz, whatever, and we funnel resources into him. We funnel, you know, Zerims into him. We funnel everything we can into him to make him as strong as possible for him to deal with these enemies. On top of this, we have to deal with Ren herself. She is very annoying. All of her attacks can cause death blow, including her S-Craft, which doesn't even have a chance of missing. And she is very fast and oftentimes gets multiple turns in a row. So after we kind of burn a ton of resources for Joshua to be able to kill the ads, at this point, it's going to be just constantly us kind of recovering from the fight to try and get ourselves into a spot where we can take her down. This is one of the worst fights in the game, and one of the fights that we are the most affected by being underleveled on, even though we're barely underleveled at this point in the game. There were some fights where we were very underleveled for, where the strategy is more or less the same as a regular playthrough. But like Divine Penguin, really the only feasible way of us getting through this with any semblance of reliability is just chuck Zerum items and spam S-Craft. Our characters are really spread out at this point. The downside is we can't kind of group up and heal and Earthguard everyone at the same time, but the upside is we actually don't get hit by AoE death blow effects. Obviously, the more things that are getting hit by something that can death blow, the more likely it is to trigger at least once. Kevin is actually not great at this point in the fight. He was really good on the first turn. We needed him for Grail Sphere. He's probably necessary for this fight. But at this point, he kind of just keeps dying over and over again, and we need to, struggle to keep him alive a little bit. I think every character except Joshua dies at least once in this fight. Or has actually already died at least once in this fight. Thankfully, even though the next fight happens without a chance to prep, like get in the menu or whatever, or heal, it's not too bad. It's actually pretty easy compared to this fight. It's actually very easy compared to this fight, and overall not a difficult fight in the slightest. We do get kind of jump scared a little bit, and you'll see what I mean when it happens, but overall it's not too bad. It's really just this first fight against Ren that sucks. So yeah, Joshua gets one-tapped. I was very shocked about this in the moment. I thought he would have at least survived on a little bit of health. Powder Matter's really strong and can pretty easily one-shot our characters, but after we kind of get our initial setup going, it's easy enough to always have Earth Wall up. This enemy's really bulky and this fight is long, but overall it's not horrible. We just use Reviving Bombs at this point on everyone that's not Agate, because Agate can take a hit. Just because they're going to die in one shot anyway, so it doesn't matter if they have 1,000 health or full health. Once again, Beatdown 2 is one of our best sources of damage, even this late in the game. It's honestly crazy how much damage they gave that S-Craft. Agate being the S-Craft guy is only really true for this game. I don't know how many people know this, but in third, his S-Crafts are not as strong. When they get upgraded, they're relatively a little bit weaker than other characters' S-Crafts. But in here, Beatdown and his final S-Craft, Dragon Dive, are both, like, noticeably stronger than other S-Crafts of the same, like, tier or level, so to speak. Now, from this point onward, it's just a matter of slowly whittling him down, making sure we have Clock Up and Earth Guard whenever we need them, and the fight is more or less won. You'll notice this happens a lot in this game, where I'll say the fight is more or less won halfway through, and then the rest of the fight is just pretty slow. It's because SC enemies just have so much health and defense that they're very spongy and hard to take down. That's one of the reasons this this run is 6 hours long, because I have the clips, generally speaking, sped up more than I did in FC. But there's just more fights, and the fights are longer. Anytime Kevin lands on a 50 CP turn like that, it's usually pretty huge. In this fight, it doesn't really matter too much, but that's usually like the luckiest person to have take those turns. We can manipulate turn order for him to take it sometimes, but not always the easiest thing to do. From here, I believe we just do Spiral Edge into S-Craft and it kills it. We might not even bother S-Crafting. Yeah, we don't. Here we move on to Chapter 8. This first fight in Chapter 8, just to talk about it briefly, it's similar to the monster chests in previous chapters, except I believe these enemies are fully immune to Confuse this time, so we burn resources to kill as many as possible turn 1. Agate does need that crit for this strat to work, and from there, they're easy to finish off. Okay, now that we're in an easier monster extermination, kind of a very standard fight, I'm going to talk about Chapter 8 and everything about it, because oh my god, it sucks. Chapter 8 is the most combat intensive chapter in the game. In fact, it's just the longest chapter in the game. We have to walk across all of Liberl, doing a bunch of side quests, a bunch of monster exterminations, a bunch of hidden quests, just walking around wasting time. We don't have access to Olivier or Chloe or Kevin. We only have Agate, Shara, Zin, and Tita to choose from for party members. Although that doesn't really matter that much because we're fine with taking Agate Shara. And also, this chapter has a gimmick where characters in order to be able to cast spells, they need to have a zero field generator equipped. And I believe we start the chapter with 4 or 5 of them. This takes up an accessory slot, and as we go through the chapter, we're actually going to lose access to them. As we go to each branch of the Bracer Guild, we have to give them a zero field generator to make their phone work, and then we lose one. So by the end of the chapter, we're going to be limited to a single character who can cast spells, which is super cool. This monster extermination, just to touch on briefly, because it is one of the harder ones. These enemies are pretty strong, and there's a lot of them, so stabilizing this fight can be a little bit tricky. You'll notice I bounce back and forth about exactly what I want to delay. The clowns are actually immune to delay. It's still what I did is still worth it to delay the drones, because these are the same bulky drones that were in the Ren fight, but I think I might try to delay the clowns one more time after this and not realize they resist it, which just wastes a turn of damage because Joshua's not that strong physically without kind of purposely investing in him to be strong physically. But anyway, back to Chapter 8. So yeah, Chapter 8 sucks. It's the longest chapter. It has the most fights. It's the least fun to play through casually and in this challenge run. It's not the hardest chapter. It's actually one of the easiest chapters in the game in this challenge run, because at this point we're not far behind the level we're supposed to be. It's not like our resources, like this is a chapter that already limits your resources. It's not like our resources are extra limited. But it is a massive, massive pain in the ass. There are some optional encounters in Chapter 8 that originally I was going to skip, but I end up choosing to do because they're basically monster chests, but they do make the game a lot easier, so that's why I was torn. Essentially, in all of the towers, there are these enemies called dimension bugs at the top. They walk around like they're a random encounter, but they're not. They're a one-time encounter, and they drop unique accessories. There's also a rematch against Divine Penguin that does the same thing in this chapter. The way these fights walk around the map, they're like a random encounter, but the items they drop, they're just like any other monster chest or monster extermination, so I think it's a fair thing to include them. So I include them. I'd rather have the fights in the run and have endgame be a bit easier than exclude the fights, have endgame be a bit harder, and then people be like, hey, where are these fights? Why did you skip these? So, I don't know, that was my logic. Maybe it's bad logic. I don't know. Here we have another easy monster extermination. It's actually not a monster extermination, kind of. It's the first fight in a chain of fights in a hidden side quest. We do this side quest now, which means we lose a zero field generator, but that's fine because we didn't have one equipped to Agate in the first place because he doesn't really need to be casting spells. This fight's not too bad. The only bad part about this fight is there's an NPC, so if we get unlucky, the enemies can, you know, walk up and one-tap him. But as long as they don't do that, this fight's not hard. The rest of the fights in this kind of extended side quest we're doing, we won't have access to Agate or Sheriff for. We're going to have a fixed party with a familiar face and also a new face, which will be fun in a minute here. Starting off with the rest of the liberation of Dina's side quest. Basically, there's this school with a bunch of civilians that's being taken over. We have to go save it. And we have to do so with a different group of characters, still subject to the same zero field generator restrictions, except now we're down one because we only have access to this side quest after we turn in a zero field generator. Like I said earlier, we don't care about doing it now because we don't equip one to Agate anyway. But we could technically do this later in the chapter to make life a little bit easier. But it really doesn't matter which way we route it. It was just more convenient for me in like real world time to do this side quest now. You'll notice Annalise is back. She's basically the same character she was the past couple times, except kind of weaker. And we have a new party member. Our dear friend, Kurt.
I thought I'd die fighting side by side with an elf.
What about side by side with a friend?
You should kill yourself now!
Kurt is actually pretty good. He's super overleveled, he's got a pretty good line. He's got a really, like, surprisingly complete selection of crafts. He's got, like, a defense buff, he's got an AoE heal, he's got an AoE knockback that's kind of similar to Flame Smash. He has the spell Shadow Spear, but on a craft, so it comes out instantly, but he's stuck with craft delay afterwards, and it uses CP instead of EP. It is like a full-on magic attack. He's a very weirdly complex character for a character that only shows up for this one side quest and does not rejoin afterwards, and also is the only character that's playable in this game that is not playable in the next game. So yeah, we do have Kurt for a little bit. You know, it's a little bit of an uneasy alliance with how much I hate him, but we are happy to have him for this section of the game. He's a very good character. He would honestly be a pretty good character if we could keep him the whole game, although I don't know how useful he'd be in this challenge run. For now, he's going to be one of our big casters until we have to use him for a couple other things in some later fights. It's going to be a lot of mob encounters. It's a bunch of kind of repetitive mob encounters into a boss fight at the end. None of them are particularly difficult. I'm assuming they're toned down to account for not only the lack of having like multiple spellcasters, but also the characters that are locked into the party. We don't have enough zero field generators to go along, or go around, not along, excuse me. So for Annalise, we just stick a Death Blow Quartz on her and have her run around and delay things for the most part, because that's better than her trying to attack physically. Well, she is attacking physically, but kill things physically. One thing to note, she does have an upgraded S-Craft, and look, it does real S-Craft damage now. It only took until her third appearance in the party, but she does actually have a real S-Craft now that is strong. But for the most part, yeah, we just have her run around. If she death blows something, cool. If not, either she delays it or does a little bit of chip damage. She's not useless, but she's definitely the weakest link of the four at this point. Kurt and Joshua are going to be doing most of the heavy lifting, with Estelle, at the very least, still able to cast magic. I think the intent here is because Kurt in lore has, like, special Eastern magic that only he can do that's, like, actual magic, not like what I'm calling magic, which is actually funneled by technology in the lore. So I think the idea is, like, oh, you don't need to give him the zero field generator because he can use his crafts as magic, but it's still more efficient to cast crafts than it is for him to, like, spam a slower version of Shadow Spear. Another mob fight. Slightly different layout. We got drones this time instead. We want to S-Craft with Kurt here just to wipe some of them. His S-Craft is actually pretty strong. His strength's not great, but he's over-leveled, and it has good enough base power that it can at least wipe the more frail enemies during these portions of the game. I said these portions of the game. He's around for literally one portion of the game. It's this portion of the game, and then he's gone. Yeah, Kurt is one of the most shafted party members in the series. I mentioned this before, but it's weirdly... I can't talk, I'm stuttering. He's weirdly complete. Like, he's a weirdly complete character that just does not show up in third. I don't know why, but it's a little unfortunate, because he is cool. He's a cool character in the story, and he's a fun party member to use, so... I kind of wish he got a little bit more of a time in the sun. I know I joke about how much I hate him. It's more just that I hate the boss fights, that he is the boss. But overall, I do like Kurt, and I think that Falcom kind of just forgot about him as time went on. There's actually a main cast member in one of the later games that I'm not a fan of, named Kurt. And it's not very common they double up on names for playable characters. I mean, sometimes there'll be NPCs in playable characters that share names. That happens a lot, but for two different party members to share a name, I believe it's just the Kurts. And that's it. So, poor Kurt Narden. He gets the short end of the stick. Falcom just they don't like him. They forgot he existed. As far as the rest of these fights are concerned, because I notice I'm once again not really talking. There's not really anything going on. It's just mob fights that are a little bit sluggish because we don't have our common forms of burst damage. So we just cast spells with them until they die, and sometimes S-Craft when it's relevant. I do wish that we got a couple more complex mob encounters to actually force us to use Annalise and Kurt's movesets, because again, they are both fairly involved, but they don't really use their crafts at all. Kurt's crafts are, I talked about this a little bit in his introduction, but they are good. The AoE heal's decent. It's kind of like Latira, but instant and a lot of delay. Same with the Shadow Spear craft, it's like pretty good. It's got a defense buff, an AoE defense buff. It's not as strong as Crest, otherwise I would actually be using it, but I think it's only 10 or 15%, so I don't really ever find a use for it because I don't think it changes any benchmarks. I think we're pretty much getting two-shot no matter what, unfortunately. But if the enemies were a little bit weaker and the buff was a little bit stronger, then it would be pretty notable. Or if the enemies were a little bit stronger and the buff was a little bit stronger, so we could force us to get 3-shot instead of 2-shot or something. I don't know. Like, he has all these moves that are like, oh, this would have been useful at a different part of the game that he's not around for. Here, I think that was actually the craft version of his Shadow Spear. So I do think we used it there because he was out of EP. So even though it delays him a lot, I mean, it's still doing the same thing, and it's probably better than throwing an EP item, especially when there's not many enemies in this fight to begin with, and one of them's already dead. Oh, we also used the heal too. Okay, we used 2 of Kurt's crafts then. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I think if this fight goes a little bit smoother, you probably don't need to use either, but it is nice that we got to show them off a little bit. He also has a revive too, a craft revive. Craft revives are pretty rare, actually. Kurt might have the first one in the series. No, Chloe's S-Craft. Chloe's S-Craft, I think, is the first one in the series, but I think Kurt has the second one in the series, which is Oh, Sunset Arts doesn't... I lied in the character introduction. Sunset Arts does the opposite of knockback. It doesn't knock back at all. It keeps them in place, which is useful for completely different reasons. That's cool. I mean, again, there's not really a point in using it. I think I might just be going through all of his crafts right now just to show them off at least once, because he doesn't really have a spot to use them in the last boss. But, yeah, I guess me in the moment kind of had the same thought process that me now has, which is... Damn, it sucks that there's not a spot to use these in these fights. Yeah, through save editing, you can cheat Kurt into the party and use him in spots that you wouldn't otherwise be able to normally, which is pretty fun. I remember the first time I played through this game on the PC port. This is my 3rd time playing the game. I played on PSP, played on PC. But I used to, after I beat the game, I cheated in all of the guest characters and ran around the final dungeon and like killed things with like Kurt and Annalise and some of the late game party members that you don't have access to for very long. Here we have the boss of the chapter, Gilbert. Not nearly as threatening as his previous encounter. This fight is a joke. It is on a time limit. I didn't mention this with the previous fight, but that fight's also on a time limit. That fight, we actually need to beat the time limit to get extra BP. This time limit, I don't think affects BP, but I think, you know, you might as well beat the time limit. We get a little bit of sepith out of it, and it feels more correct to win the fight instead of stall it out. Like, I would rather have the fight be a loss condition, like Mueller, and continue after the loss, than I would, like, stalling out a fight and having it draw. That feels super wrong. But it doesn't matter, because this fight is completely winnable anyway. Here, Gilbert uses his S-Craft, I guess you can call it. He says a bunch of voice lines and it lowers your stats. It's a pretty funny animation. Yeah, if we actually took the time to slow down and buff up first, we actually wouldn't kill Gilbert in time, so we do kind of have to go on the offensive. This fight is not completely trivial, but it's pretty trivial. Fish! Recolored fish with different ads. Again, pretty simple monster extermination. There's really not much in Chapter 3 left. I just said Chapter 3. I think that's the chapter they might have shown up in the first place. No, even that's wrong. I think they were Chapter 4. Or was it 5? No, it was Chapter 5. I am misremembering so much. Anyway, there's not that many hard fights left in Chapter 8. So there's really not much to talk about. Again, it's just our resources are a bit limited, so they go kind of slow. But there isn't a ton for me to commentate on. So I think, like, the frog fight, I might call it here. I might make this the last fight that I commentate and pop in the next time there are relevant fights. So I'll just get some preliminary stuff in now, I suppose, while this fight's still going on. The fights that are the Dimension Bugs and the Divine Penguin are technically optional, and there's an argument to not do them under this rule set, but I just considered them monster chests because I wanted to include all of the boss fights in the game, basically. And also, they happen late. I do them at the end of the chapter, even though it's more beneficial to do them now. I just group them all at the end. Not exactly at the end, but towards the end, before the last couple story fights and side quests or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna dip now. I'm gonna skip ahead as an excuse to not do commentary for the next parts because it's gonna be really boring. The Monster Extermination is pretty boring too, so if you want to skip ahead in the video to towards the end of Chapter 8, feel free. Don't feel like obligated to watch it just because you've for some reason watched 4 hours and 15 minutes so far. So see you in a minute. On to what I have titled as Big Crab on my timeline. These last couple fights of Chapter 8 are kind of interesting to talk about because we only have one zero field generator. Estelle, I believe, is our only character that can cast spells. This one we could have done with 3 if I had just routed things better, but it did force me to change up my strategy a little bit, so that's cool at least. This boss is pretty threatening. He causes blind, he causes... it's actually just blind. Everything else just does a lot of damage. But yeah, he's a pretty threatening fight that we basically have to take down physically. We only have one character able to cast spells, so we are mostly relying on Agate. Joshua can do decent physical damage, but not a ton. And this boss has a lot of scary AoEs, and it also can act pretty fast even when slowed. So instead of the normal strat of earth walling constantly, we actually have to invest a lot in getting big healing spells. We have a much easier time healing through his attacks instead. This also has the benefit of, since we're getting hit, we're building a lot of CP. We can use crafts more often. So yeah, he also, of course, like every fucking enemy in SC, summons more enemies. When those summon, usually we'll handle them with Joshua, because Joshua's not great at fighting this boss at long range. We also want to fight him at long range so he doesn't use his melee attacks. So instead we have him just gamble on Icane, close enemies with Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger's a pretty good craft in this game. He recovers from it very quickly, even though the damage isn't great, so it's not as committal to use as some other physical attacks. Another resource that we got that we've been using in these fights, they've just been sped up and not commentated, is the Time Gem. This is effectively a cast 3 quartz. It is port specific. I forget which version of the game it got it added into, but it's not in every version of the game, but it is in the version that I'm playing, so I'm going to use it. It is even more reduction than a cast 2, but it is a huge, huge cut to the character's physical and magical offense. So it's a double-edged sword, but the positive effect is so broken that we want it on someone at all times. We bounce it between Estelle and Joshua for the rest of the game. Generally speaking, if Estelle's not really going to be attacking offensively anyway, it's better to have it on her, but if we want both attacking, Joshua can eat the penalty and still do decent damage with magic. But yeah, it's one of the best tools in the game. Here, Josh was blinded. Maybe I should have given him blind resist, but it doesn't end up really mattering. I think Shara didn't need blind resist, but clearly she has it equipped, so I think I probably should have switched that over to Joshua. It doesn't really matter that much, but it would have been a slight optimization. The real important thing is obviously Agate doesn't get blinded, since he's the one kind of doing the bulk of our damage here. Here, he summons another one. Even just watching back the footage, it pisses me off. I hate this mechanic so much, and SC is so liberal with it that again, even just watching back this footage, I'm like getting enraged. Obviously, I'm not actually getting enraged, I'm playing it up. I'm joking. But it is a pretty frustrating thing to deal with so often. Here, it's charging up its big ultimate attack. I don't think it gets a chance to get it off, because we just impede it. Oh, I guess Agate doesn't have blind resist, and we were just getting lucky. Maybe I don't bring any blind resist, because the rate of applying blind is pretty low. Maybe I looked it up, and it was like 20%. I thought I should have had blind resist on Agate, but I guess it doesn't end up mattering. Here, one more S-Trap from Agate should finish the job. Something else to note is you'll notice Agate, if you've been watching the past chapter, is getting a lot of crits, even without crit turns. We get a Strike 2 early in Chapter 8. Strike 2 is just a status effect quartz, basically, but instead of applying a status effect, it's a chance to crit, and Strike 2 is 20%. Strike 1's not as good as Strike 2, that's only 10%. Sometimes our physical characters don't even attack 10 times in a fight. But Strike 2 is very noticeable, especially on a character that uses a lot of S-Crafts. So it helps with offense a lot for these later portions of the game. Here we have another fight against these robot enemies that we've fought multiple times already. It's not too bad. This fight is pretty quick compared to a lot of the ones we've been doing in this chapter. This fight, not sped up, is similar in length. Well, I say not sped up. It's sped up the same amount as every other fight. But is similar in length to some of the fights that were sped up 1000% in the last section of the video. So, you know, we're not going to be here too long at least. I think it's probably going to be another case of Agate Wild Rages and crits with an S-Craft and does a bunch of damage. Maybe he doesn't crit with the S-Craft. Maybe I just Wild Rage and delay. Yeah, okay, we do just delay stack on them. Some of these fights, some of these like random encounter level fights, I don't remember exactly what I do. I think for third, I know I said this for SC. For third, I'm really going to focus on trying to maybe edit the video as I go. Like, do it a chapter at a time. Because I said I was going to do something similar in the FC run for SC, but I never really planned anything out. I'm not a big planner, alright? I'm an improviser. So I think for third, I'm actually going to plan things out. I'm not going to commentate this fight. It's a long one. The things you have to know are these enemies are kind of scary, but they're not immune to delay, and we can also walk out of their AoEs if we need to. This fight's long. I don't care to commentate it. I'll see you in the final chapter. Now we move on to the final chapter, aptly titled Trails in the Sky, and also it does take place in the sky. The party that we're going to be rocking for a lot of this is going to be Kevin and Agate. For a lot of the fights in these early parts, we kind of just want burst damage, as per usual, which is why we bring Agate, and obviously Kevin is going to be very, very useful for late game boss fights, so we want to start leveling him now. We could bring Shara instead, but she doesn't offer much for this part of the game. We start off with a couple easy encounters. Some of these are monster chests, some of these are hallway fights. The way the final chapter is structured is we're moving around this lost city in the sky, basically, and all of these underground path segments are going to have monster chests and then like one forced encounter at the end as like a pseudo mini-boss type thing. Usually it's not that much harder than the other monster chests we fight, but that's kind of how it's gonna play out for a bit here. This clip that we're watching now is titled Josette Sucks, and that's because this is another fight against an enemy where we have to protect an NPC, and that NPC is Josette, and she dies very, very easily. She also starts on the opposite side of the field, so we can't Grail Sphere her, which means we kind of want to just burst down as many enemies as possible, and we also want to Earth Guard her as much as possible, so that she doesn't get, basically we clear out the extra enemies so she doesn't get double tapped, and we Earth Guard her so she doesn't just die outright in the first place. Overall, this fight's not that bad, all things considered. It's just long and annoying and a little bit random at the start. The main boss enemy here is just really, really bulky and takes forever to kill. And it's not like we can delay it or apply any status effects or whatever. We're at the point where most enemies are kind of outright resisting that. That's not exactly true. Delays are still useful for the whole game, mostly, but a lot more enemies are starting to resist things. SC honestly does a pretty good job at pacing how useful status effects are. It feels like they're never useless, but also at the same time, they don't trivialize the game like FC. It's one of the few things I like more about SC compared to third. It's, I think, literally the only thing I like more about SC compared to third is that status effects are a bit more useful in this game. But from here, we're down to a single enemy. We're just going to repeatedly Earth Guard Josette, make sure she survives, and then wail on the main enemy until he drops. Kevin gets owned a couple times here, and we have to revive him. A little bit unlucky that they decide to hard target him, but we don't ever need Grail Sphere after the first turn, so it's really not that big of a deal at all. I want to say at this point Joshua now has the Time Gem equipped, so even though he's not doing that much damage, he can get a lot of spells off, and it will kind of add up and make up for the offensive cut that he takes. This final chapter is also where we can start making the max level ports in the game. You're going to, at certain points, see big dips in my sepith count, which you can see at the end of every fight. And that's probably because either I unlocked a bunch of slots or went and bought high-level max tier ports. Also, for only the final chapter, you can upgrade your slots from tier 2 to tier 3. So your characters can also get a big bump in their EP pools. We don't have enough to upgrade more than just one set of 4 characters fully, basically. So whatever 4 characters we decide to use, we kind of have to commit to. Thankfully, Agate, at least for the parts of the final chapter, we're going to use him, because spoiler alert, even though he has put in monumental amounts of work, even though he's been the GOAT of the playthrough, we do actually bench him, and I kind of regret it. I think it might have been a bad idea, but I also think there's merit to benching him. We'll talk about that when we get to the final dungeon, though. For now, he's going to stick around with us for almost the entirety of the final chapter. back to some more underground fights. Josette technically just joined the party after that fight, but we're not going to use her until she's forced into the party because she's a literal joke character. She's designed to be terrible, so we're not going to use her unless the game forces us to. And, you know, we'll talk about her a little bit more then. But for now, we're going to, again, stick with this kind of same squad for a while here. This fight is not too bad. It's another fight that we can kind of just crit everything at the start, weaken them a lot. You'll notice that a lot of these, they're not monster exterminations because there's no more quests. We already maxed out BP, but these fights that are similar to monster exterminations previously in the game, they are going to get a little bit more spongy in the final chapter. There's not as many of them that we can just outright nuke with an S-craft and be done with it. Which, normally I would say, like, yeah, that's good game design, and it probably is still good game design, but I was so fatigued at this point. I'm just like, I want to be done. I want to be done with this game. This is eating up so many hours of this life, Well, I suppose this life is still correct, but I've meant to say my life. It's such a long video. I want to be free. I want to be done. And of course, once again, as always in SC, these enemies summon more enemies. Here we have a use for Kevin's delay. It's the only time we use it in the playthrough, and it misses. Go figure. Here we have the Josette fights. Josette is forced for this entire dungeon. We actually take Agate over Kevin, believe it or not, and that's because of what he just learned, Dragon Dive. This is going to make every fight except one pretty trivial because he does over half of all the enemy's health in one S-craft. Dragon Dive is insane in the late game in this game. It is the entire field range-wise. Also, we have Josette. She's dog shit. Here's what's bad about her. It's everything. She's terrible. I guess she's got a defense debuff. That's kind of nice. It's like worse than Chloe's, but you know, she has it. Yeah, fuck Josette. She sucks. And I hate that they force you to use her. Anyway, Dragon Dive. Dragon Dive targets the entire field, and it's, I believe, the second strongest S-craft in the game, I want to say. Estelle's final S-craft, Wheel of Time, which you'll also be getting in this final dungeon, is the highest damage, and Dragon Dive, I think, is the second highest damage. I think Tita's secret S-craft might be tied with it, but her strength is a lot worse than Agate's, obviously. I'll talk about Tita's last S-craft real quick. It doesn't get used in this game, but the only way to bring it into Trails in the Sky the Third is to import a save from SC, so we grab it anyway. There's no fights to grab it, it's like a cutscene after the Kirk side quest in Chapter 8. So we just run and bring Tita to like an area, there's a cutscene, she gets an S-craft. But in doing that, we'll be able to carry it over into Third, where it makes her actually noticeably a bit better in the early game there. And since I am allowing save transfers, you know, might as well. Moving on to Monster Chest. I think this Monster Chest is actually kind of bulky. The enemies in it are quite bulky, so we opt to, I think, delay instead of just spam Dragon Dive. Josette, I guess the one positive for her is she can do, like, core functions. Like, she can throw items and cast Earth Wall. But her line is terrible. It's Estelle's line, but with Earth Locks on it. Her S-craft is kind of okay, but she doesn't start with it. I think she's the only character in SC to not start with an S-Craft. And I think she's one of 2 characters in the entire Sky trilogy to not start with an S-Craft. She doesn't get it until the end of this dungeon, but this dungeon is the only time you're ever going to use her, unless you like really like her as a character, I guess. You'll notice I actually have her in the first slot in the party, and I'm like walking around on the map with her, just because I think it's funny, and also it's the only time she's in the party, so why not? But yeah, she's so fucking terrible. Here's the one fight that Agate's not the ideal choice for, but the way I get through it is I just spam Zerum items. We have enough to basically nuke this fight with them, and then also have enough to get through a fight in the final dungeon, which I tackle the same way, basically. Banning items, one of the good things about banning items is Zerums don't ruin the integrity of certain fights because they are just such broken, insane items. You get a limited amount of them throughout the game, but SC, for how punishing it is normally, it's pretty generous with how much it gives you. And we've also hoarded them quite a bit. We haven't really used them much, so. This fight I don't feel too bad about spamming them. It's basically the same fight as in Chapter 8, although this time, now, unfortunately, it's a surprise attack, and we have Josette in the party, so it's a little bit more annoying. But it's not really that complicated, so I don't really feel too bad about just, you know, speeding through it with items. Now we have another fight with Gilbert. This is the last fight with Gilbert in the game. Once again, we're going to make pretty liberal use of Agate's new shiny S-Craft. Does a lot of damage to everything. He is going to drop to the actual real boss enemy, which is this Tiger Archaism. I don't know if Archaism is a known word in the lore at this point, I forget. I think it is. I believe it is. It's what all the robot enemies are, basically. Anyway, yeah, the Tiger enemy is the strong one. Actually, Gilbert is pretty weak, although now he does gain one actually annoying ability, which is he can call allies, which he couldn't do in previous fights. All he could do is drop mines, so it's fine. We can just use Dragon Dive to get rid of them as he summons them, pretty much. I was about to say with Gilbert dead, I forgot he survives and actually takes one more hit to kill. So we just opt to cast Death Scream with Joshua instead to finish him off. Stell can also cast Titanic Roar here just to finish off the ads that Gilbert summoned. And here we get to see Wheel of Time, I think, for the first time. Wheel of Time is pretty similar to Barrage from FC, although not quite as insane with how much damage it does. Although right there, 4K is a lot of damage. It's just, Stell's not building CP that much, and we are gonna, in the end game, like last couple fights, switch the Time Gem back over to her. We're just gonna cut into how much damage it does. Because Estelle's strength is pretty bad. And it's not that much more damage than other S-Crafts. It's not doing like almost twice the damage some other S-Crafts are doing, like in FC. More fish! Another underground encounter. Finally, Josette's out of the party. We got Kevin back. We did get a lot of experience from those fights, so Kevin is trailing behind a little bit, and that's going to kind of stay true, even through some of the final dungeon. Kevin is, like I said, Kevin, I believe, comes back as he leaves in at the end of chapter 6, or excuse me, at the end of chapter 7. So, you know, he is playing a little bit of catch-up, but Kevin under-leveled is not that different from Kevin on-level. He just does less damage, basically, but his main role in the party, which is Rail Sphere, is untouched. It does make him a little bit slower, that's probably the biggest downside, but again, I do think it's better to probably bring Agate, at least if you have the Zerims to spam for the surprise fight. I think it's generally better to bring Agate for the Josette dungeon than it is to bring Kevin. However, for the final dungeon, we will be bringing Kevin, but not bringing Agate. Unfortunate miss there. It's been a while since we've had Agate miss not blinded. I think I've had hit ports glued to him for most of the game, but I might have finally taken it off. I think he might finally have better things to equip instead of hit, so he might have an unlucky miss here or there. Here we go. Same fight again. You gotta love the repetitive fights. I start like skipping S-Craft animations and stuff here. I should do that more often. I think in third I'm gonna turbo and skip S-Craft animations more often like I'm doing in this fight. I like having things paced similar, like having every fight paced similar, and just have the speed up in post instead of whatever. But my my time is valuable. You know, gotta save time in the moment too. Another fight. This is the last of these underground hallway fights, and it's a lot of the same enemy. This fight's actually kind of funny just because of how many there are. We can rinse them pretty hard with Agate's S-Craft, and we actually switch over the Gladiator Belt to Agate instead of Kevin. We don't need that much Rail Sphereage, I suppose, and there's a lot of enemies to take turns to build Agate's CP back up, so it builds it up enough to the point where we can throw a 50 CP item at him, and then he can, thin the herd, clear out most of them. He does get petrified, but at this point the fight's basically over. Everything else is on a pixel. Estelle finishes it, and he doesn't count as dead at the end of the fight if he's petrified. Here we have another fight. I actually forgot to record this one originally, apparently. Either that or I lost the file. Don't know what happened to it. So this is another fight that I'm kind of doing in retrospect. So if my numbers look a little different between this and the next fight, that's why. It's not the fight that was on the challenge run save, basically. I had to go back and do it once I realized I missed the file. I don't know where it went, but it's not an interesting one to talk about. In fact, I got so frustrated that I had to go reinsert it that I sped it up to like 550%. It's really simple. Something funny to note is that these ads have death throws, however you pronounce it, but the main boss enemy resists stat up, so it doesn't do anything. It's like useless. But yeah, I mean, we just beat it down, cast Earth Wall with the time gem. Whatever. This is also the last fight that Agate's in, so goodbye, King. It was good having you. Here, the first fight of the final dungeon is a monster chest. It's a very easy monster chest. We're just gonna wipe it with a single S-Craft here in a second, and that S-Craft is going to be used by our new party member, our last party member, Mueller. Mueller joins only for the final dungeon. We also have Julia back, but we're not going to use her. He has Nutso base level, Nutso base stats. Just literally so ready to go right out of the box. His line is super upgraded. He's super fast, super strong. Blade Dancer is tied for one of the highest damage crafts in the game. His downside is he has no availability, right? He's only for the final dungeon. And he has no, niche. Agate's got his delays. He's got Wild Rage. Shara's got Heaven's Kiss. Din's got the Glitch, if you're, a fan of that. Mueller doesn't have any of that. He just has, better stats than everyone else. He's kind of like a side grade to Agate for the final dungeon. He's going to do a little bit more damage, but he's not going to have the delay or the CP restoration. I think maybe Agate might have been better, but also Mueller's stats are noticeably higher, so... Anyway, yeah, he's going to wipe these enemies with a single S-Craft. One of the coolest looking S-Crafts in the series, to be honest with you. on to the final fight with Blue Blanc. This one's going to go a little bit different because Mueller doesn't have a delay like Agate does. So instead we're going to have Joshua delay both the clowns at once and have the rest of the gang try to focus down Blue Blanc, excuse me. This makes the fight a little bit trickier and maybe a little bit more unreliable. I think there's an argument to bring Agate because of this fight. The rest of the fights we don't really need a delay for. It's really only this one, but if there's a fight to bring Agate instead of Mueller, it's this one. But Mueller is so strong. His stats are so high. He's stronger, he's faster, he's bulkier, he's got a better line. His S-Craft's a little bit lower damage, but it doesn't really matter because his strength is better. Anyway, you'll notice a new status effect that gets applied to us, Morph. I don't know exactly what it does, but I know for a fact it guts our damage. So we want to clear it whenever we have the chance. I think it might also slow us down. I think the one that makes you fat might slow you down, while the one that makes you small ruins your damage. So the one that's fat we want to get cleared right away, where the one that makes you small is actually not that bad. We do need to clear it on our damage dealers, but if it lasts for a couple turns, it's not the end of the world. Kevin dies early in this fight. We pick him up with a Celestial Bomb. This is completely recoverable, so it's not the end of the world. We can do the same trick as before, which is debuff Blue Blanc before he has a chance to, do anything. I spam Blade Dancer in these fights. I don't know how good of an idea this is. I think it might be better to attack normally, because then Mueller's building CP and can S-Craft, and his S-Craft is actually quite strong. We also cook a bunch of strength boosting food, because it also gives him defense, and it's faster to use and recover from than casting Forte. It also has the benefit of healing him, although I don't know if that ever comes into play. Joshua, even though he's doing 0 damage, is just trying to stall out the clowns as long as possible, while Mueller slowly takes down Blue Blanc. Blue Blanc is really tanky. All the Enforcers get a huge upgrade in their final encounters. All of these fights are kind of similar in that they're really long and slow and annoying, but Blue Blanc is not the hardest of the 4, but definitely the least fun. It's like the worst to play for fun. Yeah, I think a lot of people tend to bring someone like Chloe into the final dungeon, or Olivier. I think those are bad choices, personally. Mueller is gonna do roughly as much damage as a strong spellcaster casting a spell. And you might say, well, it's craft, so he's gonna get off, like, I don't know, he's probably getting off 1 Blade Dancer per 1.5 spells for a caster, if I had to guess. But he can crit. He's got the 20% chance to crit, and when he crits, he does fat damage, and he also has better burst damage than these characters because of his S-Craft. There are still uses for a physical character in the final dungeon, and like I said, he also kind of eats up all of the physical resources that otherwise would go to waste if we run 4 casters. I guess I could throw them on Joshua or Stell, but I don't know. I think that he's quite good. I think that the potential parties that you want to bring into the final dungeon are either Shara and Agate. This is like the most burst damage you could have because of Wild Rage and S-Crafts and whatnot. Shara and Kevin. This party is like impossible to die with, but it does no damage. Or Kevin and either Agate or Mueller, one of the physical characters. But yeah, there's some moments later that make me feel vindicated for my my Mueller choice. I can't claim that this is objectively the best party like I could in FC, but I think there's definitely an argument for this being the best endgame party, especially under the pretense that we are doing a challenge run where sepith is kind of a limitation, and Mueller just takes less supports to be super good than someone like Shara or Chloe or Olivier. He also takes less sepith to get his line upgraded than Agate, because Agate was still running around with level 1 slots in endgame. Although, we didn't really need either of them to have super upgraded slots. We just need enough upgraded slots for like Action 4 or sorry, onyx gem, and, you know, ruby gem, that kind of shit. Yeah, once we have Blue Blanc dead, it was a bit dicey. We had to recover a couple times. Now we just have to kill the clowns, and this is a lot easier than fighting the actual boss himself. Even though these enemies are pretty threatening and there's multiple of them, they are still vulnerable to stat down and delay. So they're not really too bad to deal with. Again, the extra delay from Agate would be good here because the benefit there is Agate's delay is also his damage dealer. So it would be really good in this fight. He would be hitting for a lot less damage than Mueller, and he would also be getting less turns. So, again, I don't really know how much better it would be. It might be better to bring Mueller to this fight anyway and get the experience on him for later. I don't know. I never tested the fight with Agate. I just did everything with Mueller because I saw those big juicy stats and couldn't resist. Right there, our crit Blade Dancer does almost 2.5k. That is significantly more than a spell. But obviously, you know, only a 20% chance of it actually happening. Even his regular attacks with a crit do a lot of damage, not even just Blade Dancer. Blade Dancer does do a lot of damage though. Now we have Walter. Walter's the hardest of the Enforcer fights, not counting the one that's kind of special at the end. He's the most similar to his first encounter. The main difference is that he has one less enemy with him. I think he had 3 in the first encounter. And he is no longer vulnerable to stat down. He's actually the only one of these enemies that I believe is immune to stat down. And this makes him annoying, especially when you consider the fact that he can buff his own speed. But other than that, the strategy for this fight is identical. We want to kill the 2 Cougars as fast as humanly possible, which is easier said than done because they're also souped up versions of the enemies from before. And after we do that, the fight's easy. But, again, easier said than done. Getting to that point is rather difficult. And I think we actually burned a Zerum capsule at some point in this fight. Or not Zerum capsule, Zerum powder at some point in this fight. Which I didn't want to burn any more than I already have, so that caused a little bit of a complication later in the game, but for the most part, it's not too bad. One annoying thing about Mueller, I'll just talk about him again for a second here, is because he doesn't have Wild Rage, grinding CP to just wipe monster chests really fast is much more annoying. I have to, you know, do it slowly with the Gladiator belt like the other characters. You can't just pop in Wild Rage and then heal. Unfortunately, Mueller does get hit with Strength down. This kind of sucks because, you know, he's my only character that's actually using Strength every time he gets a turn. But it's not the end of the world. It's not, I don't think it's a massive strength down. I think it probably is about the same, if not a little bit less than his strength up. Usually enemy buffs and debuffs aren't that insane. But we still cleanse it anyway, just because it would have lasted like a really long time. Buffs last longer and longer as the game goes on because of how the timers on them work. And I would rather just have him do as much damage as possible. As you can see, we're dumping S-Crafts. We're dumping like every resource possible to try and kill these dogs because they are really the main thing that's going to be stopping us here is them clearing our earth walls. Once one's down, at the very least, we only have 1 clearing our earth walls instead of 2. So maintaining everything is a little bit easier, although we still, I think, do get into one really dicey spot at some point. Another funny thing about Blade Dancer is it can cause confusion, but I think at this point in the game, there's nothing left that matters that is vulnerable to confusion. Joshua doing chip damage with an S-Craft because of the time gem. Still doesn't have his ultimate S-Craft yet. He learns his the latest of any character. There I think we might have the only usage of Hound Gale. It's just an AoE craft that Mueller has, but it has like no base power, I'm pretty sure, or maybe even negative, so it doesn't really see much use. At this point, fight's not bad anymore. We can just wail on him. He can pretty reliably get Earth Guards off, especially when he only does single target attack. Even if he boosts his speed, the fight's easy at this point. Again, the time gem will let Joshua get off a spell, even if his speed is buffed. The only one that's dicey is Sonic Shot there, but whenever he does that, that's what we have Kevin S-Craft for. But I guess if he spammed it and we didn't have time to refill Kevin S-Craft, then that could cause a problem. Even Mueller's regular attacks hit reasonably hard. Doing close to 1.5k with a regular attack is pretty nuts. Again, he's like level 87, 88 something. Julia, who we don't bring, who I mentioned also is around for this part of the game. She kind of has a lot of the same advantages. She joins not quite as overleveled. I think she's one level lower, although her line's a lot better. And she also has a 100 base power single target physical craft. Her strength's a lot worse, so she's not as good at damaging people as Mueller, but her benefit, and her S-Craft is significantly worse, but her benefit is she's pretty decent at casting arts. She's like an all-arounder, whereas Mueller's mostly a pure physical character. I don't think there's really a reason to bring her just because you also get Mueller at the same time, but she is not a bad choice. She's pretty good for the end game. Here, another monster extermination. Same deal. We S-Craft on a crit turn. They all die in one hit. Go Mueller. Woo! Moving on to Lucy again. This fight's very similar to her previous encounter. The main difference is that Lucy herself's a lot stronger. She'll summon clones later in the fight that we also have to deal with, but it's kind of the same strategy. One enemy we have to kill magically, the other we have to kill physically. Having a dedicated physical character helps a lot with this. Here, Mueller's higher raw stats do matter a lot over Agate. We don't really need the delay here, and instead just the better damage output's a lot better. We also see the only use of a spell that lowers movement to save us one turn against this enemy, just to kind of help the early parts of the fight be a little bit more consistent. One of the more fun strats, it's not the most meaningful strat in the run, but one of the a cool use for a move that you don't see that often. I think I could have also been using the strength decreaser in the end game, but I think a lot of the time it's not worth casting because it's only 15%. But it might have saved a death somewhere if I used it, but that also would be one less offensive spell to cast, which would also cause problems, so, you know. But anyway, this fight's also going to be a lot more drawn out than the original because we have a lot more enemies acting, and we are not in as much of a position to just like nuke things with S-Crafts or whatever. So it does take a little bit of legwork to get to the end here, but it is probably the easiest of the Enforcer fights. And by probably I mean it is definitely the easiest of the Enforcer fights. We once again have big healing spells. It's pretty hard to constantly keep up Earth Wall, so we do want to rearrange our course a little bit so we have better healing. I gamble with a Houndgale there just to see if he kills one of them. He didn't. It probably wasn't worth it. It might have been better for him to just cast some utility spell, but... Imagine if it worked, though. Imagine if he crit one of them and killed it or something. Gotta gamble. The Alarunes, however you say it, they're way bulkier than the ones previously, so they do take quite a few hits to kill this time, unfortunately. But at this point, we have the scariest enemy in the fight dead, which is the physical fog monster that causes confuse, and from here, we can have Mueller start going and wailing on the boss while the rest of our characters deal with Mr. Mist Friend over there. Unfortunately, this is once again a fight that summons more enemies. Not the last one in the game. There's one more, but one of the last ones in the game. We're almost done with enemies that summon more enemies. Actually, that's not true. That's not even true. I was forgetting the final boss, and 2 of the 3 final boss phases summon more enemies constantly. God, this game sucks. Thankfully, like Blue Blanc, the clones will die if we hit Lucy. If we hit the clones, what you'll see right there is you'll replace our characters with them, and then we'll attack our own party. But we had Earthguard up there, so it didn't really matter. There is going to be a fight coming up pretty soon, actually, where we have to kill the clones actively. But, you know, at least for this fight, all we have to do to kill them is, you know, smack her once. And like with Blue Blanc, the same trick works. Just debuff her, and you'll always know which one's the real one. We get really unlucky that towards the end here, instead of casting a spell, it just keeps summoning and summoning and summoning more enemies. It was pretty bad. This whole fight was, you know, it didn't go nearly as smoothly as it could have, but I guess that also just goes to show that this fight is not really hard, is that, you know, even when most things go awry, we don't ever really get in danger. This is the diciest we've been all fight just because one party member has dropped, and it's not scary at all. Like, we're fine. We're just sitting here still re-upping Earthwall, still doing the same shit. We get Mueller revived, we heal him back up to full, he's good to go. The speed debuff wore off, but we still knew which one was the real one, so it doesn't really matter. I think it probably wasn't worth clocking Mueller up because she's pretty close to dead already. Also, something funny happens is because she moves to her max range every time she attacks, Mueller is just going to kind of run around and do nothing now that all the rest of the enemies are dead, because he's going to keep not being able to catch up to her. He's still useful though, because like right here he re-ups clock up EX, like that's something that he can do even when he's out of position. Anyone can do it, right? It just takes an action and a cast course to get the spell. At least the higher level ones. But now he's going to start his little Benny Hill chase where he runs in circles for a little bit. Someone like Agate may have been better for this end portion because he could have just, you know, popped an S-Craft and Dragon Dive. Dragon Dove, I suppose, would be the right word. But for the first half of the fight, Mueller would have been a lot better. And at this point, it's just wasting time more than anything else because we've pretty much won the fight. But he does manage to get the last hit, which is funny. Monster chest, again. This time, we don't grind Mueller's CP because I'm lazy, so I cast AoE spells and use Phantom Raid with Joshua. His final big S-Craft. It's pretty good base power. I don't think that's him with the time gem. I think I might have taken it off for this fight, but it also might just be him with the time gem because it is a fairly strong S-Craft. This is, I think, the longest of the monster chests because they actually do survive a round of spells. But they're not very strong. I mean, we eat a crit high-level spell and are completely fine, so it doesn't really matter. on to Ren. Thankfully, Ren is significantly easier than her last encounter, so now it's basically both of the boss fights combined. We have to fight Ren and Potter Mater at the same time, but we're not surprised. And because we're not surprised, everything becomes a lot easier. Also, we spread our characters out. You'll notice we have a different formation. It's one of the first times in a long time we've had a different formation. We spread our characters out and also move them away from each other just to minimize how often we can have death blows on multiple characters at the same time. From there, we have Mueller start attacking Potter Mater. Potter Mater has a lot of health, a lot of arts defense, a lot of defense. He's very, very bulky, and in general is probably a little bit scarier of an enemy than Ren because he can revive, right? So we can burst Ren down and kill her pretty fast, but then he revives her, and we have to, then kill her again. Ren is actually the scarier enemy, like, offense-wise, but again, doesn't really matter if she keeps getting revived. And Potter Mater also generally does more damage than Ren. She's just a bit faster and can cause death blow. She also has an S-Craft, so we do have to be careful about Earthguard. Ren is also really resistant to spells, as you'll notice right there. So this is another reason having a physical character is good, because it helps chunk her health bar much faster than normal. You'll see there, Mueller with a Blade Dancer crit does lots of damage. Again, like 1,000 more than Estelle casting a pretty high level spell, and Estelle has all the good female boosting equipment because she's the only girl in the party, right? So her art stat's not as bad as it normally is. There we see a death blow happen. We want Mueller kind of loaded with offensive gear, so he doesn't really have a lot of death blow resist. The unfortunate thing is obviously he's no longer buffed up, and that includes the strength item. And he gets death blown again. He gets a little trolled in this fight. After I've gassed him up and talked about how good he is and how he's arguably, one of the best characters for this portion of the game, we just get unlucky with targeting and he gets death blown a couple times in a row while he doesn't have an Earthguard out. But it's not the end of the world. We kind of expect this to happen on at least one of our characters, multiple of our characters potentially, so it's just a fight of kind of reacting and responding. We don't have to be super proactive in this fight. So here, unfortunately, Mueller was also out of range of the Grail Sphere, but again, that's fine. We can just have Joshua instacast with the time gem. We do move him out of the way just so we're not doubling up on being in range of Ren's attacks. It's kind of hard to have no situation where two characters are both out of range of the line and out of range of the circle. But here she kind of hard focuses Estelle for a little bit, which is good for us because it means she's only, blowing one character's Earthguard at a time. Even with the time gem, Joshua is still better offensively than Kevin. And that's with Kevin having access to pretty high level spells. It's a really good line. But if Kevin attacks, it's still worth getting the damage in, even if it's not as much. Thankfully, he didn't get death blown that time by the Calamity Throw. 3 in a row would be pretty lucky. Her crafts don't have a super high chance of death blow. I think the S-Craft does. That one's probably not unlucky to get death blown by, but everything else I want to say is in the 10 to 20% range. But I could be incorrect about that. This time Estelle dies. Not that big of a deal. Could be a lot worse. We still just wail on Potter Mater even though Estelle's dead because we want him dead. And once he drops, the fight becomes a lot easier. Now we only have to deal with Ren's shenanigans. Unfortunately, this means we're going to have to group up our characters to switch focus to her. But also with only one enemy, we're going to be better off with Earth Wall cycles, like making sure everyone's always protected. You'll notice that Mueller acts actually really fast whenever he casts a spell. His speed stat is really high. I actually think it's the highest of all of our characters right now. It's just the only reason he's not getting turned super, super often is because of how much delay physical attacks incur. But from this point on, the fight is basically won. We just have to, you know, kind of slowly whittle her down. Thankfully, Ren's not that bulky, even though her magic defense is super, super high. She's not too bad to take down, especially if we get, like, a crit with Mueller or just have enough CP to do stuff like Blade Dancer. Now, he's doing 2k per Blade Dancer without a crit, which is, you know, big damage compared to Kevin, like, for example, doing fucking 500 with a blue impact. Or Joshua doing 600 with a blue ascension. Estelle does the most at only 700, you know? So this is a fight that having a physical character in is, again, really useful, and one of the reasons we don't go with Shara. Final monster chest of the game. This is the last one, and it's the same as the previous ones. After this, it's all boss fights for the rest of the game. And we've got a mixed bag left. There's still a couple very difficult fights to come. But again, I'm just too lazy to build up Mueller's CP, so I just cast AoE spells. And then S-Craft with Joshua. I S-Craft on a 7th up turn, even though it doesn't matter at this point. I just like force a habit to try and get the S-Craft on the 7th up turn, I guess. But we're already done. We've unlocked all our slots, got all our quartz. And now, Louvet time. Louvet, some people consider him the hardest fight in the game. Those people are wrong. We immediately Grail Sphere because Louvet likes to start off with his S-Craft. He also has 2 really strong versions of those lion enemies. They actually have different movesets, they just have the same sprite. But here our strategy is going to boil down to Mueller spams S-Craft. A pretty common strategy to get through this fight is to have Agate spam S-Craft with like a Heaven's Kiss backing him up or something. But here we do it with Mueller just because he's offensively a bit better. His S-Craft's lower base power, but his strength is better. And he's a higher level. We don't have quite enough Zerims to completely kill Louvet, but we have enough to get real close. I do make a couple of mistakes in this fight. So, I get kind of lucky, but I also make some mistakes, so... This strategy is unreliable, but it's not that unreliable. There are slower, more stable ways you can probably do it, but I gotta burn these Zerims somewhere, and I definitely don't need them for the rest of the game, so... This is the last really hard fight left, so I might as well use them. We also use Estelle's S-Craft before she has a chance to die because it does do a lot of damage. We did switch the time gem off of Joshua before this fight and onto Estelle because Joshua's actually going to leave the party after this fight and we're going to have to fight a boss without him and we still want access to the time gem for that fight. And we need quite a bit of physical offense in the final boss, so it's probably better to switch the time gem over to Estelle anyway. The only thing offensive Estelle really offers special is her S-Craft, and that still does decent damage even with the time gem. But yeah, we're getting real close to Louvet being dead here. Thankfully, unlike an FC, he just casts regular Earthguard and not Earthguard EX. This fight would be unbearable if he cast Earthguard EX. In fact, overall, this fight's probably easier than the Lawrence fight in FC. These clones are actual enemies we have to kill, though. So, you know, another Russian nesting doll fight. Gotta love them. Here, I believe I'm fully out of Zerum items, and so now I'm stuck with just the 50 CP restoration, which is a lot slower, but kind of still worth doing. Kevin unfortunately dies right before he has a chance to S-Craft, which sucks, but thankfully we don't get screwed over. I think we get a little bit lucky with how these enemies decide to target us next turn. Yeah, they choose to both target someone that survives their nonsense, and that lets us finish off the real Luve. Oh, it doesn't. He lives on a pixel, but it doesn't matter because only the opponent gets a chance to attack, and then we finish him off after Mueller dies and procs our last emergency puppet. We've had that for a while. We've been holding on to it for a while. This is the fight we burn it in. And from there, the clones are not too threatening. They're more annoying when there's other enemies to deal with as well. We also get a shit ton of XP from this fight, and we are not underleveled at all for the rest of the game. We were already not really underleveled, but this is just like, we're guaranteed to be right where the game wants us for the end game. Now we have a big old dragon. This fight, we only have 3 party members for. We don't get a chance to change our formation, but that's fine. This fight's really not that threatening. I'm assuming it's designed to be easy because we don't have Joshua. It's actually the first time in a long time we only have 3 party members available, so... Unless you count the dungeon with Josette, and say Josette's not really a full character, but... Yeah, no, so this fight's not that bad. It's got a couple things that are scary, but generally it's really slow, so if we just block it down, block up, we pretty much always have time to respond with some form of Earth Wall, Earth Guard, Kevin-esque draft. You'll notice in fights like this where the enemy's quite slow, Mueller really is starting to shine because he's attacking basically as often as Estelle is getting a spell off, and he's doing more damage with his attacks than Estelle is with her spells. To be fair, she does have the time gem on, but, you know, he's also out-damaging Kevin. This enemy is kind of bulky. I have this fight set to 500% speed instead of 300% because it just goes on for a while and it's boring. There's not really anything threatening about it. It's just kind of a health wall that you have to chew through without Joshua available. After this, though, we move on to the final boss. This is the last encounter before the final boss. Thankfully for the final boss, we will have Joshua back. We don't have to, you know, fight that with only 3 characters. And here we have Weissman's first phase. It might actually be Weissman, in the same way that Luve is Luve and not Lue, but I've always said Weissman, so I'm gonna pronounce it wrong. I mean, I pronounced Zin wrong. I've pronounced Zin wrong for 2 videos. I think it's like Jin or Jin, something like that, actually, but whatever. I'm American, all right? It's Zen. It's spelled Zen, like the nicotine things at the store. But no. Here we have the only difficult phase of the final boss, which is the first one, and it's exclusively because of these fellas, these little ads. They're kind of annoying to take down. They're very fast. They hit quite hard. The actual boss himself, not too scary. He can make himself immune to arts, like completely immune to spells. So that's why we want a good deal of physical offense, at least for the first phase. We want physical offense for every phase, but especially the first phase. But if we can survive the initial onslaught and just kill all of the ads, this fight becomes a lot easier. We don't really care that much about dumping resources. The next 2 phases, we don't get a chance to like heal between them. But the last 2 fights in this game are kind of layups. They're not particularly difficult, just kind of health sponges. So we don't really care if we go in with like low CP. Or we have to burn some of our better remaining items on this phase. This is like... Luve was the actual last wall of the game, but this is the last fight that's challenging, essentially. However, now that we've gotten rid of all the goons, this fight's basically over. We've got a little bit left. Obviously, we haven't even started taking down the boss's health bar yet. The clip is only like half over, but you know, we're good. it's fine. Also, another trend of bosses using spells that become real spells in the next game. Silverthorn, which is a spell that we never use, is exclusive to Lawrence in FC, but just becomes a regular spell that you can use in this game. Dark Matter EX, I believe, is exclusive to Weissman in this game, but just becomes a regular spell that you can use in third, so that trend continues. My room smells like McDonald's because I just ate food and I'm lazy and didn't throw it out. I'm not normally lazy. Normally I clean up food right away, but I wanted to just get right back on this commentary because now it's I took a break because I'm getting kind of burnt out on it, and now it's like 6 o'clock something, 6:44. Whereas before I was recording commentary in like the morning and then the mid-afternoon, and now we're doing the last bit here. So finally, not only are we approaching the end of the game, I'm approaching the end of the project. I've got a little bit more I want to do on this video. I think I want to spruce up some of the editing. Not that the editing is like super good, but I wanted it to just be a little bit more involved. Kind of as practice for third, which I want that video to be like really, really good because that's one of my favorite games of all time. But I've got a couple more things I want to touch over the editing, and I also have to insert music, which is going to take forever. I only have the first couple chapters. Thankfully, I'm going to use like Fateful Confrontation for every single Enforcer fight, which is actually a huge portion of the runtime is the Enforcer fights, because there's a lot of them and they're all really long. But yeah, I have to go probably just download a bunch of SNK music. Can't wait for the City of the Wolves beta next week. That's gonna be a blast. If I get some time off work anyway, which I probably won't. But if I don't have to work the weekend, I'm gonna have a blast with the beta. I'm excited for that game. Might go back into fighting game mode for a little while. Here we make sure everyone's healed up, we finish them off, and we move on to the next phase. This phase, I believe, is the longest. I have it sped up to 500% just because it's so friggin' long. But it's another enemy that has a bunch of ads that summon more ads. These ones are quite bulky. Not as bad as the ones in the next fight, but they are quite bulky and annoying to take down. We do want to thin the herd a bit, again, just so they're not constantly popping our earth guards. But we don't care about them as much as the ones in the last fight. They're not as threatening. We also have Joshua buff his strength as well. Now that he's not held back by the time gem, he's actually pretty competent physically and magically instead of just magically. And we also pop a CP item just to top him off. We Blade Dancer one of the ads. Again, we want to thin the herd pretty quickly because we don't want to get overwhelmed if he starts to summon more. We also Titanic Roar. It kind of does chip damage and maybe isn't worth it. We S-Craft with Mueller to finish off the others. I don't know if this one's worth it. It might have been better to use this on the boss itself. Again, this is the longest phase of the final boss by a lot. But as you can see, even with big high-level spells, it doesn't hit that hard, and it takes a while to get its next turn. I mean, Mueller just S-crafted and he acts before it. That's how slow it is. These final bosses don't have great stats, actually. Even on Nightmare, which is, I know, kind of an insane thing to say, but they really don't. Their bulk is really high. They've got a lot of defense, a lot of arc defense, a lot of HP, but speed and offensive stats, really not that scary. And I think that's a sentiment that I've seen a lot, that after you get through Louve, the rest of the game is kind of a layup, and it's a sentiment that I think I'd agree with. But here we kind of doing the same thing again. We're having Mueller run up and snack things, and the rest of the gang kind of just using spells to respond accordingly to whatever's going on. The S-Crafts again kills the other ads. It probably is worth it. because it does make the fight a lot simpler when they're cleaned up, and then next time one gets summoned, we only have one to worry about instead of multiple. You'll notice we do very little damage to the boss. I mean, that was a stoic time gem, but this fight works kind of like Reverie 2. Excuse me, I burped. Where it will occasionally lower its defense to charge up spells. And that's when we can kind of pound on a lot of damage, because it lowers both its defense and arts defense by a lot. Healer is our highest damage character by far when its defenses are up. I think these might be some of the only fights in the game where arts defense and defense are about equal. In fact, it might even have more arts defense. That might also be the next phase that I'm thinking of. But I'm not sure, I don't remember, but... yeah, it's really, really important to have a physical character with you for these last couple fights. It's not really, really important. Joshua can do that job just fine. But, I don't know. Someone like Mueller or Agate, or even Zin, does it a lot better, and I think they are usually probably the best people to bring outside of Kevin. We also want to pop our S-Crafts usually while his defense is down, just to kind of squeeze out more damage. Thankfully, again, when there's only one left, and they, or one ad, excuse me, and they spawn next to the boss, it's pretty easy to chunk them both at the same time. They tend to start dropping faster than the ones early in the fight. Something else you'll notice is we have a gladiator belt on Mueller now. This is not the same gladiator belt we've been using for most of the game. This is a second one. I believe we get it from Luve, and I forgot to mention it in the past 2 fights because it just didn't matter as much as now, where we kind of want him S-crafting a lot. You'll also notice I probably start using Blade Dancer a lot less and start attacking normally to build more CP. I think I finally kind of caught on that might be a bit better for overall damage output. But Blade Dancer is still good even in these last couple fights. It just depends on how much CP you have in the situation. A crit Blade Dancer is still very strong. Although a crit S-craft is also still very strong. Again, the boss is so slow we always have Earth Guard up, so we don't really ever have to worry about taking damage. And in fact, we can purposely save Kevin's CP for the next boss, because we don't really need to pop Grail Sphere that much. I think towards the end here, it kind of refuses to lower its defense again, and we end up just having to lower it down normally. Which was, like, mildly annoying. It's not that big of a deal. It's, like, ever so slightly annoying. And, of course, it's an SC enemy. It has to summon another ad right at the end. But thankfully, we don't have to kill it. We don't have to kill them for the final boss. And here, we have the actual, true, final boss. And it's very, very similar to the last phase. The ads here are bulkier and more annoying to take down, and these ones I definitely focused down too hard. I think I could have made this fight a lot shorter by focusing more on the main enemy, especially since he's more prone to open himself up to damage early in the fight. But this phase is not too dissimilar from the last one. I mean, he has a different set of attacks, and the enemies he's accompanied by are different, but really, it's kind of the same deal. There are definitely some more interesting things that happen in this phase compared to the last one that we'll see as it progresses. But for now, you know, we're just doing the same setup that we do in every other fight. Grail Sphere, speed ups. You're about to buff his strength, probably. Yep. These enemies also hit pretty hard, you'll notice. They do enough to two-shot a lot of our characters. And here, with Joshua hitting a fat S-Craft, he only does about a third of their life, so... Here, you'll notice that he boosted his defense a lot. And what he's doing is he's switching what element he's weak to, and he is weak to the element, like 200% weak. So it makes our dear friend Mueller here a little bit lower damage. And I think I might even hold off on S-crafting here because of that. Thankfully, a lot of the time these ads will just move around or attack a single target, so they're not that threatening. Which is why I didn't need to focus them as hard as I did. They tend to just waste a lot of their turns. Unfortunately, we're not immediately taking advantage of the barrier because, you know, we're too busy kind of setting up and recovering. I guess we do end up S-crafting anyway, we just heal Mueller first. But it does, you know, less damage than we would like. But yeah, it's already barrier switched once, and we haven't taken advantage of it yet. This is what I mean by I could have killed the fight faster if I just played a little bit riskier and stopped focusing on the ads. We also used our last Zerum capsule. I think we get this after Louvet. We definitely get it after Louvet because we didn't have it during Louvet. And we just used it on Joshua to finish off the ads. And of course, as we do that, it summons another one. But 2 is not as much as 4. Fun fact, 2 is a smaller number than 4, so it's probably still worth it. I mean, again, we had to use it eventually, so might as well use it when it's most convenient. But here you can see spells. They hit hard right now. This final boss is kind of a multi-stage fight. It doesn't. I don't think it actually has set phases necessarily, but as it gets lower on health, it will change up its moveset. I don't know if it's time-based or health-based, actually. But yeah, we are absolutely shitting out damage when it's weak to things. 200% is a ton to be weak, especially for an enemy this late into the game. I think one thing I could have also done, which would have been funny, is equip a talisman to Mueller. And he would have fucking shit out damage on this fight. Just wait for it to switch to whatever the talisman he has is for. And then just like S-craft it, and it would like take a huge chunk out. The problem is he'd be significantly weaker for the first 2 phases, and I don't think that it's worth it. But it would be a really funny strat nonetheless. I think if you're like high level, and bring like 2 physical characters, it could be something that's really funny, but in this type of playthrough, it's probably more of a meme than something that's, you know, optimal. There we see a crit Blade Dancer for 6k, that's my fucking goat. Mueller Vander, my guy. These S-crafts where I can actually deal some damage to the boss while also killing the ads are definitely a lot better. More efficient. And here it starts doing the same thing that the first phase did. It will lower its defensive stats to charge up a super move. However, its arts defense is, I think, noticeably higher if I remember correctly. So spells won't hit as hard here. It's physical offense that we really want once it transitions out of the barrier phase. You can see there, a whopping 300, 600 damage. Like, they're not hitting that hard. Unfortunately, after it finishes, it buffs its stats, which is a bit of a pain in the ass, but again, not too bad. At this point, we're in a cycle where we're constantly buffed up, constantly earthwalled. We're really not in any danger. This is the easiest of the 3 phases by a good amount, I think. It might not be the easiest because the start of the fight's more difficult than the last phase, but at this phase of the fight, we have pretty much nothing to worry about. I have Mueller move over to attack the ads and still finish them off, which is really dumb, especially when you saw Estelle just do 1 damage with a reasonably high-level spell there. So I think after that, I learned my lesson and just start killing the boss with Mueller. Because he's going to be the one that has to do a lot of the heavy lifting here with how bulky the boss is. This is another fight that I think Mueller is significantly better for than Agate. Nope, I still focus it down. Okay. Alright, well, I disagree with past me's decision making. I think I should have just left this enemy alive. Maybe it's after I kill this enemy, and then the next one spawns, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm just focusing the boss down. So yeah, this might have been able to be like a 5.5 hour video or something. Maybe not that much shorter, but like a 5-hour, 40-minute video or something if I played this last phase correctly. I guess I also could have sped it up to 500%, but I kind of wanted this one visible. The one thing I didn't like about the Reverie fight, because I think I did fine in the Reverie fight in FC, it's just that I sped it up too much to see damage numbers. They didn't stay on screen long enough to see without pausing. Not that it really matters that much, but I don't know. I kind of like the final boss fight being a little bit easier to see and understand, which is why I sped up the last phase so much, because one, that phase is more boring, and two, it gives me an excuse to have this one be a little bit slower. I say slower, it's still 315%, like it's still really sped up. Yeah, and now Mueller's attacking the boss, and especially when he gets those crits, it's lopping off a good chunk of his health. This boss does have like over 100,000 health. It takes fucking forever to kill. It can also cause morph through Earthguard, like you see right there. We do need to probably cure it. It's not the end of the world to have Estelle be small. She's not really dealing damage anyway. And we also have Joshua start to go over and help out physically, because he's pretty good at it without the time jam equipped, like I mentioned before. You can see the Blade Dancer, even on 300%, takes a while to complete because he always does the same amount of circles around the enemy. But this enemy's big, so it takes him forever to do each circle. It's actually a pretty funny animation, and I don't think a lot of people use Mueller in endgame, and I don't even know how many people have seen Blade Dancer on this boss just go really slow around it a bunch of times. Oh, I think I used Hound Gale again there. That's funny. Okay, so I used it twice. Joshua, we do need to worry about curing the status effect, like, right away, because, again, he's one of our two big heavy lifters offensively in this fight. For the final boss, he's loaded with quite a lot of single target attacks, which, again, the way that you make something like Earthwall not completely broken is you have enemies have ways to clear them. But with adds that waste turns and just teleport around and a boss littered with single target attacks, not really any ways to clear them. So this attack right here is really scary, and I actively moved my characters out of the AoE. I don't remember if Earthguard blocks or not, I just didn't want to risk it, because it removes the character from the fight. You'll notice I also ran out of attack items not attack items, but strength boosting items a couple turns ago and had to use Forte instead. Forte actually is a bigger strength boost, it's just a little bit slower to get off. On the upside, it does boost everyone's strength, so Joshua's a bit stronger and Estelle's S-Craft will also be quite powerful. Unfortunately, we can't really take advantage of the enemy's lower defense here outside of Estelle's S-Craft. It was very unfortunate timing. But even with the time gem, this still does a grip. 5.7k is a lot. Not as much as Mueller S-Craft, but still a lot. And here, it powers up again. Same deal as before, it gets a little bit bulkier. Again, our physical characters still shit out damage against it, it's just the arts that are a lot weaker. Here, Mueller gets a crit S-Craft, which should finish off the ad and do a huge amount of damage to the final boss. Yeah, 7k. That's a shit ton. We're actually getting pretty close to the end here. There's not much game left. We're almost at the end of this close to 6-hour journey. I said 6 hours earlier, but I sped some fights up, cut some stuff, rearranged some stuff, and got it just under the 6-hour mark, thankfully. But it is almost time for us to be done with this massive undertaking. If you watched until the end of this video, thank you. This project was a massive undertaking, and again, I think I might be the first person to ever do it. So if you stuck with me this long, through all of my ramblings, through all of my mistakes, through all of my sloppy fights. I appreciate that a lot, actually. I think that's really cool. Also, quirk about chain attacks. One more fun fact before I go. Chain attacks, Mueller and Julia hit twice in chain attacks, and they're actually quite strong, but I don't really have that much of a place to make use of them here. But I'll use them a lot in third. I try to finish off the boss with the Wheel of Time. It doesn't work, but based on how this game ends, I find a funnier way and a more fitting way, a lore accurate way to finish it.